Exactly. That's happened to me too. It's like they don't want you getting certain messages because then people get pissed off at you like, hey, why didn't you message me back, or why didn't you call, whatever. Reminding me of something, okay? That mimicking, okay, when they mirror you, it's actually a way to cause a depersonalization or, an issue with how you perceive yourself or your reality. And it's like they use it in hypnotism.
All right, y'all.
All right,
y'all. We're going to try this again. We got Nana Thunder in the building from the UK. We got Dianna in the building from the Phoenix, Arizona. And you got me, RTTI, in New York City, trying this one more time. We got a hell of a good topics at hand tonight. We're going to jump right into it, starting it off with Dianna's choosing. Set it off, Dianna, segment 1.
All right, we have an article by Laura June titled "Start Working on Silent Talk Telepathic Communication for Soldiers." It says, "We're no strangers to crazy DARPA projects around here, but this one especially strikes our fantastic fancy. The agency's researchers are currently undertaking a project called Silent Talk to allow user-to-user communication on the battlefield without the use of localized speech through analysis of neural signals. That's right, we're talking about telepathy. Using the EEG to read brainwaves, DARPA is going to attempt to analyze pre-speech thoughts then transmit them to another person. They first plan to map people's EEG patterns to his or her individual words, then see if those patterns are common to all people. If they are, then the team will move on to developing a way to transmitting those patterns to another person. Dream big, that's what we always say. And that's the end of that one, and it ties in to the next one, where the title is Pentagon Prep Soldier Telepathy Push. And this article is by Katie Dianna. It says, forget the battlefield radios, the combat PDAs, or even infantry hand signals. When the soldiers of the future want to communicate, they'll read each other's minds. At least that's the hope of researchers at the Pentagon's Mad Science Division, DARPA. The agency's budget for the next fiscal year includes $4 million to start up a program called Silent Talk. The goal is to allow user-to-user communication on the battlefield without the use of localized speech through analysis of neural signals. That's on top of the $54 million the Army handed out last year to the University of California to investigate the potential for computer-mediated telepathy. Before being vocalized, speech exists as word-specific neural signals in the mind. DARPA wants to develop technology that would detect these signals of free speech, analyze them, and then transmit the statement to intended interlocutors. I'm not sure what that word means, so we might have to look that up. But DARPA plans to use EEG to read the brainwaves. It's a technique that also is testing a project to devise mind-reading binoculars that alert soldiers to threats faster the conscious mind can process them. Wow. Okay, so now we're going to be moving on to an article on Defense One by Patrick Tucker. It's titled, It's Now Possible to Telepathically Communicate with a Drone Swarm. So it says, DARPA new research in brain-computer interface is allowing a pilot to control multiple simulated aircraft at once. So it continues to say, a person with a brain chip can now pilot a swarm of drones or even advanced fighter jets, thanks to research funded by the U.S. Military Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA. The work builds on research from 2015, which allowed a paralyzed woman to steer a virtual F-35 Joint Striker fighter with only a small surgical implanted microchip. On Thursday, agency officials announced that they had scaled up the technology to allow users to steer multiple jets at once. As of today, signals from the brain can be used to command and control not just one aircraft, but 3 simultaneous types of aircraft. Said Justin Sanchez, who directs DARPA's Biological Technology Office at the agency's 60th anniversary event in Maryland. More importantly, DARPA was able to improve the interaction between pilot and the simulated jet to allow the operator, a paralyzed man named Nathan, to not just land but receive signals from the craft. Okay, and we have one last one. Okay, an article on radio.com by David Kaplan, and the title is Two EMTs Hospitalized in Critical Condition After Suffering Unrelated Medical Episodes. So, that ad's cropping up, sorry, just a second. Alright, so it says in New York, 2 EMTs have been hospitalized in critical condition after each suffered unrelated medical episodes, while at the same scene on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway, including Thursday afternoon. Officials confirmed to 10:10 News. Officials said EMT Renan was driving an empty ambulance on the BQE. He suffered a stroke and veered off the road, causing a minor accident. He was in critical but stable condition. An ambulance was sent to help him. The EMT driving that ambulance Lieutenant Raymond Blank suffered an aortic aneurysm while treating the man, and he is in critical condition and fighting for his life. This man was transferred to Mount Sinai Hospital. Okay, so that concludes all the articles.
Thank you for that, Diana. Appreciate it. All right, guys, so what are your thoughts on this technology, this telepathy, they're going to talk, quote unquote, that DARPA, which is a government entity that does research on this stuff. What are your thoughts on them claiming that they're just now coming out with this stuff? I mean, obviously, I personally believe that they've been had this stuff and they've been experimenting with it, modifying it, using it in real world settings to perfect it. And then now, being that they've done all that stuff, they probably used targeted individuals to do the testing on. And I wouldn't doubt there's other people as well that they did that testing on also. So in regards to the articles all in hand, the reason why I added that last one was because I found it highly odd that there were 2 EMTs that are drivers of ambulances here in New York. Both of them, okay, caught some sort of heart attack, right? One of them was driving an ambulance and the heart attack on. Obviously, if he's a trained EMT, he would know what those things are and how it feels and all that stuff. So he was trying to head straight to the hospital, but he couldn't make it. He veered off the road, whatnot, and then I guess he called in. He was able to call in, and another ambulance was sent out to him out, and then he catches a heart aneurysm or some shit like that. Now, I'm not saying that that's connected with some sort of, directed energy weapon attack, but it seems highly odd to me that something like that would happen back to back the way it did, coinciding back to one another. I'm also looking into the fact that both EMTs were older men. There was one that I believe was 63 and the other was 47. So I don't know that there's a probability of them already having some sort of heart ailments prior, and they probably had something going on with them that caused that to happen the way it did. But you always have to look at the probability and keep that in the back burner in regards to what these people be doing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't sleep on none of it. You know what I mean? What are your guys' thoughts on that?
To me, it's strange to find that in the same area they both suffer stroke. It's very, very unlikely that it's a natural injury. And in the same area suffer the same symptoms. Especially since they're both ambulance drivers as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they were being experimented on the people in the medical community. Maybe they chipped them or some kind of weapon on them. Strange that they were both medical people. Obviously, my personal opinion, something happens to cause that stroke. People can have a stroke, but 2 people in the same place having a stroke, that doesn't happen. I guess it can happen, but the odds of it happening is very, 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 very low.
Yeah, I was just referring, people look back at the articles that we shared on the previous call with the documents that were released by accident, and it showed the effects of directed energy weapons and what they can do with them.
Yo, Jay, can't hear you.
They can burn you, they can make your heart race, they can give you a headache, make you feel dizzy, You can do all sorts. I mean, I've felt dizzy, chest pains occasionally. I've felt, last week I was getting terrible headaches. It's mercifully I don't think it's them being merciful, it's more in my head. But, they can make you ill and make it look like it's a natural occurring illness, but it's not,
Right. And I also wanted to bring up, sorry, were you done this?
I just said it can give people cancer as well, and all sorts of reasons.
Right. Yeah, I definitely think that they've had this technology for a long time. I think they did a soft, what would you call, exposure or disclosure, sorry, a soft disclosure with the movie Minority Report in 2002. And that movie is about the police using a psychic technology to arrest people of crimes that they hadn't committed yet, pre-crime. And that's essentially what I think they're trying to do with this technology.
Yeah. I don't think they'd ever be able to do that properly because you won't could frame someone by just saying they thought this. It's very difficult to, they're more using it for active buying and destruction of people.
I don't know. I think that, based on the articles that we read today, I think if they can use their experiments and whatnot to prove that they can, determine what somebody's thinking before they actually speak it, that's going to cause a lot of problems for everyone, and so I think, it's going to further their agenda either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just want any tool they have to control everyone. They just want complete, they're just mad scientists, like, they want world domination to control everyone.
Yeah, they want everybody in a position where they'll have no choice but to just comply.
I don't know if it will get to that point. I hope it doesn't get to that point. Hopefully, people are trying to resist and try to design that. I'm saying as well, going on. I don't believe they'll ever have full control, but definitely they can. Orwellian society. I think if they want to, if they use the technology, they want downfall with it, is they could get a lot of false positives in the sense that there's a lot of people that think about killing people aren't going to do it, you know what I mean, or think about violent acts, so it would be probably overloaded, or, not being able to process it when you think about it. So I think they know that with technology, they use it more on a focused way, like they'll focus it on one person. I think if they had it monitoring everyone, if they kick down people's doors of everyone that thought about killing someone, they'd probably have to kick down half of the people in the country, People do think violent thoughts or killing thoughts. It doesn't mean they're going to carry them out, but it can happen, you know what I mean?
Right. I'm sure ideally they would hope that they wouldn't have to go to that extent to just get everybody to bow down and comply. But absolutely, I have no doubt that if they wanted to, absolutely they could, knock on everyone's door, arrest whoever they wanted. They probably would do it at night, I'm guessing, when everybody's asleep.
Right, but I don't think they have the manpower for everyone, especially in the United States where a lot of people have guns. Something like that.
I'm just saying, if they did it, I don't think obviously they're not going to announce it. I think they would do it secretly, incrementally, over a period of time. So where once people use dead, they already have the majority of the population either killed or locked up.
Yeah,
maybe in another camp.
But then I think it's like a double-edged sword, because if they do come out with this technology, they're not going to be able to use it covertly on people anymore. But people like us, you know, if we're saying, you know, they're using me with this technology, so it lends more credence to what we're saying. So personally, I think they're going to keep this technology, you know, under wraps as much as they can. They may bring it out in military, but I don't think they're going to bring it out too much. They may in the future, but I think they will, when they feel, you know, they have a certain control over society. I think that's when they're going to bring it out more, when they think, you know, people are going to accept it. Because it's very funny in the sense that they will gradually, if I don't test the water first, you know, you'll see technology slowly be revealed. They won't bring out the technology, you know, all at once, because they know people will freak out, but they'll gradually bring it out.
Right. And it's how they present it too. A lot of the stuff that they're going to want in place, they're going to present it or market it to the population as something that they should want.
Yeah.
That's how they're going to get it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think they're going to advertise it as a law enforcement tool. I think they're going to say, you know, hey, it's entertainment, you can do this with your mind, but then they'll put something in it like a back door where they can spy it. And that's how they're going to do it. Like, they're going to do it like that. Kind of like these Amazon thinking the way they are, things where on one hand they're saying, oh, we're not spying on you, but then they're saying, oh, we want to get the data from some cases where they said we want to get the data, listen to it, if overheard a murder or something. Obviously, they are able to pull the data from these things, you know, to listen in. I think that's pretty much how they'll introduce this stuff. They'll introduce it as like, you know, toys or fancy gadgets that people should have. If they just said, right, we're going to spy on everyone's thoughts, they know people will, you know, backlash against that. So they're just going to like be, okay, you know, this is the latest toy, you know, you can connect this to your PS, like PS7 by that or something, you know, and it will control it with your mind, you know, you can play this game with your mind. People will buy that, you know what I mean? People will buy that and accept that. So that's the kind of way that they do this. They kind of offer it in like a cool toy or something. Yeah, they'll definitely incorporate it with society. Sounds like a big technology. And that operates on the I can't remember the wavelength it operates on, but I know it operates on a wavelength that this technology uses. So,
Yo, nice. You got the article, right?
yeah, the laser one, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Stop that now, man. That was cool. Just in case. And are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What it's done, but it's fine. Sneaky, man. If I open this article, didn't change it, or close it, I'm gonna have to call back.
I can't hear you, man.
But the article's gone off my computer. They must have done something on my computer because the article's been closed.
Oh, word?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call back.
So you can't open it then, right?
It's gone, yeah, it's gone. I didn't close it. It's gone.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send it to Dan.
Yeah, that might be the best idea because I've got a feeling if I go off the phone, it'll probably put me off. I didn't close that. I had it open and then I shut the laptop case, left it open. We had it open, so I remember opening it. The sneaking on is like, they know that I'm going to have to disconnect my phone. Then they'll be like, oh, okay, we're going to stop them getting in again. Yeah, I'd have to unplug the line cable.
Yeah, I know it's annoying. It's basically,
Yeah, 'cause I had it, because I only have one line cable, so I can't run the computer and the phone at the same time.
right.
So unplug it. So basically what I did was just open it on my laptop and then unplugged it, put the screen down. The article was there, just wait. Just closed it without me realizing. Do it, I'll have to disconnect the phone and probably know full well to disconnect the phone and try and call back and put it in. Don't even have to try it. You know. People I just know.
Huh?
Especially the next decade goes on, we'll see more of this technology coming out. Yeah, honestly, in like 15 years, being like remote, it's not my. I'm controlling the sensitive things in my.
Adam, can you do me a favor and check your email when you get a chance? I think it went through. I'm not too surprised that they're doing this. You know what I'm saying? Because they recruited on the phone, they recruited. They're doing all types of shit, right?
Disconnect the phone so they can see that.
I could barely hear you, man. I don't know what's going on.
They're probably messing with it. I said, I guess if they deleted that off, you know, close that window to make me disconnect the phone so they can block me from getting back in.
Right.
I didn't close that. I had it open specifically. I opened it specifically and I didn't close it.
Yeah, I know. They good for that, man. You know how they're doing. They're going
Very
to fuck with me.
subtle hacking. They like to be that subtle kind of hacking. Like they're not gonna destroy your computer. Well, they sometimes do. So they're not gonna, you know, make all your pages go. But just like the little things they do to try and sabotage but not leave any evidence. Anyone else would be like, oh, you know, I must have closed the page, you know, I must have accidentally done it. I know I didn't close it. Gaslighting, yeah. I've been doing a lot of gaslighting on me actually. I had an item, I left at my mum's, that disappeared. That's gone. So, after being gaslighting me in my mum's house, and we can't easily get into my house, so they've been moving certain objects from mum's house or stealing them. Talking to them about this is like talking to a brick wall. It's like, you know, they're like, oh, well, it'll turn off. I'm like, yeah, it'll turn off, probably. They'll put it back. Like, it'll be gone for several weeks, and and turn up again. And place will turn up. Weird place. They tell you didn't put it, you know. That's how they like to do it. Matter of fact, you know, when you gave me your home phone number, that shit disappeared. I wrote that down on some paper in the house. That shit disappeared. I haven't found it since. You know what I mean? He probably took his nick back. Oh, don't know where it's gone, or it's gone. Assuming they took it. I definitely wrote your number down on a piece of paper because I remember you asking me to do it. And I did it, and it's gone. Like, there's no sign of it anywhere. I left it in my room as well. I didn't put it anywhere else. Like, it's always the little things, little inexpensive things. The odd bit of paper here, you know, the odd pen there.
Dianna, you still there?
Yeah.
You didn't get it yet?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
All right, it's, the Pentagon has a laser that can identify people from distance by their heartbeat. And this is on MIT Technology Review by David Hansen. Everyone's heartbeat is different, like the iris or fingerprint. Our unique cardiac signature can be used as a way to tell us apart. Usually, it can be done from a distance. It's that last point that has intrigued U.S. Special Forces. Other long-range biometric techniques include gait analysis, which is the way you walk, which identifies what I just said, he or she walks. This method was supposedly used to identify an infamous ISIS terrorist before a drone strike. So we have this stupid ad blocking. Okay, so but gaits, like faces, are not necessarily distinctive. An individual's cardiac signature is unique, though. And like faces or gait, it remains constant and cannot be altered or disguised. Okay. It goes all in here. I'm just trying to go here.
Okay, so that was it for the article.
No, just a minute.
All right.
Yeah,
Cool. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. So we have to have all on the record, so, and also very important that we got that on there.
It's not done. I just had to load it or whatnot.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Okay. So it goes on to long-range detection. It says the new device developed for the Pentagon after U.S. Special Forces reconnaissance can identify people without seeing their face. Instead, it detects their unique cardiac signature with an infrared laser. While it works at 200 meters, 219 yards, longer distances could be possible with a better laser. I don't want to say you could do it from space, quoted as Stuart Renway, off the Pentagon's Combating Terrorism Technical Support Office, but longer ranges should be possible. Contact infrared sensors are often used to automatically record a patient's pulse. They work by detecting the changes in reflection of infrared light caused by blood flow. By contrast, the new device called JetSync uses a technique known as laser vibrometry to detect the surface movement caused by the heartbeat. This works through typical clothing like a shirt and a jacket, though not thicker clothing such as a winter coat. The most common way of carrying out remote biometric identification is by face recognition, but this means good frontal view of the face, which can be hard to obtain, especially from the drone. Face recognition may also be confused by beard, sunglasses, or headscarf. Cardiac signatures are already used for serious identification. The Canadian company NAPPY has developed a wrist-worn pulse sensor as an alternative to fingerprint identification. The technology has been trialed by the Halifax Building Society in the UK. This extends this approach by adapting an off-the-shelf device that is usually used to check vibration from a distance in structures such as wind turbines or jetting. A special symbol is added so that an invisible quarter-sized laser spot could be kept on the target. It takes about 30 seconds to get a good return. So at present, the device is only effective when the subject is sitting or standing. Other than face recognition, Ramley's team then developed algorithms capable of extracting the cardiac signature from the laser signals. The Jetson can achieve over 95% accuracy under good conditions, and this might be further improved. In practice, it's likely that Jetson would be used alongside facial recognition or other identification methods. When Yao Su of the State University of New York at Buffalo has also developed a remote cardiac sensor. Although it works only up to 20 meters away and uses radar, he believes that the cardiac approach is far more robust than facial recognition. Compared with space, cardiac biometrics are more stable and can reach more than 98% accuracy, he says. One glaring limitation is the need for database of cardiac signatures, but even without this, the system has its uses. For example, an insurgent seen in a group planting an IED could later be positively identified from cardiac signatures, even if the person's name and face are unknown. Biometric data is also routinely collected by U.S. armed forces in Iraq and Afghanistan, so cardiac data could be added to that library. In the longer run, this technology could find many more uses, which developers believe. For example, a doctor could scan for arrhythmias and other conditions remotely. Or hospitals could monitor the condition of patients without having to wire them up to machines. All right, that's the end of the article.
Okay. Pardon me for interrupting you a little while ago there, Dan. I didn't know, I didn't realize that you were loading the page still. I thought it was like a really short article, but it was even better than I expected. Thank you once again. This is definitely something that I think we should all look at in regards to how all these clandestine type of, neuro weapons and things of that nature that are like biotechnology and shit like that, things that have to do with the biology makeup of a human being. They use that sort of thing, and they're putting it out there now. Interesting how they're putting that out there now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shouldn't be too surprised due to the fact of the technology that's already been out there marketed via Facebook, via iPhones, Apple with the whole retina and thumbprint recognition, facial recognition, iris recognition, I believe. So this is all stuff that they've been working on for a long time. It's just that they're coming out with certain things now for whatever reason. Because as the saying goes, everything has its full reason. So they must be getting ready to drop some heavy duty type of shit, in regards to laws and in regards to science and technology. And, they're trying to get people, I guess, to a certain extent, prepped up, kind of like predictively programmed, like they have done throughout time, countless times, through movies, books, like I was talking to Madison earlier via email. We were communicating back and forth, and we, both had agreed upon the science fiction that we grew up on, whether it's Star Trek or whether it's, something to do with things that have kind of like a fantasy base to it at one point, is now not science fiction, but science fact. And that too, I believe, was by design. It's a way of indoctrinating you, a way of predictively programming you. Dan, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was also meant to, not just prepare us, but entice us for the coming technology. Like I remember watching the Jetsons when I was a kid, and you remember Elroy had his phone watch, and they had the flying cars. We don't have flying cars yet, but we have the phone watch. So they call it fruit technology because it's supposed to beat you in to the had a home phone, we maybe if we were lucky had a home computer, you know, and then now everybody's so used to having a cell phone, and we feel like we can't function without it. We make it necessary to have a phone for any kind of job, and even a vehicle. You know, a lot of these jobs, when you look, they say you need, you know, a working phone, you need a reliable vehicle. You know, these are certain things that they have made requirements, you know, just to function in society. And a lot of people, not everybody is privileged or, you know, financially able to have a vehicle or even a smartphone. So I definitely feel like they're engineering society the way they want with, you know, these shows and then slowly introducing us to, you know, these things. You know, it's the same with gentrification, with how they set up the cities and the neighborhoods. You know, you can't live in particular neighborhoods without a vehicle. You know, so I think eventually we're going to get to the point where we have, you know, the rich that have their homes, you know, with their mailbox and their cars and their phones and everything, and then you'll have the poor that are probably going to live in old malls that are redesigned. Well, it's funny because it's what they were actually initially intended for, but they want to start making malls in the way that they're intended for, to have people live, eat, work, go to school, everything inside that building. So they're gonna, you know, it's already difficult enough, but I think they're gonna try and cut people off even more in that way.
I barely hear you.
Whether you can try and slow kill them in that environment with the technology. And here's the basic thing. You know, on the heartbeat sensor thing, this goes in with what I said earlier about how they kind of blank, you know, they package it with entertainment. Latest Xbox One, that can detect your heartbeat. That can actually literally detect your heartbeat. That's one of the ways it knows you're there. So you see what I mean?
It seems like they just want a foolproof way to be able to identify somebody in an instant to know if they're supposed to be where they are or not. You know, I think that, you know, with the social credit that has been building, you know, and states and countries are, you know, enforcing or, you know, utilizing that.
Communism. Everybody is. You don't question them.
I barely hear you.
Let me say again, I think it's like they're trying to create a type of techno-communism, where, but it's just like techno-communism but disguised as a democracy, in the sense that they want to make a society where you can't question anything but the official narrative, not to go along with what they say, or to have your job like a good old slave, you've got to your ID like a good old slave, don't question the poisonous water. And if you do, it's like they want to have they've got the technology to basically keep you into the hole without killing. They could pretty much do everything but killing you. And they can kill you with the technology or, you know, they just deny you everything. With this social credit stuff, if you have a low score, then you have an access to the deny you don't job, deny you. This is hand in hand as well with the plan. This is certainly a plan for the want to do with a physical cap, so that they can control who has access to the money, who does what with the money. So if they don't like you, if they say that, you know, you're trying to buy something and it'll say denied, something like that. So, and the mark of the beast and all that stuff. Go to the mark and buy or sell or whatever. But, like, only those with a good social credit standing can buy or sell. So, it's just another form of communism. But it's a new form. It's not really communism. It's something new. You know, it's like it's described it as something or other, like a mass dictatorship.
Yeah. It'll be like a dictatorship disguised as a democracy.
Yeah, like a Trojan horse. It's like, it looks like a democracy from the outside. Once you're in there, the democracy, if you go along with the program, you go along with what they want, but like this deviation, and they'll start using the technology on you to start denying you things. As long as you go with the program, you've got freedom. Don't then after you basically having anything. Into the society it seems they want us to live in, where you can't question anything. It's like you can't think for yourself. They wanna think for you. They wanna tell you what to think, tell you what to do. You don't have that freedom. You don't have that freedom of choice or thought. Back in 1984, the difference was not done. 1984, instead of torturing you, they won't take you to room 101. Torture you from a distance, so I think it's a poor they'll just basically deny you anything. I can say you could yourself and live in the wild or something. Society they're trying to create. Believe the occupations. It's like something from a dream or a sci-fi movie. It looks like a sci-fi movie. Heroes still say, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't hear you.
And it's very disturbing what they're doing.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, if you think about it, you know, we've all come across some form of clandestine technology like that as TI. And I'm talking about after the fact, not before we knew. And when we read stuff like that, it makes us realize one thing. Well, I'm going to speak for me, though, because I'm not going to say I'm going to speak for me. What I start thinking when I see that stuff is they're getting ready to drop some shit, you know what I mean? And they're trying to get people to get used to the idea of this shit all around us. And they did it smoothly with the Facebooks, the MySpaces, the cell phones, the upgrading of the cell phones from one camera to two cameras on, FaceTime in the front, one in the back, and then, divulging all your personal information, making, giving your information popular, you know what I'm saying, without even realizing it, you know what I mean? The whole Metro card thing in the subway. Because I remember when I go back to like the 1980s when it was tokens and it had the NY in the middle of the token. I go back to those times, you know what I mean? And I remember it was like 75 cents a ride. It's up to, I believe, $3.50 a ride now. To go and come back, about $7. You know what I'm saying? So they got you used to swiping cards. They got you used to seeing cameras, surveillance cameras. Little by little, it started off small. It always does. But eventually it leads to that sort of thing. Regardless of whether we want to or not, they always seem to find a way to get this Orwellian, futuristic, dystopic type of future, you know what I'm saying, that we've read or that we've seen in movies. Blade Runner, maybe Blade Runner's a little bit too exaggerated to look at as something that's in the near horizon, but I'll tell you this, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't be too surprised if that shit could be actually, done, like maybe 30 years from now, or some shit like that, I'm looking at things now from a perspective like, damn, they're coming out with this shit now. Why? What's the reason behind that? Why do they want people? Well, it's not like everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? These types of articles come across people that, you know, are really diggers that dig for stuff like that. And then they pass it on to people when they post it or what have you, certain forums, conspiracy theory forums, you know what I'm saying, things of that nature. The real news, you know, stuff like that, even though a lot of people perpetrating a front talking about their real news, but they ain't real shit. You know, they're using that as a guise to help, you know, some new type of indoctrination and to make himself this guy amongst wolves who she's clothing. You know, putting out with stuff that's not even relevant, but stuff to get people entertained. But this sort of stuff, this sort of material, new articles like this, are good to definitely share and to speak on topics of discussion, and also to disseminate amongst ourselves, to share and to get other people familiarized and educated about this sort of technology that is being kept on the wraps and now is being, for some reason or another, bit by bit, piece by piece, kind of like feeding it to the people in little pieces, you know, to get them used to it. It's always like a slow transition of the situation.
And I remember I had an argument with someone on YouTube who was basically saying it was a fallacy. Like, this shit is no fallacy, you know what I mean? This is a real tactic to gradually be into the use in the sense that one thing will be gone and then another thing will be gone and then another thing will be, well, you know it, it's all gone, you know what I mean? That's kind of tactic they use. Basically, it's either you acclimatize people to the technology or the, you know, reduction of your personal freedom. You know, for instance, with the Air Force, you know, it started off metal detectors and then, you know, I kind of agree with that. You know, when the plane gets blown up, but now you've got, like, all your bags are getting food, and that's unnecessary because we have x-rays for that. They're physically looking through the bags, they're putting swabs on people's hands for explosives, they're tapping people down. Scanners now, they can see through clothes, all that kind of crazy shit. So it's getting to the point, and not only that, they're just getting to the point now where you have to pretty much give your biometric data to fly. You know, the scanners in some places in the airport where they'll scan your fingerprint. Like, you're not being asked, can we take your fingerprint, can we take your facial scan? They're just taking all that. On from simple security measures to getting much information about you as you want. All of that will go on some kind of data, you know, of all the people that they fingerprint or face scan or whatever. It all goes on some database. So that's how it works, you know, bit by bit they increase the statement of how things are or action or surveillance. How it works.
Absolutely. No doubt. But yeah, you had said earlier, I'm not 100%, you let me know if you didn't say that, but I would have sworn I heard you say that Xbox could be your heartbeat or something like that.
The Xbox One, yeah.
If you don't mind going into that a little more, man, because I had no idea about that, man.
I don't know how it exactly works because I don't own one, but I do know it has some scanner in it that can detect your heartbeat and it basically knows when you're in the room, and it can recognize the personal user just by being in the room, pretty much. Once it like scans you, and then when it scans you, I think it can always stay locked until the person comes in the room. So, or if say other people using it, it can scan them. and, you know, recognize the user in the room, basically.
Wow. I didn't never get an Xbox One. I was thinking about getting one in the future. I'm still good with my Xbox 360. I have mad games I haven't even played or opened yet. But I always felt like at one point I was going to get it. You know what I mean? But now that I hear that, I mean, I'm not too surprised. I shouldn't be. But it makes sense, you know, because I'll tell you what, I already have something that I believe has something similar or about that sort of biometric data collected, because I had bought a sound bar not too long ago. I believe it was in the summer. Maybe a little, no, it was in the spring. My bad. I bought a sound bar and whatnot. And I noticed that when I had left the room while I had something playing on it, it stopped, you know, and I was like, that's weird. You know, I didn't stop it. So I go to the room, look on the screen, and on the screen it said, we don't like playing to an empty room. So automatically, to my knowledge at that point, I was like, yo, these motherfuckers got Joe. So I automatically assumed it was the perps playing games, because I know that, you know, they could see us in real time through 3D imaging or whatever the fuck it is that they're using. Like, you know, you had said, like, the whole through the wall technology, the millimeter radar tracking thing or what have you. You know what I'm saying? They can see in real time our movement in there. Now, I'm thinking at that time that it was something like that going on. And they were just trying to gaslight me into, you know, paranoid and feeling a certain type of way. You know, trying to ignite the whole fight or flight response type shit. But after hearing what you said, and then also talking to Nigel about it on a separate conversation that I had brought up to him about that, he had mentioned to me something about that they do have certain sensors built in to certain new technology, like audio, video technology-based products, like, you know, whether it's DVD players, MP4s, MP3 players, all that stuff. They've built in within the new versions of these products this type of, you know, technology. So I'm like, wow.
I found an article that was actually talking about what Matt had mentioned about the Xbox camera. Actually, yeah, it's in Smart TVs too, but this article is by homedicsgeek.com. It says, yes, Xbox One Connect can see you through your clothes. Okay, it says, while there are some who are perhaps a little over-concerned at the notion of there being an always on camera pointed into your living room, the notion that this camera can peer through your clothing is maybe worth being a little concerned over. The debug mode for the Xbox One Connect is not something most users will ever see. It's designed to offer developers the tools needed to make sure their games are reacting when they should be. If you've not seen this screen yet, however, it's nothing short of impressive. This and other camera modes are what's responsible for drawing an accurate map of your body to be used during gameplay. For some games, the placement of your hips and how you have your leg space is important to have information to have. In demonstrating this particular view, it's pointed out that one of the camera modes has no problem at all seeing what you've got going on under your clothes. And there is a video in the article that people can watch. I did send it to your email, RTTC. Anything that would stick out and affect your clothing in some way can be seen with Kinect cameras. If you take a look at the video from Microsoft's research group on the new Kinect sensor, you can see it's really not at all difficult to make out a penis. Depending on the type of clothing, the same effect would be present for breasts. This isn't a live feed sent back to the developer or anything, but given how the original Kinect was hacked for hundreds of other projects, it isn't hard to imagine a scenario where one of these cameras was put in a public place for similar projects. In that situation, this kind of information would be available to the developers. This is one of those things that isn't a huge deal on the face of it, but the potential is there to see more than you probably should without permission. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that Microsoft should be asked to police, as has been suggested by others. That is something that users should be aware of if they participate in third-party Kinect projects. It seems unlikely that there would be any other scenario in which this would be a problem. After all, it's not like Microsoft would use the Kinect to determine your gender in order to better serve your advertisement right. On second thought, though, maybe that $20 cover isn't such a silly idea. So they actually had a cover that they sold separately to put on the camera sensor to try and, protect yourself. But yeah, anytime you have the sensor off or the shield off, it's going to see everything. So yeah, that's cool.
Thank you for that, Dianna. I kind of knew about the Kinect. I remember the Kinect. You know what I'm saying? I never got it, or if they had it for the 360 at one point. And I recall that what it was some sort of thing that could pick up your movement, like motion sensors and motion detection, things of that nature. That was like the prototype, as far as I know, as far as I could recall. Say that again, Dianna?
I said, yeah, that Kinect is old technology now.
Right. So, as far as I could recall, there was things like tennis, and you would have to move your arm like if you had a racket in your hand and play like that. They would read your movements and your motion sensors from the Kinect, things of that nature. So now they built it in with certain things in Xbox One. That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, go again?
I was referring the question over to you or Knight in regards to the Xbox One, saying that they can do that now with the Xbox One, that they can read through your clothes and things of that nature as you're playing at home, sitting in your living room on the couch. They can kind of detect who you are through your heartbeat. Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah, the technology in the Xbox, that's what it was capable of doing.
Pretty sure it can differentiate between people. Don't know how it works. Because I remember reading an article saying it's your heartbeat. If you measure your emotions, your answers, to some extent, I think it could figure out what kind of mood you're in. Something like that.
Speak up a bit.
But I think it has the ability to even kind of guess the mood you're in as well. Yeah. So it's not like 100% accurate, but I think you could tell to some extent. I could be wrong, but I'm sure I remember reading somewhere like it could kind of guess what kind of mood you're in. And your facial, your facial muscles, basically, it could work out if you're happy or happy. So, you know what it's supposed to. I don't think it could read your mind like the technology the perps use on us, but it was just like through your facial expressions, it could figure out what kind of music through the camera.
I see what you're saying. It's like, the question now, I guess, should be, what can't they do with this technology at this point?
Right, it seems like their main push for, I don't know how many years, but over, I'm guessing past 20 or more years, is data collection. Just like with the cardiac, identification, they need that database. So that's why they're collecting as much as they can. That's why they were using Facebook and other social media. They want, all the information on you, the metadata in your photos, not just the facial recognition, but where you are, where you go on a frequent basis. Yeah, it just seems like it's all a huge data collection operation. Like, I personally believe all the updates on the phone have to do with data collection. That instead of updating an app, they're most likely collecting data off of your phone.
I mean, when you think about it, the phone is not a phone, it's a sensor. Sensor you carry with you everywhere you go. It knows the GPS tracks, it has a GPS sensor, it has motion sensors, it's got cameras built in, it's connected to, the mobile network. it can be tracked wherever you go. You're carrying a sensor. So when everybody's carrying sensors, you know, you can see how they could use that to collect the data from all these phones and put it on some kind of supercomputer, you know, to store the data. So that's what all the intelligence agencies are doing now, and with the HQ and Homeland Security and all that. They've got these massive computers. Those computers are probably using all the information from these smartphones, all going onto some huge database. They've probably got files for each person. You know, one thing I did learn is what the intelligence agencies are doing. You know how they're getting around the spying laws? Instead of the United States secret, you know, service or whatever spying on its citizens, they'll be spying on another country's citizens, say like the UK, and then the UK will be spying on the US, and then they'll relay that information to each other. That's how they basically been getting around the spying law. Because it doesn't apply, because they can basically spy on another country, you know, but then they'll send that information to the other country. So they'll spy on their citizens, and then send the information on their citizens to that country that they're allies with. And then that country will spy on the US, and then send the information they got from the US service to the US, you know, security agency. That way we can spy on everyone legally in a sense. One thing, that's how they're doing it. That's crazy, man, but that's basically what they've been doing. Found out how
That was very well said, man, as well for both of them there. I gotta commend both you and Dianna. Dianna, that was great data recall on your behalf in regards to, that's why these people have been collecting all this metadata, all this sensors like Marathon had mentioned, you know what I'm saying? It's picking up shit automatically. As you go somewhere, it's sending that information to a server somewhere, and it's being collected, and it's being, you know, I guess, accumulated. You know what I mean? As far as how many times you went to Walgreens this week, how many times you stopped by for gas in the middle of going to Walgreens, and then probably stopped by to get a drink or two from, let's say, 7-Eleven. Like that, they'll collect that metadata as you're just going along your route to these spots. That stuff, you know, along with what you said too, and before, how you mentioned how Google was trying to freaking mark everything and anything with sensors, right? Did you tell me that?
Right. There is a push to put sensors and all kinds of products to prepare for the Internet of Things, where they will be tracking everything with a microchip.
Right. I remember that. Yo, Jay, my bad, man. If you can, speak up if they're doing something.
you know, that's the new push they're going for. They're trying to basically with the 5G system, sensors, everything to watch your poster, so that they can basically spy on. And
right.
I remember reading somewhere that the intelligence agencies were saying that they wanted that. They wanted to have like a sensor in them and then be linked to the Internet thing. But think about it, they could basically shut down your house if they wanted to. If all your devices can be controlled, they could shut your lights off, they could shut your power off. They could cause, you know, a heater to overheat and set fire to your house. So,
Right.
these days, if you had a central computer that is connected to these sensors to a wire, It's not wired to anything outside of your house, and the computer is not connected to the internet, then it'd be safe because you have control of the system. But when all your devices are connected to the 5G, which is going to be, I believe, connected to very powerful supercomputers outside of your house, and it's not centralized, it's not like the computer is in your hand. The computer is connected to, or computer is outside of your hand, it's someone else. But you basically, it's like giving them a remote control toy. Your house is a remote control toy, and they've got the control to the toy.
Good comparison.
They've got the remote. So that's basically what the Internet of Things is. Of course, they say, oh, it's going to be easier. And that's not even counting the radiation hazards from the wireless. But basically giving control to someone else over your house. Pretty much. If someone hacks your devices, they can do anything in your house. Pretty much. I think it's a good idea in the sense of having a computer being able to control things in your house, as long as the computer is in your hands and it's not, it's hardwired into the house and it can't be accessed from outside the house. Then, it's kind of cool in a way. But if it's connected to the grid outside, anyone can hack that. You know what I mean? Government or hackers with enough skills, they can hack that. It's how your whole house is vulnerable to being hacked.
Right. That makes hella sense. Yo, I got a question for you, Jay. Being that you from the UK and you're out there, and from what I understand, a historical review through the science and technology aspect in comparison in between the UK and the US. I've noticed that the UK was a lot quicker in expanding that sort of surveillance society alongside China. I don't know if you get what I'm asking you in regards to why that is, because I'm asking you because I figure you're from out there, you've seen shit going on, being that you're a TI too. Did you ever think that, it would be to the level that it is now? Knowing what you know now, not knowing what you knew then, but knowing what you know now, right? Looking back on retrospect, do you believe the UK fully had knowledge beforehand of what exactly they wanted to do with that society out there to turn it to the way they turned it now?
Yeah. I remember child, when I was in primary school, they had these these things were like old-fashioned looking. They were big, you know what I mean? And they're about 3 or 4 or 5 times as big as the cameras they use now. You could easily spot them if they had them. And this was in the 90s, happened in the 90s. They could be moved and they could look down the street. I remember that. Yeah, definitely. I think they've been pushing the surveillance society in the UK for a long time. Not just with the CCTV, but with the basically what they're doing, where they are weaponizing, the council, the civilians. They've got this regulatory investigatory powers act where they're basically using either just the council or the NHS as part of the surveillance group. It's like they are kind of like with the fusion centers in the US, they're including agencies that wouldn't be anywhere remotely related to surveillance or any of this stuff. Including surveillance. So they're basically weaponizing all of the government agencies a part of surveillance. I mean, as for the technology, yeah, it just surprised me learning about the technology they have. But how they're using the technology doesn't surprise me, because I know that the people in charge of the UK government are definitely all about it and all about knowing what everybody's doing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's pretty much how it is. I think the UK, I believe the UK is the most spied upon country in the world for cameras. So, probably being overtaken by China now, because they're getting some better cameras than we have, in a sense, with the facial recognition and stuff like that. But I think this country has been like the blueprint for the surveillance state in a lot of places in the Western world. Since it's New York City, I'm sure they took people from there, and the government has gone to look at London and like how do these cameras work and all that. And then probably got inspired by that, because people in New York, and I'm seeing about as many cameras there as what they have here, you know what I mean? So, that's my thoughts on especially in the UK, definitely the government stuff.
But Dianna, what about yourself out there in Arizona? What have you noticed in regards to this technology taking flight the way it has, throughout the time frame that you've been out there?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what to say besides they are pushing these 5G towers everywhere. Like these so-called cell phone towers, they're described as every type of tree or plant we got out here. We have, pine trees and other type of trees that will disguise these cell phone towers as, or even cactus will be these weird towers. So I've seen them on church properties. They'll put giant crosses on them to hide the panels. There's one intersection, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 blocks away, where there's one on every corner. So, they're big and ugly, and I don't trust them. So, that's one thing that's definitely, off the top of my head is most visible and concerning. But, I don't know, is that where we were going with that, or?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I was trying to gauge more or less from Donna Thunder's perspective out in the UK, and then your perspective here in the US, specifically in your state, in Arizona. And then I'm looking at my scenario over here in New York City, where things move a lot quicker, and there's a lot more promotion for this type of stuff everywhere you look. I mean, it's crazy. It's like almost like a scene out of the movie Minority Report, if you remember, when this guy was like, Tom Cruise, the character, was walking down the street, and he would look at freaking billboard images that would come to life, that would be animated and things like that. Wherever he looked at, wherever he focused his vision, wherever he, you know what I'm saying, it would just like, boom, light up and start trying to sell him something. It's not too far away from that right now as I'm speaking to you out here. They got billboards like that here. Now, I'm not saying they have it exactly the way in the movie where he would see it, specified to his taste. Not like that, but I'm sure they're working on that. They got Alexa, they got YouTube. I mean, how many times have y'all been talking on the phone and you say something in regards to maybe a movie or a song or a food or what have you, right? An animal, anything. Next thing you know, on your recommendations list, these things that you were talking about maybe an hour later or maybe a half hour later will pop up on your recommendations list.
Well, I wanted to mention one other thing, though. something that's been happening pretty much worldwide that I think there's still unanswered questions on or disinformation being spread about it is the whole chemtrails, engineering thing. Like, we've seen it heavy in the valley for years, and people theorizing on it, and of course it was called a conspiracy theory, but now it's a legit conspiracy. And there was in 2018 a conference to start geoengineering testing in Tucson. So it's not something secret anymore. They came out and said we want to do this testing over Tucson to spray these chemicals. And there's no, doubt that they're not contrails. Contrails are, water vapor that dissipates within a few seconds. These chemtrails, are spread out, over the entire sky. They don't dissipate for hours. They actually spread out and get bigger and create an entire blanket over the skyline.
Yep. You're absolutely right about that. And another thing I wanted to add too, it just happens to be that YouTube happens to, for whatever reason, they started doing this. I forgot if it was maybe 2018, at the beginning of 2018, if I recall correctly. I have a few chemtrail videos on my channel. Night of Thunder has some on his, and a few, several other TIs that I know have a few chemtrail videos. Anyway, what they started doing, YouTube, was that they started incorporating, without asking us or without saying anything, no warning and no anything, they kind of like placed a Wikipedia type of explanation in the description automatically on all those chemtrail videos showing contrails. You know what I mean? Like saying these are contrails, as opposed to, oh, these are the phenomena worldwide. People are talking about chemtrails or chemical trails. No, they're trying to discredit the reality of chemtrails by naming them contrails and putting a Wikipedia type of explanation and picture showing actual contrails being shown in an animated form with a plane flying in the air to discredit any type of person, any truther, any targeted individual exposing that phenomena. And this is facts. You know what I'm saying? I could go right now on one of my channels, pardon me, one of my videos depicting the whole chemtrail thing, and I guarantee you that I would find on each one of them that same thing within the description popping out. It's like a pop out. It's not something that you got to click on the description. It's actually already there. You can see it before you even click. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Crazy.
That's how they go for those. Not only that, it's the same tactic. It's like they're already doing it. Yeah, they're saying, oh, should we geoengineer? So I've been seeing a lot of that as well. Then should we spray to stop global warming? It's like they've already been doing that for years. They've been doing it. So they're just trying to systemize what they've been doing illegally. There wasn't any public consultation on whether or not they should do this. They've just done it without telling the population. So none of the health risks of the chemicals they're spraying were considered. They just thought, okay, we're going to do it. We're not going to ask the people who are going to be spraying this over what they think or how they feel. There'll be no research into the effects of the chemicals they're spraying. They're just going to do it. That's the sort of thing, they act like they're not doing it, and then they say, oh, should we do it? When they've been doing it, are doing it every day.
Yep.
Or to probably say, should we remote neural monitor people we think are terrorists? Already doing the shit that people they feel like doing. When the remote neural monitoring comes out, they'll probably say some shit like, we use it. been using it years and decades and decades.
Because
They'll probably say, should we use this when they've been using it for years and decades and decades?
In regards to what?
Remote neural monitoring.
Oh, I forgot to say this. I'm glad you brought that up, Jay. I found an article talking about neural monitoring, right? I went and I had sent it to you guys. Oh, no, pardon me. I sent it to myself to see if it worked, the link, right? That's what I did first. And then when I sent it to myself and clicked on it, it was an article from Reddit. I don't know if you guys heard of the website Reddit. And when I click on the damn link, all that pops out is that animated, I guess you could call it a mascot for the website, and that's all you see. But there was an actual article on neural monitoring. That's what I wanted to add on to the all. If you notice, the whole topic tonight was based upon this type of technology. So I wanted to incorporate, obviously, neural monitoring in that motherfucker, but they had other plans, obviously. So they did something where I couldn't open that particular link, and I know I saw it and I know I read it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot it and I'm going to save it for next time. Or I might just incorporate it within this description after the fact. So that way it'll be there, at least in screenshot form.
Yeah, I think that's the technology they're afraid of getting out the most. That technology that will change the world, will know it forever. Not only that, people would be looking for ways to defend themselves from that technology. So they basically lose that ability to spy on people's minds. It came out into the open, so I'm sure there'd be countless people making apps and stuff. There would be remote neural monitoring proof. So I think that's their like ace card that they don't want anyone to stop them having.
But I mean, I already saw something that bugged me out that I didn't know of until I started peeping it and I started watching it a little more and more. I'm assuming you guys heard of Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, the guy that made the public.
Yeah. Are you familiar with what he created or what he's trying to do in regards to what he's affiliated with?
No, but it gets awesome.
All right. Basically, this guy is a billionaire, and he's invested in a company that has to do with, I guess you could say, brain-computer interfacing. That has to do with something that I guess his trademark is going to be called neural link. And you could already hear with the breakdown of that word what that's going to be about. They're going to try to make it where, like the Matrix, you could download information to your brain directly through something called a neural link. When you guys get the chance, I didn't hear you, Jay. I speak up.
I think that's what it's literally called in the Matrix, the neural link.
Really? Okay. I don't remember, but you're probably right. But when you guys get the chance and people listening to this played back podcast, look up this guy called Elon Musk. E as in Eric, L as in loud, O as in Oscar, N as in no. Elon Musk. M as in music, U as in umbrella, S as in Steve, and K as in kind. And then you look up neural link right after his name. Neural link, remote neural monitoring, or neural linguistic programming. You know what I'm saying? No pun intended or anything like that. Not trying to target anybody. Just putting this out there. Because I know how we can be as TI people listen to the debate and like, why is he saying those things in relation to that? That's why they target me. I've learned that from Nigel, you know, to put that out there just in case, you know, I'm not trying to target nobody, you know, so just want people to get educated. That's all.
I mean, like that guy, and the people, I guess, that we're dealing with, the super rich, big corporations that have this super technology.
Speak up, Jay.
This guy, Elon Musk, is like the people we're having to deal with, these super secretive kind of corporations.
Right. Yep. You already keep it.
Well, a corporation and the
Exactly. Exactly. You already know what time it is, Jay. I already see where you connected those dots to. You peep game already, so I know you know.
You know, they keep this technology on the run, so they use it, you know, to manipulate society and kind of try and control society and stuff like that. Actually, they want to use the technology more so, I guess, to bring out more people. Like the corporations in bed with the government, and the government in bed with the corporation.
Exactly. I like to bring this up right quick, Jay, if you don't mind, man. Something that you put me on a while back. You had recommended a game because, you know, both Man of Thunder and I have Xbox 360. So I was asking him at one point, oh, it's a good game, you know. He was let me know shit like a cop. He was like, yo, this is a game had to do with like a futuristic setting type of thing. But the character was like a secret agent, you know. Forgot the name of it. If you don't mind, Jay, what was the name of that? It was that.
Yeah, exactly that.
That's it. I would have never remembered that shit. That's it. And yo, Jay, man, you would know that storyline way better than I would. So if you don't mind going into that a little bit to incorporate what we've been talking about tonight as the topics of discussion, things of that nature, see how it relates.
Well, this game is about basically set in the future where nations, whole of America, towards the other parts of the world, is basically a plague going around. It's set in New York, and by this guy who's basically like a cybernetic, not like a robot, but he has, you know, enhancements on his body and stuff like that. He's working for the UN, but he's come to realize that the UN is the people they're calling terrorists, not actually terrorists, because it starts off with basically fighting these people. Basically, you know, he comes to realize that they're corrupt and he can lie to. So, you know, he starts to fight for the people that he was fighting against. So this game, it has a lot of references to, you know, the Illuminati, Majestic 12, a lot of knowledge in the game. You can tell the person who made it was aware of all this kind of stuff. And there's a lot of references to, you know, implementation in this game, in New World Order as well. A very interesting game, quite dated now, but I think there's been quite a few sequels to the game made, which I've not played, but that game really made me think about a lot of things.
Thanks for that breakdown, James. No doubt, man. That game, and I still haven't really started to play that game. To be honest with you, I haven't played a lot of games yet. I've like let it collect there for a while, you know, and I look forward to playing that game, though, because there's a lot of stuff in there that correlates to the stuff we were talking about tonight, the topics of perception, the topics of discussion in relation to the articles and whatnot. So, you know, I don't see this changing anytime soon. I don't see anything going in about face. You know what I mean? I see everything continuing to flow towards the direction of a dystopian, futuristic type of Blade Runner society, man. I mean, that was far-fetched, man.
It was. Virus, the kind of virus that killed a lot of people off, and that goes hand in hand with the depopulation agenda. So there's the depopulation agenda in that game, because it's basically a bioweapon, that they've used. It's called the plague or something like that in the game. Like they're basically they're fighting. I think they're fighting over the remedy for the virus. The virus itself is basically man-made. Okay. Well, I think that's one of the things he finds out in the game, that the virus was man-made and not natural. Yeah, it's so many games and films are set in this dystopian future with authoritarian government, and civil unrest. You see it in a lot of movies and games, almost like it's programming. They're trying to program that into our subconscious that that's what the future's going to be like. It's going to be a police state.
Yeah, no doubt. Nappy had roots in the building. What's up, brother? How you been, man?
Right. Same thing, bro.
All right. That's what's up, man. We over here talking about all the futuristic things that have been taking place, man, and how certain things with technology, the chemtrails, metadata, the articles that were read tonight by Dianna and Knight, you know what I'm saying, in regards to, synthetic telepathy, which is pretty much talking with your mind silently with, other people through this specific technology. This article's already written behind science government-funded organization called DARPA, and they're the ones that are creating technologies for the military industry complexes. So I just, touching base with that stuff with Nate and Dianna, and we're just going back and forth in regards to where we are today with this technology and how that should have affected the population as a whole, and how we've all been slowly but surely indoctrinated into this shit through our cell phones, through our iPads, our television, smart TVs, and computers that touch screen and all this other stuff, man, how we've all been slowly indoctrinated into accepting this type of, controlled society, controlled environment, and they needed to look and feel cool to do it. You know what I'm saying? The same way that Facebook had made it cool to join their particular website, and MySpace was popping like crazy back then. All the people from MySpace jumped on to Facebook and pretty much turned, MySpace into a ghost town after that. So the whole thing with that, the correlation of going from tokens in the subway or on the bus to metro cards that you swipe like credit cards with the magnetic strip in the back that let you know at what time you left, at what time you arrived, shit like that. You know what I mean? Getting everyone used to that type of metadata collecting, it's like little by little closing in on your privacy more and more and more. You know what I'm saying? If you got anything that you could drop in regards to what you know about as far as that technology out there in California, because I remember you mentioning a while back in one of your videos, you were talking about this particular area around there. And I think it's in relation to a computer technology corporation or company. And it's Silicon Valley, if I'm not mistaken, man. And you said that there's a lot of shit that goes down there in regards to using mental patients to do certain things and testing it on them. Probably the mind control technology and shit like that. What have you witnessed that you can say for yourself that you're like, yo, man, I wouldn't be surprised if these motherfuckers are involved with that sort of thing?
Well, they definitely use mental patients on their with like they just shut down a mental institution place and they put everybody that was in that mental institution on the street and shit. And it just, for me, they have a stock around me 24/7.
I think the technology, I mean, well,
Yo, that part of me, brother. Something's going on with the way you're sounding on the call. It sounds a little metallic, like robotic. If you can you say that again? Yo. Can you hear me good? Now, okay, perfect.
Yeah, I think like the meditation that you see that you use it brings their level to a certain frequency, and they can better, use the devices on it, or use the devices on them. And with me, like, it's always the same. It's mainly always the same thing, not all the time, but most of the time, it's somebody coming to me telling me that I stopped their kid up and I killed me and took weird shit. You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we could hear you. I heard everything you said. I was just letting you finish. I didn't know if you had more to say.
Yeah, so I think the meditation and these weapons have a lot. Like, I think they're playing with these mental patients through the technology.
Let me ask you this. In what way do you think they're using the mental patients out there? Because I remember you mentioning it in that video, and you were like, yo, they got these motherfuckers out here targeting me, and they're probably feeding them peanuts, but they're probably being used as some sort of guinea pig experiment for the technology at the same time, and they don't even realize what's going on. You were like, there's mad things that you could tell are happening around that area specifically in regards to Silicon Valley. That's what I was trying to get at.
Well, then this is the fucking, this is where Google, this is where all the creators have there. A lot of creators of technology are out here, so they come out here and they test it out. They're not supposed to, but they're testing it out on them. And it doesn't matter who it is, like they're testing it out on anybody, basically, that they're so fit. But it doesn't matter, you can have money, you don't have, you could be homeless. If you have money, they're going to try and make you up. Harassment, the technology harassment out here is so much.
I mean, I figured that was because, like you said, man, there's Google's out there, as far as I know. YouTube is out there, you know. What you hear?
Adobe, Google is fucking doing hella purpose on here and shit. Like, they're buying up the properties and building up, building up fucking property.
Yo, were you aware of Amazon and Google teaming up, buying up property out there? Is that true?
No, I didn't know Amazon was, but I don't feel it past them. Amazon is out here too.
Right.
Amazon is so big out here. They got like, they got fitness destinations and shit like at 7-Eleven and liquor stores and shit. Like they got their, like if you have something fit for you and shit, like to get it closer to you, like they'll put it in a 7-Eleven. Like they got lockers at 7-Eleven, little mom and pop stores and shit.
Wow. Yo, Matt, have you seen any more of those flyers, man, that you saw at 7-Eleven, remember? That you was like, yo, I'm recording this shit, putting it up on my channel. It was like showing like the business correlation with the corporations and 7-Eleven and all that with the night, neighborhood watch app. All this shit, get free stuff all of a sudden. You ain't seen no more of them joints out there?
Nah, so recently. Nothing for done.
Say that again?
Nothing for first time. Nothing for one time.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's getting crazy out there, bro. It's literally getting crazy.
What's the latest that you could say has gone to the point where you're like, yo, man, this shit is like, damn, off the meat rack, right? You already said the whole Google and Amazon, or the Google buying up man properties out there and stuff like that. That's definitely a huge one right there. But besides that, what else?
Police and the fake crime cases going on with the latest. And using a bunch of different fucking cruisers and shit, which are like some fake shit. Like, it's bad, man. Like, it's like the whole world is turned childish and shit. Like, all the adults are fucking kids and shit. And they just have a fucking fun bullying people.
Wow. I mean, I'm looking at this shit now, like, they coming out and not holding back as far as certain things with technology. I don't know if you know this, man, but when you get a chance, you can check out in the description of this video during playback later on. I'm going to put all the articles in there, man. These people are coming out with something that you can speak from mind to mind from the military here in the U.S. It's called Silent Talk. And they had this other joint where they would, the Pentagon created a laser that could track people by their heart. Because like everyone has a distinct fingerprint that can't be duplicated. Apparently everyone has a distinct heartbeat that can't be duplicated either. The only thing that they're claiming about this specific laser technology is that it can only work within a certain amount of a certain range. Got to be type close to you, yards wise and shit. And you got
to remember though, that's just what they're telling you.
No, I know that. I said that earlier, and you're absolutely right, man. That for all we know, they could have been created this thing, and they've been modifying and testing it on us, targeted individuals, and even other people that are undesirables, people that they don't want around, that they're trying to do a depopulation on, and they're testing these specific type of weapons on people like us. to modify it, to perfect it, and shit like that. You're absolutely right. That's what I had said earlier, man. That these people, they don't just come on and say something like that for no reason. Like they deciding now all of a sudden to let people know about this shit. They've been, and I wouldn't be surprised if this shit is like 15 years old, maybe even more, maybe 20 years old. Because I remember speaking to people that were conspiracy theory, quote unquote, heads. Like me and shit, I consider myself one of those people that want to put a label on me and shit. You know, and I remember thinking back and looking back at shit, and these people will come out with stuff, let's say the cell phones with the cameras and shit. Back in the 80s or the 70s, they already had it, but they had it shit hidden. But only certain people were allowed to use it. And they made sure to keep it under wraps. Like if they were on an island somewhere, it was just elite people, they'll take them out like nothing, like the way we see them every day here, and, you know, around our local areas and shit. I wouldn't be surprised with something like that, because this technology, man, these people don't create shit and just put it out there for people to know about because they care about you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at that shit for what it's worth, and then I'm looking at the fact that when they create something and they let you know, it's because they already had that shit been, you know, out there already. It was just under wraps for many, many decades. It could be 20 years. I've heard people talk about in these conspiracy theory circles that the technology that they let us have, and they let us see, is stuff that is like 20, 30 years behind what they really got.
You know, saying that shit is to the military, is just the evil into the idea. So the soon they'll be making video games and making games and shit where it's two helmets and shit and trying to make it look good. You and your friend can now talk. You don't have to have anybody in your business type shit. I mean, it's just weird shit, bro.
Right, absolutely right.
And that's how they'll implement that shit. They'll start it off with like a video game, and then as soon as that shit comes out, much, you know, more and more, you know, modified shit will come out, like more different devices and shit. Pretty soon we'll be able to send shit telepathic to anybody and shit without the helmet.
Speaking of that, before you had called in, man, we were talking about this cat called Elon Musk. You heard of it?
Probably sounds familiar. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's basically this white dude that is like a billionaire, and he is, you know, invested in creating a certain technology, and it's called Neuralink. Which basically what that is like a brain to computer interface. And this is the type of stuff that Obama has signed into existence back in the time when he was in office with the Brain Initiative. The Brain Initiative was a program that was made to facilitate all these people to do the research that they need to fund it and get money from Congress to do all this shit on the down low. And make it look like, give it a pretty face, give it a pretty image when they speak on it with Obama, so people could be all for it when they get ready to drop it. And that's what they did before he left office. So in correlation to that, Elon Musk, this cat, he's, like I said, he's a wealthy business type of entrepreneur cat, and he decided that he got into Tesla technology, and he created some shit along with these people that he's financially backing called the Neuralink, which is basically the shit that the Matrix, when you see the cat going on this machine and they will plug some shit behind the back of their head and they'll be automatically downloaded with information and shit like that. That's what he's trying to create. shit like that in real time, but minus the metal contraptions and shit like that you gotta plug in the back of your head. He's trying to do it wirelessly. And I think that's how this technology, like remote neural monitoring, synthetic telepathy, and those type of technologies and shit come into play with us as the guinea pigs for it, that they use as test subjects to modify and enhance and perfect their technology once it's ready. You know what I mean? Motherfucker is something else, man. Not to get off the subject, what's been up with you, Nappy? What's the latest, man? I hear that. You ready for tomorrow without saying what it is? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, pretty much, man. All right. All right. I'm going to be on the phone with you, man. You already know. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. Yeah. Man, no doubt. I'm looking at this shit now, man, and I'm like, yo, how the fuck did we get to this level, yo? I mean, like, I know how. I can't say I don't know how. It's just people didn't pay attention. People that I think they didn't pay attention. They didn't want to follow up on shit. They didn't want to talk. They want to stand up like, yo, we don't want this technology. We don't want to deal with this. Why didn't you ask us for permission? Why is everything being kind of forced upon us on this level? And why are people not coming to us on a democratic way, the way it's supposed to be? This is a democracy, not a dictatorship, right? So why are you forcing this upon people? Almost like, you know, you try to make them do it, whether they like it or not. But then you disguise it by making it cool, by making it like, you know, people want to get shit like that and like it, especially the kids. They focus on the kids and they focus on the teenagers and the younger generation. Bring that upon us. So I already know how they went about getting it to the level where it is now. My thing is this: why people don't see how far that shit has gotten. When they looking at it, they're like, yo, man, what are you talking about, man? It's good to have 4G. Shit, we're going to 5G, that's even faster. I got people that I actually heard say this, man, at my job. You know what I'm saying? People talking about, yo, man, with 5G, yo, that shit will be fucking flying. I'm like, yo, dude, you don't even need 4G. You could be good at 3G. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, fuck that. 3G is mad slow. See what I'm saying? They're already looking at it from a perspective of being spoiled into getting shit to be fast, right there, instant. They want everything super quick, right? But if they would keep in mind that Dianna, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say like even 3G, like that shit is fucking. It's 4G, 3G, like 5G, like it's crazy, man. It's just crazy the way these people are doing shit, man. And it's not but I pretty much came to the conclusion. We got nanotechnology in it, bro, without permission. They didn't permission or anything, so it's spreading stuff, bro. So I don't think and people know, so I don't think, I think whatever the government does, everybody's already pretty much in a comfortable position, and saying like the government knows what's best for us, type shit. Something like, you know, the government doesn't have to ask us for something. I know that. Like, if they think it'll work, then that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, that's a good point. I see what you're saying there. It's like the shit is gonna go down regardless, right?
You know, I mean, and that's like, if you would, as a whole, like, if we were strong enough to go up against them, like, we probably could have got some of this shit stopped, but it's almost like, it's at the point of no return now. Like, what can you do? Like, everything's fucking locked in. Even if you did try and fight it, it's like, even with the weapon systems and shit, like, if we did try to fight them, so if we did say, oh, you guys aren't taking our guns and shit like that, they're giving us the false sense of, they're giving us the false sense of, like, we have a sense of, like, if they want to take everybody's gun right now, that's exactly what the fuck they're going to do, bro. And they don't have to come at you physically. Like, they got robots and shit that will come at you and take you. Like, so pretty much the government has the story on lock.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, man. And unfortunately, that is the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's facts. Yo, not to get off the subject, man, I like to talk a little more, if you don't mind, with you pretty much letting us know, man. There was a video of yours recently that you uploaded in regards to hearing a podcast. And on this podcast, they were talking about laws, things of that nature, in regards to targeted individuals and directed energy weapon attacks and things of that nature. If you don't mind, brother, can you give us a little more as far as details on where you heard that from, that particular podcast, and what was that about that they were talking about? You know what I'm saying? Can you just give us like a quick breakdown on what that was dropped?
I didn't actually get a chance to, because I was in the middle of recycling, but, you know, it's people, you know, they're going to the town hall and trying to get bills back. And like a lot of the bills, like there's been bills for targeted individuals and shit on hold since the 90s and shit. And I think the latest one was like 2015, but they, you know, they put in bills in like 97, 2003, 2011, like 2014, and it's just like everything's on hold. It's like nobody's getting to that shit.
Wow.
And you know, it has to do with us, bro. It's us, man. We're just fucking, you know, and I'm not, you know, getting myself a booty, man. Like, we're just basically like writing doing videos is good. Videos, the talk shows and all that shit is good, but it's just like a fucking condiment, you feel me? You gotta fucking put in some type of work, man. For us, it's just gonna do the same shit. It's just gonna be another fucking judge getting on TV talking about, you know, disability harassment is unconstitutional, the target which is unconstitutional. And that's just going to be put on the shelf for another 10, 15 years while these motherfuckers keep doing what the fuck they're doing, man. It's written that way. It's the way it's been on. I mean, and nobody's like, for us, in order for us to get out of this fucking situation, I think we have to fight to get out of this motherfucker. It doesn't have to be, you know, like physically violent or anything, but we definitely have to fight, man, to get us out of here. Like, it's like constantly on all this fucking, you know, the rallies, the CI rallies and shit that was here, but that's, you know, that's one day, man, where everybody forgets about that shit. Everybody forgets, like, there's nobody fucking thinking about the rally. I mean, nobody that wasn't targeted. Like, the people that aren't targeted or haven't been targeted, there might be a couple of them, you know, that stuck with the story, but you know, for the most part, motherfuckers forgot about that shit, man. They're watching TV or you know, they're into American Housewives and shit like that. And we're gonna stay on the back burner and we're gonna keep pushing these videos. And basically we're gonna pacify ourselves until the end. Basically we're gonna pacify ourselves and be satisfied with the bullshit and telling us what they're gonna do and satisfied with them doing shit out unconstitutional. But it's like, okay, it's unconstitutional, but what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Right. I mean, when I was hearing that podcast off of your video that you had, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, man, that shit sounds good. You know what I mean? Like a lot of stuff that they were going back and forth with. It's not like I haven't heard that sort of stuff before on the podcast, but for some reason, this guy was touching other subjects in relation to that went a little deeper this time around, which I was like, okay, well, now we're hearing about laws and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, well, what's the verdict in regards to what's going to happen? You know, like the question that we always ask, man. What happens after? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the latest? You know what I mean?
You know, I didn't catch all of it. What I told you, I can download it and send it to you. Like I'll go over it again, but I'll download it and send it to you, and you know, you can play it or whatever.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that, man.
So,
other than that, man, you know, the targeting with me over here has been off the hook, man. You know, they've been hitting me a lot harder with the directed energy weapon attacks. You know what I'm saying? And
I think the enemy with that situation was my face.
where they hitting you at with it?
Like my face, bro, like my face is still kind of like. So when I watch it gets back to normal and shit, but like in the morning when I wake up, like my face is like fucking, I don't know how to put it, but like dry, it's dry as fuck, or like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, you know, once I watch it goes back, but then it used to feel like something like, I don't know, like an ingrown hair or something. I don't know what it is. But when I wake up, my fucking face hurts.
Probably continue sleeping. When you're sleeping, you're not moving, so that's when they hit you most with the energy weapon.
Have you ever been hit with it in your face?
Yeah, I've been hit in the head recently. I've been getting it in the head and it's been giving me headaches, like sleeping headaches I was getting about a week ago. They've been hitting all of us here hard with the energy weapons. RT got hit in the chest. Basically, you could see burn marks on his chest from the weapons. I don't know if he mentioned that to you, but you know, they were fucking with his chest, basically hitting him in the chest.
Yeah.
I think
I was gonna say I think RT said it's not like that kind of burn. It's almost like
no, it's not like a fire burn, but it's like a rash, like a dot.
Hey, like a rash, like my skin it's starting like I don't know, like whatever it is, it's flat and even it's smooth. Like I can't feel no hairs on the side. And then when I wash my face and shit, like I feel like the little springy hairs coming out the side. But like when I wake up, like it's all just like fucking smooth and shit. Like there's no hair, but that shit hurts.
Like you can lose in hairs a bit. I get that sometimes, like hairs will fall up. Do you get the dandruff as well? Because that's something I get a lot.
Do what now?
You get the dandruff on your head, like constant dandruff.
Oh man, yeah, like caked up. And no matter how many times you wash it, like
yeah, me and RT both get that. I remember RT mentioning that to me.
Absolutely. I have a video part of it. Yeah, I remember that. I have a video where I'm showing my scalp because I had cut my hair real short, like I had a baldy. And you could see where they were hitting me on my head. You could see all the parts of my scalp. And I was like, yo, these motherfuckers were hitting me in sections of my brain, specifically targeting specific parts of my brain on my scalp. You know what I'm saying? And you could see how I had like these welts that once they come out on you, the natural reaction from a microwave frequency on human skin is for your histamine to kick in. Your histamine is a natural thing within your human body's chemistry that kind of goes out. Like let's say you have a foreign invader in your body. Histamine is triggered, and then it surrounds that area, and then that area gets red, and it gets welted, and it kind of puffs up. Then it gets real itchy. Then you feel like you gotta scratch it, and when you scratch it, it starts getting flaky. And that's that dandruff type of thing. That's microwave frequency symptoms right there. That's why I had put that video out to show and prove how they hit us with directed energy weapon attacks with microwave frequency. And I just showed and proved that they did it on my freaking head. And there was no other way to show it other than that way, because if I had hair on my head, y'all wouldn't obviously see it. So I had to have it like real short, like a buzz cut type of thing, so you can see the actual welts developed on my scalp where they hit me with the directed energy weapon all over my head. And like I said, I personally believe they were targeting specific regions of my brain. You know, and then with my heart area, it's obvious what they were doing with that. That's a self-explanatory. That's a no-brainer right there. Shit, you know what I mean? But I remember, Nappy, when you had said in one of your videos that you were falling asleep, and you said that you saw this truck behind you with tinted windows parked behind you, and you felt that they were doing something to you while you was asleep, that maybe hit you with some sort of direct energy weapon attack or something. And you said you felt a certain type of way when you would wake up, and you would look back and you would see them there or what have you, right?
Yeah.
Well,
you know, the thing is, like, I'm trying to figure out, like how the fuck is they, like, how can they get my face from behind me?
they could be using satellites, and the satellites can hit you wherever you are, you know, at any time remotely. You know what I mean? And the artificial intelligence too. You know what I'm saying? They could broadcast a signal that goes out, and then it goes and hits the satellite, and then the satellite beams it down directly in your location to you, wherever they're aiming it at. I'm saying, I haven't seen it, so I'm not saying this as a fact, so I don't want nobody to say, oh, that's how it is, oh, how did you know that? I'm saying this is what I think. And this is through watching a lot of science fiction movies and things of that nature. I think they have like some sort of software program on their phones. There's a lady on YouTube, I think you remember her, Nappy. You know what I'm saying? She was like from the South. She has a deep Southern accent. She's a nice old lady, you know what I'm saying? And she said that she witnessed around her way, where she's at, where she went downtown somewhere. I guess she was doing some errands, and she barely goes out, you know what I'm saying? And she gets attacked with the direct energy weapons all the time. She says that they have them on the cars and the headlights and all that shit. But anyway, she said that when she went into this one location, this guy didn't even hide it. He was sitting right in front of her, and she was looking over like that to his phone. And on the screen, she said she saw what looked like a torso. You know what a torso is? A person, but let's say like your chest and your head, right? She said she saw a female's torso and like things attached, like nose, ears, head, brain, you know, chest, heart. You know, it was, she said that she was being able to read from in front of her where he was sitting upside down, how he had all these attachments. And I was like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And I've seen science fiction movies where it was similar to that sort of stuff, but it wasn't exactly like that. But it had like a similar connotation to it that I'm bringing to the table with that. Now, I'm not saying that's what it is, but again, it could be. But this lady, she said she saw it. And I believe her, you know what I mean? Because I don't think this lady's just going to come out and say some shit like that for the sake of saying it. She's an old school woman, you know what I'm saying? She don't have any reason to lie, any reason to create something, you know, to make her seem like she's better than nah. She saw the shit, she saw it. I believe it. You know, and I'm wondering to myself, is that what they're using on all of us? Because it has to be, like Native Thunder said, the psychological operations part of this program, which is about 85 to 90% of it, like Nigel Nicholson always has said, which I believe, you know, that there's some sort of field manual that they all go by. But if you notice, they be doing the same tactics more or less with the whole synchronization, the speed theater, the noise campaign. They're going by some sort of field manual. So if they're doing that in correlation to the psychological operations of this program, then they have to be doing it the technological aspect of this program that involves the directed energy weapon attacks and things of that nature that involve their cell phones and the software and all that other shit. I didn't know that though. I didn't know that, Nappy, that you said that you got that same reaction, like on your hair, on your scalp. You had the dandruff come out.
Oh yeah, especially like the you know, like the edges and shit.
Right.
Right. Like that. It's almost, sometimes it almost feels like you're pulling it from up under my scalp.
Yeah, exactly. It's like coming from within. Yeah, that's the microwave frequency. Microwaves work like that, from the inside out. You know what I mean? And I've been being hit with that type of technology, no lie, since I've been 15 years old, as far as I can remember.
Another thing, even at the side of my nose, like I get it even on the sides of my nose, bro.
What you mean, they burned you on the side of your nose?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like the canvas,
Oh, okay.
Like when I wake up in the morning, it's like smooth, and then on the side of my nose, on my nose and shit, like it'll be all that canvas. I gotta wash that shit off.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. We all get that on some level or another, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say this, man. I want people to understand something on the record. That's just going to go on the record, you know what I mean? I can guarantee y'all, if y'all come out and y'all be like, oh, but that's dandruff, that's seborrhea dermatitis, that's eczema, that's psoriasis, that's, let me tell you something, not to say that these things don't exist, because they obviously do. But what I want people to understand is that with this technology that they've been using, they could mimic these symptoms that may seem like they are what I named a little while ago. Okay? They have the ability to copy and mimic the symptoms. That's how they're able to disguise the shit and get away with it. If people do their research and start looking into this stuff and connecting the proper dots, they will see for themselves how they've been able to manipulate people into thinking and believing what they want them to. Just another way. Bad, brother.
You know what's crazy? I was thinking the other day, bro, like, within a year span, bro, I lost a grandma in one of those, the places where they are supposed to take care of the elderly and shit. It's like it's not the actual home, but it's a hospital slash home.
Okay, it's like a nursery, like a adult. Yeah, I got you.
So like I lost my grandma in there, and then I lost 2 uncles to fucking heart attacks within a year.
Wow.
And
what you're saying is one of the odds.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, somewhere down the line, this shit has to be connected. And you know, like the first uncle that died and shit, like they wouldn't tell us anything. Like they didn't tell us nothing about how he died or anything. They wouldn't tell us shit.
But I'll tell you this, you know, I don't know if I mentioned this to you off the record, but I think I hadn't put it on the record before too, but I have an uncle from my mother's side who caught cancer. And his cancer is, you know, in the base column of his spinal cord, which is the fuck about how that happens. And I have another aunt who's his sister who caught leukemia. That's blood cancer. You know, it's like cancer in the blood. The interesting thing about that is that nobody in her family tree had any form of cancer before. All of a sudden, they all started developing that shit. What are the odds of that happening?
That's really gotta do something, man.
So you were saying that you lost 2 family members. You lost a grandmother and an uncle during the same time frame, more or less, to the same type of thing, heart attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the
grandma was like old age, like
Can't hear you, man.
like from as far as my grandma goes, so I always thought it was the old age, like maybe it was behind old age, but something was clear when both, and this is before I knew I was targeted, but something was just clear, like you know how that shit happened all within a year, It's like it was, and then they literally would not tell us like what happened. The first one that died, like they would not tell us.
Wait, you said that they wouldn't tell y'all what happened?
that did not tell us what happened to the person that died. And shit might have changed, like this is, this is back, coming back and forth from here to Sacramento. And, I started reading some things like, my mom kept me up to the bar with what's going on out there. side, and they just don't anything, nothing. Like they may have changed, but they might found out, or they might have some business, but I think it has to be over. It's just time, maybe. Well, we kind of
I'm not sure what happened, but the call was breaking up. I don't know if you're far away from your phone, but it kind of was like breaking up. If you don't mind, man, saying that last thing you said, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm saying, like, you know, the problem, man, now, like, now, like, the problem that we played up with some shit, but I definitely think it has to do with the surgery.
Yeah, now I can. Wow, man. Oh, wow, man. And in regards to that shit that you mentioned before, that video where you said that you caught, well, you ain't captured, but you saw them afterwards, you woke up. How did you know, or what gave you the feeling or the impression that they were hitting you with some sort of microwave frequency or directed energy weapon?
Oh, because my face, you know, in the beginning, when it first started happening, you know, I didn't know what it was. For me, I thought like I was slobbering and feeling my face, because, you know how like sometimes when you sleep, you get that slobber and it would be frustrated in the morning until you wash your face. It was like that, but on the side of my face. You put me all on the sides of my face. But now it doesn't even crunch up no more. It feels smooth and shit. And then, like, you know, it's like the skin feels smooth, and then, like, I feel bumps. Like, you know, the hair that's usually freaking out, I feel the bumps, like, under my skin. Like, it's all fucking, like, my hair is over my fucking skin and shit. And then I wash it. It's like when I wash it and stretch it out, like, stretch my feet, stretch it out, like, I'll, you know, pull it apart and wash it and shit. And then my the little rubble hair start popping out.
But I could say this, man, in relation to something like that, that's kind of, I guess you could say it's kind of similar, man, but not really. Let's say I would pass my fingers to a certain part of my body, like let's say my leg or my ankle or something like that, right? And then I would feel around, you know, I'm a heavy motherfucker, so I would have hair all over my leg, shit like that. Then all of a sudden, this one part on my leg would be like no hair, and I'm talking about no hair, like if the shit was bald. And I'm like, the fuck? And I pass it through, and I'm like, looking at it, I'm like, yo, but how the fuck? Why the fuck? When the fuck did this happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I started bugging off of that. I started tripping off of that. I'm like, yo, what's causing my hair to fall out and not grow back in that part? Then it started dawning on me once I started getting more educated on this program with the directed energy weapon attacks and shit like that, the microwave frequencies and radiation, the non-ionized radiation that is after effect. You start feeling and you start experiencing symptoms afterwards. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, so basically your hair could fall out in certain parts of your body that you may have not even realized until a certain time that you're like, yo, fuck. And it's like, I don't know if they're focusing energy in that region or that area or what have you, or it's just something that happens naturally, or, I don't think it's natural, to be honest with you, because I've never heard of some shit like that or seen some shit like that before. People, or heard people talk about some shit like that happening to them naturally like that. You know, the only way that you can consider something like that being natural is if your father and his father and his father and his father's father, and you know, so forth, were bald, and they started balding at an early age and shit like that. Like, that's natural. That's hereditary. That's genetic, right? But when you have something like that happen to you out of West bubblefuck with no explanation, where you can't really, you know, think back like, yo, wait a minute, how the fuck did I start losing hair right there? Like, that shit don't even make scientific sense. You know what I'm saying? Let alone common sense. You know what I mean? Another thing too, man, that I wanted to add and put on the record, I forgot about this, man. I used to have two kittens, a boy and a girl. They were two from a batch of 9 kittens, of the second batch of 9 kittens. They were brother and sister. The boy was black and white, and the girl was like gray. Like, you know, I named the Tigers, and then the boy was two-faced because he had like a half black and half white face and shit. And those were characters in Batman. So back in the early 90s, that was the shit. So that's what I named them. And they were with us for like 15 years, right? Now, unbeknownst to me, back then, you know, I didn't know nothing about none of this program and the director that you got this, but fast forward to listening to certain podcasts from certain people when I first started coming into this community and shit like that. I remember people saying that they don't discriminate. They don't care if they hurt your animals. They don't care if they kill off, you know, your dog, your cat. Now, these are people that they have pets too at home. They have their dogs, they have their cats, they have their fish bowls and aquariums and, you know, parrots and all this other, you know, snakes, pets, whatever, right? But they wouldn't think twice about killing your dog, your cat, your fish, your snake, whatever pet that you have. The same way that they're killing you. They think, I don't know if they know, I'm assuming they have to know to a certain degree, that with animals, everything's more accelerated. You could just look at the way a dog and cat age. It's like a 7-year leap. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better word, right? You got a cat that, or a dog that could be 7 years old, right? And you think 7 years old is young, but it's really not that young. You know, and 15 years to 20 years is the amount of time that they last naturally. 15 to 20 years, a dog and a cat. Now, my two cats at that time only lasted close to 15 years. But what they developed was weird, especially the boy. He developed a tumor outside of his body that was bleeding. This was a cancerous tumor that the veterinarian said he had. And there was no information from him to let him know, yo, but why is it coming out like that? Like, and I started thinking they were probably hitting him. Once I figured out, you know, about this program, they were probably hitting both my cats, because both my cats died of cancerous things. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't put it past these motherfuckers that they were the ones that slowly killed my pets. You know what I mean?
But that's what, man. No, I just think we need to do stuff.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it in this way, that if they're hitting us with humans, that shit affects us. EMF, electromagnetic frequency, that shit is something that is supposed to be around, you know, the earth and shit like that, on some natural shit, right? But when they use it to hurt you, right, they use it against you, in other words, that shit is even more potent, especially to the animal species, because they're gonna feel that shit, if not 4, 5 times harder than we do, and quicker than we do. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, guys. People, man, they fucking savages, man. Fucking Nazis, man. That's like the best word I can describe for like true Nazis, man. How's it been looking out there in regards to, you haven't seen any weird Homeland Security vans with like tinted windows and shit rolling around there?
All the time. Chevy, they're like more fucking Chevy Suburban type thing. A lot of them, they're like driving around in those small, like mini sprinters. Like, they look like sprinters, but they're like compact and shit. Those, a lot of different license plates. I see so many different license plates. I wonder if it's like motherfuckers from different military coming to set that shit out.
Fuck around, man. That's a good question. Who knows what the hell they use and shit? Like driving around, using technology and shit that we don't even know of. To track people, to pinpoint certain people's location, to hurt people, to target people, to round them up and shit like that. I remember, man, I think we had a conversation about that shit, man. You were telling me in regards to the homeless people out there, how they were rounding them up and stuff, and they were like tripping them. And it was like it wasn't well known, but there were people that knew about it in regards to what they were doing purposely to covertly implant the homeless there and shit. And then from one day to the next, as time was going by, these specific homeless people would start disappearing, and you wouldn't see them. That's true?
Say that one more time?
Was there a point in time where people out there that were homeless were being covertly implanted? They didn't know that they were being covertly implanted. And then as time went on, we've seen people that were covertly implanted that were homeless started disappearing little by little, and then you just stopped seeing them all together.
Right. And then they come back, but they're weird.
They come back, but they're weird?
Yeah, they're weird. They're like I've like a couple of the people that I've been out here for a good portion, like off and on in my life, and like so, I'm basically still out in the same. Like I used to hustle out here, like the illegal hustle. Like it's still the same people out here. Like I still see some of the same people out here. But like they came by and started giving everybody food shots. And then, like, they would fucking, like, they pick them up and they take them around, like, especially, like, it was cold, too. So, like, on the, they have these shelters and shit that you can go to, like, overnight, like, when it's raining and it's super cold outside. They have these, shelters that you can go to. And, they were picking them up in the vans, telling them that they were going to take them to the shelters and shit. And it's like they would go and they wouldn't be back for a while, bro. And like when they came back, they just be all fucking weird. Doing weird shit. Like like fucking talking to themselves and shit. And at first, I just looked at it as, okay, these motherfuckers, I know these motherfuckers ain't real like that. They just working for the police and shit. So I'm looking at them like fucking, a bunch of fucking snitches and shit. But in reality, that shit might, like, it might have really, that was probably really controlling and making them do that weird shit.
Right. Wow.
And sometimes, like, you can tell sometimes you can tell that the shit's meant for you, but, a person playing crazy, you're gonna know if they're bullshitting or not. A lot of people, for the most part, you're gonna be able to tell if a motherfucker playing crazy is really crazy or if the motherfucker's just playing, like, and, you can't tell with these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But they gotta be those that aren't fronted, that are being fucked up mentally due to some sort of covert implant that they put in them. And they're probably now hearing voices like the voice to skull, the audio spotlight shit, bone conduction technology, where they can speak through the vocal cords of your body, but then they can also use the bones in your body to conduct certain sound that only you can hear in your ears. That shit's crazy, yo. Wow. And, big time. Yo, now that I got you on the phone, man, or Nappy, in regards to putting things on the record, if you don't mind, man, I always meant to ask you this, man. I be forgetting all the time, man. Yo, Nap, when you discovered that you were in this program, how about this? Rather than tell me about when you discovered, going back when you were still asleep, how about that? Like when you were living in that house, in that gated community that was part of your family, and then you started witnessing weird shit like that fucking white dude that lived across the street or what have you. I think he was ex-military. He had his car out there. And he was revving the engine mad loud, purposely and shit, target you and shit. I guess you started putting two and two together or what have you back then, little by little. And I remember, man, one of the main things you had mentioned before was the fact that, it wasn't like anybody forced you to be homeless. You chose to be homeless. In other words, from what I understood, it was like a choice that you consciously made. You were like, you know what? I don't want to deal with the bullshit from my family here and the fakeness and the bullshit. You know what? I'd rather rough it out in the street. I've hustled before. I've been, doing my thing outside. I've been locked up. I know how that shit goes. I know how both realities of life go. I'm going to take my chances and do what I want to do, how I want to go, and be and live independently my own way. And if that means, being homeless, then so be it. But it wasn't more like they forced you to be homeless or they forced you into homelessness, this program. It was more of a choice you made. Is that true? Am I right or am I off or am I wrong?
Well, it's a choice. It was a choice, but the choice was behind the targeting and shit. I didn't want to fucking, my plans were to stay with family until I got on my feet. And then I was going to do like at first I was thinking about going to Alaska and doing the fishing thing. And then I started looking up a bunch of, like how I could make like money off the internet. And you feel me? So my plan was to stay with family until I came up. But, once they started implementing the targeting and shit on me, I was like, fuck it, man. It's a different feeling, it's way different when your family doesn't see you, and it's not a stranger.
Absolutely, it is.
And so I mean, you know, I just basically said something, man. Yeah, here I am.
But at the point where I was speaking about a little bit before, where that white dude was revving his car engine and all that shit, and he came out the door. I remember he was peeping that shit, he recorded it and whatnot. At that point, did you know what was going on? Like, fully? Like,
Oh, yeah. I knew I was a target by this.
okay.
I knew I was a target by this. You know, I had the neighbors and shit fucking, you know, they told my dog fucking told me and shit. Like, and it was crazy because all the neighbors, the one in the back of the house, the one on the side of the house, and the one on the other side of the house, they all had a fucking dog named Sophie.
Wow.
And anytime I took my dog out to the back, like it's like they knew exactly when I go out, they let their dogs out at the same time. And then my dogs would sit at the gate and start fucking, you know, like, trying to fight their little chihuahua. Like, you know how chihuahuas are barking to the gate at each other and shit. Like, they'd be like, they listen real loud and be like, get over here, Toby. And like, all at the same time, simultaneously and shit. And yeah, back then, I thought, and then, you know, like, when I went to, my DUI class, the DUI classes and shit. And every time, like, I would go out on a cigarette break, it would be, like, right in front of the DUI classes, another business, it's like a mechanic or something. And, like, you see straight, like, when you walk out the door, you see his business and shit. As soon as you came out, that's when you saw always be outside with a black dog. You see what you're going to do.
What was he doing?
He's just looking at me with like a evil ass stare, like almost like not even evil, like more of a disgusted look. Like he like somebody would look at somebody in disgust.
Yeah, I got you. That's the usual gang stalker glare bullshit that they be doing. No, so those three little dogs go back with you from back then, but you brought them from over there, from the house with you. Those were your dogs, right?
No, I actually got two of them when you know, after I got out here, I was going through the targeting for a while. You know, I wasn't finna fuck with nobody, so I was like, fuck it, man, I just shit. So I got the two. And then, you know, they had a couple litters and shit. And like, how I ended up with three is, you know, one of the people that got a puppy ended up in jail and shit. And because of, you know, so I took him in and shit. So, and like that, ever since.
Okay, I see. What is it? Scrappy, Lady? Who got the third one? Muggsy. All right. That was a small move though too, man. Taking them in as well because they also at the same time look out for you, you know, audibly. And when they start barking, and as soon as you leave your van, they barking up a storm, or someone gets close to your van, they barking up a storm. You in the van, you sleep, and they will wake you up. It's that personal alarm system too, you know what I mean? So it goes, you know, both ways in that aspect, man.
Yeah, no sense.
targeting in regards to when you left off from that gated community to now?
I call it a false sense of security or a false sense of, a false sense of peace because it's not, it's not as blatant, like it's not everywhere around you, like you can, in the house, you really gotta just worry about the microwaves, you don't really, you're not really in their atmosphere, so to speak. But like when you're out here, bro, it's just like they're on you 24/7. From the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, so that's just fucking constantly fucking. Whether they don't want you sleeping, whether they want you to fucking do some road rage shit, some vehicular harassment, whether they're trying to set you up and fucking frame you on some shit, or trap you, it's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Right.
So I think being in a house or apartment is a little more peaceful. It's just a motherfucker coming into your shit and doing all that, putting poison in your food and stealing shit and breaking shit.
Yep. Yeah, man, it's like mad people that are TIs that I've heard, tell the story in regards to that, what you just said. Like being in their own place, apartment, a room they're renting somewhere. It's always a matter of time before either they start breaking into that shit, poisoning them, putting shit in their food, in their milk, their beverages, what have you. You know what I'm saying? Or they also start setting up shop, like above you, next to you, below you, and then they start triangulating the position to hit you with the BBWs, the microwave frequency weapons, the neural weapons. You know what I mean? They'll keep you up purposely, deprive you, keep you in an agitated state, like an agitated state of mind and whatnot, hoping that you make an irrational decision based on an emotional response, that sort of thing. It's deep because I know for a fact that these motherfuckers been trying to condition me with some sort of silent sound technology while I sleep. You know what I'm saying? The tinnitus that I'm always hearing, even right now as I'm speaking to you in real time, I can hear the tinnitus. It's not mad loud, thank God, but it's loud enough for me to recognize that it's there. If I were to be in a quiet room setting, I would hear it. You know what I'm saying? But the point of that is to say this, that the silent sound spread spectrum technology that Nigel Nicholson had put me up on, and I looked and researched it, and I got a few things on it in several videos in my description, putting that information there for others to check out and educate themselves behind it. It's something that they were able to do. It was doable in 1974. In 2019. If you look at the mathematics between then and now, that's a good chunk of time to modify and to tweak and to perfect that technology. So the test subject for that technology is obviously us. And that tinnitus, from what I understand, all it is a masking of what's really going on behind that sound, behind the tinnitus, which is an embedded hypnotist voice. So basically what we're really hearing when we hear the tinnitus, the ones that do hear the tinnitus, is a hypnotist's voice that we're actually hearing in real time, being played in the loop, telling us to do shit, giving us commands and shit like that. And they trigger whatever command that they want you to do when you're awake, and it's called post-hypnotic suggestions. So it's like post, meaning after, meaning later in the future, right? Hypnotic, you already know what that means, suggestions, right? So they trigger that, let's say if you hear a ringing in your right ear or a loud ringing in your left ear, all of a sudden you hear that. That's them using the technology. And you know what I notice is that there's always some sort of urban myth or some sort of fake-ass folklore that's attached to these things. I remember growing up hearing, you know, coming up as a teenager and as a young man, you know what I'm saying? People saying, yo, when your left ear is ringing, that means somebody's talking shit about you. When your right ear is ringing, that means somebody's talking good about you. When both your ears are ringing, that means that somebody was talking shit about you, but someone that knows you stood up for you and defended you. You know, all this shit, and I believe this shit. You see how that works? You see how we don't even have to rely on them doing it? They'll do it for us by putting that fake shit out there like that and starting the shit like a fake gossip rumor or something like that. Then they have people police themselves afterwards. Because I wouldn't be surprised that the shit that I believe, that I just said to you, that I got on the record right now for people to hear on playback later, is no different than a form of indoctrinating someone to disguise what they're doing, to have people as far away from the truth as possible, so you don't get any hints or ideas of, what is that noise I'm hearing all the time? What the fuck is tinnitus? But why? Why do I hear that? I didn't work in an environment that was mad loud to have that shit now. You know what I mean? Like, people gotta understand that there's a time and a place for everything. And I'm not saying that everyone that has and hears tinnitus is caused by this. I'm not saying that. There's people who legitimately get tinnitus that is probably from a loud job that they had, a construction job, or they worked at as a drummer in a band, in the music store, or, you know, playing loud music, you know, that sort of thing. That could happen through time. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone who's never worked or been in an environment like that and has developed this tinnitus and it's constant. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So now, have you ever heard anything like that? Like tinnitus sounds in your ear and shit like that?
I've heard ringing, not a lot, but I've heard it once in a while. Before I knew that, like, that's what it could be.
Right. Would you say that there's a huge difference now in regards to you coming to terms with certain information now, and now the information to you makes more sense?
Oh, a lot of things, bro.
And so, can you name a couple in regards to what that's been able to do for you in regards to, like, showing you that as an example?
Oh shit, man. The passing out, you know, the fading out, and you know, getting up and like passing out again and not knowing what the fuck is going on, just thinking like I was fainting, like I fainted, or maybe I got up too fast or some shit. Like, and now I feel like that shit, like, and then that from driving not too long ago, well, I won't say not too long ago, but like when I had the brown van and shit, like I was driving and then all of a sudden, like I damn near like passed, like I literally like damn near passed out, like I didn't like pass out, but it's almost like I fell asleep at the wheel, like somebody beat the horn and I snapped out of it, you feel me? Like, I think that shit's all connected, man.
No doubt. Those were good examples and comparisons, by the way. It's a trip, man. I never, you know what I'm saying, like, I remember having people around me when I was hanging out with them when I was still asleep. They were getting that shit too on their head. The whole Andrew shit. And you know what we thought it was, but it makes mad sense to believe that that's what it was. People are like, man, we all affecting each other because we're cutting our hair with the same clippers, and whoever had it is passing it on to all of us. And I'm like, yo, you're probably right. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And we all went with that. But then how do you explain how when people didn't cut their hair and they stopped going to the same person and sharing the same hair clippers and all that, it was still happening. And I'm talking about gaps of years later and shit. You know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers were acting weird and feeling, you know, like joint pain at 30 years old. That's not normal. You're 30 years old, you're still young and shit. Why you got joint pain? Oh man, you don't know all the crashes that I've been in bikes and shit. You know, there was someone when I was coming and working for Movie Place, I was running down the block and somebody opened their car door and I flipped over and I let you know, I was like, yo, that's crazy. He said, yeah, man, but that's not the only time. I had multiple crashes and things like that in the past and shit. I was like, oh shit. All right, well, that would explain why you got pains now. But still, the joint pain that he was describing was like arthritis type shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. For a 30-year-old, that don't make no sense, my dude.
Yeah, they're definitely they're doing a thing, man. All around the board. Yeah, and that's what makes it so easy for them. Because you know, if you got something that can mimic a bunch of different illnesses and shit, if you got a rash of motherfuckers expecting like cancer, for instance, you got a bunch of motherfuckers cancer, you got tinnitus, you got, you know, urns and shit. And you know, you do that, you spread that shit out, and it doesn't, you know, everything isn't focused on, like, so you're not gonna be searching for where this shit is coming from, you feel me? You're gonna think it's something you did, or your fucked up diet or some shit.
Exactly. That was a good point.
You feel it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you was gonna say some more.
Yeah, man, it's just, they got everything widespread, so there's no point in what direction this is coming from, because it's so much different shit happening.
Exactly.
So what happens to all those like the crazy lady that was sweeping the street and motor mouth and shit? Like, you ever gone to those parts out there, or they just like disappear? They come back and shit, you know, later.
Yeah, that just was fair because back. One of the best I ever seen him, I think there was a sleeper. You know, I see her all the time. She doesn't, they've gotten somebody else to sleep now. Like, they use other people to sleep too now. Not in the same area, but like, you know, like, they got other people doing the thing to sleep now.
Ain't that
crazy, bro. I've never seen anybody shoot the spot with sidewalks until I came out here.
I've never seen anybody do that until your video.
Crazy.
I remember there was a point in time when they were waking me to this program where I would walk literally downtown, and it would be like 30, 40 blocks equivalent. You know what I'm saying? But I love walking, especially in the summer and in the spring. And I remember going down to 40 Deuce. 40 Deuce is like a heavy populated area with tourists and shit like that, with lights and all that shit. And I remember I walked down there. And I remember there was this homeless dude that I kept seeing. He had a sign and shit. He was like, he looked kind of rugged and stuff. And I just went up to him. I gave him $5. I was like, yo, man. He was like, oh, thank you, man. You know, so don't worry about it, man. And when I came back around, and I finished doing what I was doing, and she came back around, I saw him again. I was like, yo, you got something to eat, man, or what? What's the deal? It was like, yeah, thanks, man. I just had a sandwich or some shit like that. But then when I was in the back pocket, we had like a half pint or something that he didn't have before, and I was like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it happens. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're going to have people say that to you, turn you into certain things and shit like that. But at the time when I did it out of, sincerity, because I looked at him and I was like, yo, when was the last time this brother ate something for me? He looked like he was dehydrated, things of that nature, but I was in a hurry, you know what I'm saying, where I was going there, so I couldn't like wait around and go with him. Usually that's what I do. So I was like, go with them and make sure, you know what I'm saying, because I got duped a few times, you know what I mean, in the past. And that's how I learned to make sure that they did the right thing with that money, you know what I'm saying, in regards to doing something that's destructive or, at the end of the day, I understand, that they're going to end up doing that shit anyway, because I've been there too. I've been in that whole drugs and alcohol and cigarettes and smoking and all that stuff, man, but someone needs to eat or drink, that's why I'm like, yeah. That's why I stopped doing that, man. Because I would get duped a few too many times in the past. I was like, I ain't gonna do that no more. I'm gonna just offer them food and I'm gonna go with them real quick. And that's how I've been doing it. It's better that way. At the end, if they're gonna eat it, they're gonna eat it. They're gonna start eating it with you. You're not gonna stay there with them, to the thing. But you figure, okay, well, if he sells or she sells a half a sandwich, that's crazy, right? There's people that they try to do it, and I'm like, well, I can't knock people, but at the same time, I try to help them out and shit, whatever. But it's nuts, man. Like, that I've seen, man, especially the trains, man. Like, these motherfuckers, like cops, transit cops, man, they be on some serious bullshit, man. Trying to entrap people, setting them up. And the thing is, I've seen certain things that they were doing in regards to setting people up, right? To catch them out there. Like, they would put a wallet with $5 sticking out of it on the ground. Yo, who's not gonna pass by and pick up a fucking wallet and see if they see money sticking out? You're not gonna pick that shit up? Come on, right? So they trying to catch people in that way on the train, and they were catching people. And the dude's argument was like, "Yo, man, but who's not gonna do you want to do that, officer?" No, I would not do that because that doesn't belong to me. I'm like, yo, you lying. You would see a wallet with $100 sticking out. Nah, but that wasn't the case. It was $5. I was like, nah, but you know if it was 100, you would have picked it up, right? He was like, no, I don't do stuff like that, you know. Because, man, you know, they're gonna say that sort of thing, but they entrap people, man. And I'm bringing this up because I think that they be setting us up too as TIs in the past, because there was things when I didn't know about this program or nothing like that. I was asleep. I was still asleep, right? But these motherfuckers were stopping me. And I'm talking about for the most bogus, random bullshit. Not to say that they don't do it from time to time, though. I'm saying they were doing that shit like, yo, that shit was retarded how many times they did that shit to me in a week. They must have done it like 11 times. No joke. You know what I'm saying? Around my way. Motherfuckers would stop me talking about, oh, you got, 5 to 6 possible warrants. What? 5 to 6 possible warrants for what? Oh, I don't know. You got to come in with us, though, and tell so. Let me see. Can I see? No, we can't do that. We can't show you. Oh, but you're going to tell me that you're going to take me under arrest for 5 to 6 possible warrants, and you ain't going to show me at least on the computer right there on the screen? You can't turn that shit to the right a little bit? No, I can't do that. You got to talk to the judge. Yo, Nancy, they would take me in. I would go through the system, and if it was a weekend, I wouldn't see the judge till Monday. All to hear, what are you here for? What are you doing here? Like, you tell me? They arrested me, they brought me in, they put me through the system here, they said that I got 5, 6 possible warrants. You tell me why I'm here, Judge. He goes, there's no reason for, you even being here. I think you were just caught up in the sweeps in the month, and it was the end of the month, and then these guys, what they do, something, so I'm like, oh, word, so it's a quota thing. No, I don't know. All I know is that you don't belong here. I don't know why they did this. This is bogus. It's just a frivolous charge to generate an arrest. So basically, what they were using me for was a body, physical body, to bring into jail, put into system to say that they're keeping their monthly quotas of arresting. Let's say they're told they got to arrest 25 people every month. I was one of those people, but I happen to be one of those people every single month, every single week. You get it?
Yeah, that's crazy. You never tried legal access?
The only thing that I did try one time was I went down to the courts and I went over to the, what is that? The name of that, man? Not the bailiff, but the ones that be in the office, the courts, man.
You can tell you?
No. Okay. They're basically the office that's in charge, like on the ground floor of the criminal courts building or the family court building or whatnot. They're the departments that they send you to whenever you want to check to see if you got a blemish on your record, if you want to get a good disposition, you know what I'm talking about? Like whatever you want a court document, a court record or something, a transcription or some shit like that, you go there. So I went there and I spoke to somebody. I gave them my ID at the time. I said, can you do me a favor? Can you run this in your system and find out what it shows? And they were like, why? It's like, no, because, I keep getting stopped and I keep getting arrested and rearrested for the same thing, for the same frivolous charges. What are the charges? Well, they're saying that I got 5, 6 possible warrants, and then 5, 6 possible warrants of what? For what? Well, they're saying that it's assaults and, drugs, paraphernalia, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay. And while I was talking to him, he was running it, and it came back, and he was like, there's nothing on here that says anything. Well, you do have charges here from before that you did time for, correct? I was like, yeah. No, that's there. But I'm talking about shit that keeps resurfacing. Shit that keeps, like, happening to me recent that I know that I ain't do nothing. So like, nah, that's not it. There's nothing here that states you have 5, 6 possible wars. That was bullshit. He told me straight up like that. That shit was bullshit. And I was like, so why would he told me that? He goes, well, let me tell you something off the record, all right? I said, all right. He says, did you know that a police officer has the right to lie to you? I said, what? What you mean that they got the right to lie to me? Exactly what I said. They have a right to lie to you. In other words, they could bend the law according to how they want you to think it is. In other words, they could tell you something that's totally false, and they could get you to agree to something and entrap you after the fact. I was like, oh shit. So that's why they read you your rights and they tell you you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. He goes, exactly.
Man, I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. Yo, Nappy, there were times when I was a naive little kid. I was 14 years old. They would arrest me for stupid shit. Arrest me and take me to the precinct, to the holding cell in the precinct. Not through the central booking and all that, but to the holding precinct. For some bullshit that I didn't even understand. And they would say something about, they were asking me all types of questions. So what do you ever get arrested? And I would come out and I'd be like, yeah, for what? And I'm like, I forgot the charge. There's something when you do something and it's in the street and it's in public and it's in the conduct? Yeah, that's it. And they would be writing shit. And then later when I go see the judge, they will read back all the shit that I told them. And then I'm thinking that they weren't, asking me because they were going to write it down. They were asking me because they wanted to get as much as they could against me to pin on me. You understand? Mm-hmm. Like to show a pattern of behavior. So that way the charges will stick even more. You know what I mean? And it was like, I didn't know that though. At first I was thinking I was just being honest, this shit. But it's like the saying goes, within the law, within that phrase, the Miranda rights, man. Everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Yo, man, that shit. Alright. So check this out, man. Earlier today, right, when I had Night of Thunder and Dianna on the call, I had Dianna read one of those articles and shit, and it happened to be here in New York City. What's this, bro? I don't know if you heard anything out there in relation to this, but I doubt it, being that it's East Coast news and shit. Yo, 2 ambulance drivers from here. One was 63 years old, the other one was 47 years old. The first one was driving an empty ambulance. I don't know whether it was driving this empty ambulance too. I'm assuming back to the hospital. In the process of this EMT driving this empty ambulance back to where he was heading to, he caught symptoms of a heart attack. So he tried his best to maneuver his ambulance, and he veered off the road, and he almost crashed. But he didn't crash, but he got in a little fender bender. And he was calling another ambulance. The ambulance was coming to come and help him and shit. It was on its way. This guy also caught a heart attack. You're NAPPY. What are the odds of some shit like that? I'm just curious to hear your response on that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I started thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
I started thinking they were testing some sort of microwave frequency weapons on these people, man. You know what I mean? Like they were trying to test it out and they hit them in the heart areas. And being that one is 47 and the other 63, they could play it off like, yo, it's their age. You know, they're older and their diet is rotten, they don't eat right or what have you. And they all might be true. But again, here we go with the things of covering their tracks through the symptoms that they can mimic. Just like the shit with the dandruff, the shit with hitting me in my chest, making that shit look like a rash and shit like that. Knowing damn well, when you do your homework on that microwaves, that's how they respond to human skin when making contact. After the fact, it's a symptom. They know that, and they hide it with these fake diagnoses and shit, psoriasis and seborrheic dermatitis and all this other shit. Not to say that those don't exist, they do. Those are autoimmune deficiencies. And I'm pretty sure people who have that, they could also trigger those things to come out on them also, whenever they want, through the frequency manipulation, through the microwave. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, but no, that particular article, I'm gonna send it to you, man, so you can keep it, man. It's a short article, real short. It doesn't tell you much other than what I pretty much said. You know, that he was driving somewhere with an empty ambulance, and then all of a sudden he felt like he was going to have a heart attack, and then they dispatched another ambulance to help him out, and then he caught like a heart aneurysm or some shit like that. I was like, yo, come on, man. You gotta be kidding me, B.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, you're nappy. It's one thing if it just happened to that first guy. I could accept that and keep going and keep it moving, right? I could accept that as possibly being a natural cause. But to have the second ambulance driver going through something similar right after it, come on, man.
Yeah, that's confirmed, bro.
Smell a rat, man.
Yes, it's confirmed. And it's learning Indian, bro. It's like something new every day.
Say that again.
Say it again, man.
I said it's never Indian. It's like something happens every day. Something new. So he just said,
I think you were
talking to the
I would use it.
No,
it was
you had to just
get a little bit back.
Yeah, this working is essentially it's all around this stuff.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, what up, Bill? Neil is in the building. What's the latest with you, man?
Man, just chilling, man. I hurt my damn back, my spine, and my entire back is killing me, man, from top to bottom, dude.
Holy shit.
Ridiculous, yo. Yeah, I woke up out of a nap, out of my sleep actually, and I heard a pop sound. Like right in the middle of my lower back. And this was like Friday. It didn't really start bothering me until I noticed some discomfort. But it got really bad on Monday, man. I mean, literally, dude, I couldn't even move. I couldn't walk. When I got up, I felt like my upper body was going to hurt.
Yeah, pardon me, man, Neil. These motherfuckers just disconnected the call. You there? Yeah, hold on, brother, because they've been playing games with my phone, man. Hold on a second, bro. These motherfuckers, man. Yeah, y'all there? All right, all right. Go ahead. Hold on a second. Wait a minute, Neil. Hold on a second.
I'm trying to put any pressure, to any area, on my left side where the heart is at. It's just like it just feels like my heart is being compressed even more, for some odd reason. But yes, I've been sleeping and in pain, and some nights I can't get any sleep, man, because it's so painful that I just can't fall asleep. My mind is constantly on the pain. If I turn, if I even twist a little, my whole back, my entire back, when I tell you, like, bone, muscle, tendon, everything in my entire back, from top to bottom, hurts like heck. Yeah, I tell people, my back injuries ain't no joke, man. My lower back, from my spine being misaligned, it's painful, man. I mean, it's so painful that tears keep running down my face. You know what I'm saying? That's how painful it is. It's like constantly, man. I got to keep wiping tears from my eyes because it's so painful. And I'm not, saying I'm crying. I'm crying, but the pain, however great that pain is, man, my chest up just keeps tearing. Of course, the usual bullshit, same thing how they drop the call, same thing they keep popping up on my damn, on my phone and my tablet. Shit is ridiculous, The invasion of privacy is so intrusive, man, that it's unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. Yeah, what's going on with you guys? Hello? Yeah. Wait, is it only me and you on the phone? There's nobody else there? I don't know, man, but I'm just saying, it's like, my back is killing me right now. All right. If I get in the call, I'm gonna rant about my back, but that's okay. I mean, mine too. Maybe I was just doing what I clean stuff yesterday. Put the muscle relaxer earlier. That kind of knocked me out for a couple of hours. Yeah, I'm only allowed to take Tylenol at this point, man. I can't take anything else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Don't take no weed, no nothing. Just Tylenol, man. Well, you definitely don't want to take no Foxes. I learned my lesson on that one. Yeah, tear up your lining of your stomach.
Yeah, nah. I mean, look, I've been dealing with this pain for a long time, man. So it's just I'm not used to it. The older you get, man, it's like the harder it is. Because like I said, when I tell you, it's like I don't know how to if somebody like take like you lay on a mattress of pins of needles, right? Imagine being pushed down on a bed of needles, right? And through the entire back, where every nerve, every nerve ending, everything, man, it's painful, and it feels very stiff, right? And it feels heavy. Like my back gets like this, it feels extra heavy, B. And it kills my spine because my spine is already misaligned, and that is like that the muscle is dead, but the tendons the nerve endings you can feel the pain. It's one of the most painful things I've ever experienced, man. Like seriously, that's why I hate when my back goes out like this, man. Because you don't understand the pain. Like I'm telling you, that my eye duct keeps tearing, just non-stop. That's how painful it is. Just non-stop tears coming out.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Are you trying to change?
Huh?
Are you trying to change?
The what?
The cage you get in?
No, man. What I do is I try to stretch as little as I can. All right. So I do like this every hour. I'll do 15 minutes of stretching for like 4 hours straight. All right. And that helps a little. All right. But then I gotta sleep. So I gotta lay on my back or lay on my side. Right. And it hurts like hell either way when I lay on my back or lay on my right side. I can't lay on my left side. I'll try, but 30 minutes in, maybe 30 minutes, like 10, 15 minutes in, and I can hear my heart pounding.
Somebody needs to mute their background. I don't know if it's 959. Joe, you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yo, how you been, man? Yeah. I've been so, man. It is, man. We're talking and shit, so just hanging in there. I hear that. We all go through it, man. You know what I'm saying? I think what Nappy was saying, man, with the Faraday cage, because I think what Nappy was thinking was that you would get hit with some sort of directed energy weapon, acoustical weapon, or something like that caused that to trigger your back to hurt.
Nah, man, it was, dude. It was. However I slept. Whenever my back goes out, I always feel a knot, right? It's a knot. Sometimes it's a tiny knot. It's not painful. And other times, it's a big knot. When the big knot happens, I'm out for like 2 weeks. Like literally, I'm on the floor for like the first week, right? That means that if I ain't got no food in my fridge, I cannot even make an attempt to go get food, right? So for the first 2 days or 3 days, I'm hungry. All I'm doing is drinking water and snacking on whatever I can find in the crib. I always keep snacks in the crib, right? Then I may get up. I might call Uber. I might call my sister, my nephew, to get some stuff for me from the grocery store. And if I feel like testing my back, I might just go to the grocery store myself and get like some light stuff, right? But for 2 weeks, I am out when I hear and see that big knot, right? I can't do anything, B. I can't sit up, right? It's a good thing. I used to work out, and I put out natural body strength, and it takes me honestly about 5 to 10 minutes just to get off of the floor, right? Just to get off of the floor. And every 3 or 4 steps, I have to stop. Sometimes I have to drop down on the ground, right? It just seems like my entire upper body, my entire spinal column is going to collapse on itself, right? And it's painful. I can feel the bones grinding on each other in every vertebrae, see? I mean, this shit is no joke.
I meant to ask you though, like, how did you have that develop? Is that something that you suffered from as you was a kid and a young man, or is it something?
Yeah, let me tell you, it might seem strange to you, man, but I was mind controlled into hurting my back, dude, and I know that for a fact. Because remember, Nigel, I said that every time something happens to me, there's nobody around, right? Nobody around to help, right? Every time. Or either when something happens to, one of my friends, we'd be on a block, and it would just be like us two. Nobody else inside. It could be the middle of the day. It could be like you know what I'm saying? There's nobody around. So this is what happens. Usually when we used to work at this place called the St. John's Recreation Center in Brooklyn, right? And it's right across the street from Albany Project. So it's to be me, Nigel, Derek, what's the other cat's name? Derek, I forgot the other cat's name. And two other guys, right? We always work out together. We never, me as a weightlifter, I know that I never lift heavy without a spotter. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes even in my warm-up, I use a spotter, right? But that particular afternoon, I got to the gym and they were running late, right? And they were running like beyond late. Usually they run like 15 minutes late. They were running like 45 minutes late, right? I didn't want to get cold, but we didn't do a leg day for some reason. But check this out though. When I got into the gym, right, the gym was crowded. You have to go to the basketball court to get to the weightlifting room, right? There were a lot of cats playing basketball, right? You got to sign in, so the guy was there for me to sign in, right? And he's always supposed to be there. So I'm doing leg press, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, I feel good. I'm lifting, I can do this shit, you know what I'm saying? So cool. I had about 1,100 pounds on there, dude. And I'm doing leg press, and then finally, it's like, my legs started to fail. I was doing my last set, and my legs started to fail, right? And then all the weight came crashing down on me, and my back curled, right? So I had to lift. I was yelling, screaming for help, but nobody was coming. So I had to push all that weight up, and that hyperextended my lower back, right? When I got up, dude, the blood rushed to my head. I swear to you, man, I must have passed out for a good 5 minutes, right? When I woke up, I was barely able to get up. I walked outside to the basketball gym. There was nobody there, right? Dude, the gym was packed when I got there. There was nobody there. The guy who was supposed to sign everybody in, he was gone, right? There was nobody there, dude. I struggled my ass to walk home, dude. Look, a 15, 20-minute walk took me almost an hour and a half. Every couple of steps, I had to rest on somebody's car or the stoop of somebody's house. All right? And that's how I know that it was mind control. It's like clockwork. It happens every single time, just like that. Whenever something happens to me that I've experienced like physical trauma, right? There's nobody there. Nobody there for me to get help. Nobody. And I'm wondering myself, I don't ever lift that amount of weight with no spotters. We have 2 spotters on each side, right? To help with that, to alleviate, the pressure of all that weight. So for me, to lift that by myself. That was way out of my character, right? Way out of my character. But you know when you see the movie with Leonardo in Texas, the people don't think that shit is real. You know what I'm saying? And they can plant these thoughts in your head and shit like that. That's what I believe happened. And it fucked up my back. But then, how my spine got misaligned is, when I felt like they were tampering my water and they were putting formaldehyde or some shit in my water because it was making my flesh heavy, you know what I'm saying? It was making it heavy. And I wasn't a fat dude, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't a fat dude. I was about, 220, very muscular, very ripped. You know what I'm saying? My back never felt that heavy. I never felt that heavy. My entire frame felt heavy. When I hopped on the scale was like, yo, you 250. I was like, I ain't 250. I'm like, how the hell do I weigh 250? I hop on the scale. I'm like, a couple weeks ago, I was 210 pounds. And I even lost like 4 pounds. I was getting even more lean. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, how the hell? Dude, it used to be so difficult for me, even when I sit up to get up, right? My body felt heavy. And I couldn't understand why. I'm like, I know gravity isn't just affecting me like that. I felt sluggish. It was, whenever I would lift weight, my muscle wouldn't grow. It would get hard. It wouldn't expand, right? I just felt heavy. My skin color, I'm reddish brown. It started looking like a dead body, like grayish. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the hell is going on? And because of that, and I was still working at the time, not knowing what was going on. So that fucked up my spine. And then also, my there's no cartilage, in my lower vertebrae. And the doctor can't tell me how the hell my cartilage dissolved. Right? They can't tell me shit. And now, and then I busted my damn hip flexor. So, that fucked up my spine even more. Like one of my legs now is longer than the other, right? Sometimes I can find myself kind of waddling because my spine's all jacked up, dude. And, this is a direct result of them doing it. This is not no genetic disorder, you know what I'm saying? This is whatever they put in my water, right? And I believe it was formaldehyde. It fucked up my inside. It fucked up it fucked up my muscle structure. I mean, everything. I'm telling you, like, I would do, my muscle would get hard, it wouldn't expand at all. I've been lifting weights nearly all my life. And I know when I flex how my muscle expands, right? I know when I lift weights how my muscle expands. I know when I leave the gym, I'm looking swole, right? But I would look the same. My muscle was still hard, right? But I would look the same. Even when I wasn't working out, my muscle was still hard, right? But that pump you get, I wasn't getting that anymore. So I was like, what the hell is going on? I went to my doctor. I showed him my skin color. He said, yeah, you do look a little gray. I mean, a little gray. Are you kidding me? And then tells me maybe I need to see a dermatologist. And what the fuck do you mean see a dermatologist? I said, there's no outbreak on my skin or like that. I'm telling you that something is inherently wrong with me. I'm giving you all my symptoms. I'm saying this and that. You look at my eyes, blah, blah, blah. You say my blood test coming back okay, everything's perfect, cholesterol, everything's normal and all that kind of shit, right? But yet, my eye color changes, right? And the eye doctor told me the main reason why that shit happened is because cholesterol. It was bad cholesterol. Then you're gonna tell me everything is normal. I go to a neurologist, right? You know, I had a physical, and the doctor checked my testosterone, and he said your testosterone is low. All right. So I told him, you know, how I couldn't get an erection, my scrotum, my balls started shrinking, and it wasn't producing any sperm and all that kind of stuff. And you know, he said, well, you know, your cholesterol, your testosterone is low. I'll make an appointment to see the urologist. I go to the urologist the following week. The urologist, they do a blood test and blah blah blah. He comes back and tells me my cholesterol is, my testosterone is normal. I happen to be normal. I'm not doing anything different. If my cholesterol is low, if my testosterone is low, and I'm eating, and my diet is the same and all that kind of stuff. I didn't really exercise to re-up my testosterone. So they're like, well, how come it's normal now? And I'm telling you my symptoms. And why are you telling me it's normal? I know it's not normal. I said, shit's not going to change that fast in a week, in less than a week. You know what I'm saying? He's looking at me like, you know, like something's up. You know what I'm saying? But he's telling me all this shit. I'm like, nah, it can't be. I said, my results came back, and it says my testosterone was low. So you tell me how in less than a week my testosterone returned to normal. I mean, it just goes to show how scary this shit is, how fucked up this shit is. And doctors and nurses and people who took the Hippocratic oath to not participate, to not harm, to not cause harm, you know, to patients. You know what I'm saying? They're doing this type of bullshit. You know, and they know I'm pulling their cards, and they know I'm right. So, you know, whatever is being said to them, like, I don't understand what could be said to somebody, right, that you would even help participate in this shit. I ain't no criminal, you know what I'm saying? I ain't no whatever, I ain't no crook. I ain't no sex offender, none of that shit. I ain't no murderer, I ain't no drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so what the fuck?
You already know what time it is.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I can just tell by the way that they were acting. You know what I'm saying? That the shit just seems strange to me. I don't have to already know what time it is. I just know, you know, you can tell from there that something ain't right with these doctors. They ain't being 100.
Yeah, but the reason behind it, you should already know what I mean by that when I said that, in regards to being a GI and how they do us. You know what I mean? Like, the whole thing about them hiding the fact that they know what's going on. They must know to a certain degree at some point or another. You know what I mean? They have to have been pushed for some sort of collusion with the people that have been doing all the directed energy weapon attacks on you, the remote neural monitoring, you know, the time and all that shit. These people get approached, man, on some level or another, whether it's in the beginning, the very beginning, the middle, as you're going through it, you know what I'm saying, or towards the level you are not. It doesn't, you know, really matter at what point, but they definitely get approached at some level. So that's what I meant, you know what I mean? Like, these people, man, they have to cover their tracks because they know that, see, that whole thing, that's why I meant to ask you, like, how did that develop? Did that develop on something natural with you, or do you feel it was some sort of acoustical weapon, vibrational weapon that was used against you, the way they did with your brother, when they were slowly deteriorating his spinal, I believe it's his back, somewhere in his back, yeah, he was, there you go, Nigel, man, take it away.
Yeah. So yeah, they were this was early 2000, like 2001, 2002. I started getting these vibrations in the lower half of my body. I'm thinking, okay, I have my cell phone on me. At the time, you know, cell phone that really just came out. They started being small, you know, and they were and you know, so you know, I had to carry it in a case that you clip onto your belt. So at the time, everybody was doing that. So I used to grab my waist, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have my phone on me. Why am I vibrating? You when I was sleeping, my back, the lower half of my body to vibrate. And that went on for years. Sometimes it still happens nowadays. Like recently it happened like about maybe I think a month ago. I'm feeling the vibration again. And I think I had mentioned it and then it stopped, right? So I guess when I mentioned certain things on the you know, like on my videos, on my call, on this call, or any of the calls, then they stop, right? So, you know, and then again when I went to get an X-ray on my back, the technician was like, you know, he's like, when were you in a car accident? I said, well, I was never in a car accident. He was like, what? He's like, how could you have well, he said, well, did you have an accident in that? I said, nope. He's like, well, how could that be? He's like, you know, the severity of your injury is of a severe car accident. I said, well, I have never been in a car accident. I've never been in any accident that involved injuring my back. Anything like that. Okay. And then when my back, you know, acts up, man, I can't do anything. I can't walk. I really be in the fall. I really be in so much pain. A lot of times I used to live every month. Every month I used to go to the emergency room to get an injection, and you know, because yeah, my back would just hurt me to the point where I can't do anything. You know, and but that contributed to a lot of stuff. Including talking and also me losing my job in 2011, something like that. Yeah, but you know that's the gist of it, man. Is that these technology are meant to do harm to people. They experiment on people. You know, so the ones like this, look, we ain't no murderers, we ain't no serial killers. You know what I'm saying? We ain't no drug dealers. You know, but yet we are treated as such. You know, and as Mark Rich said in his book, The Hidden Evil, the covert war on the civilian population, the use of this technology, okay, is also used for population control to neuter people, right? Or to try to end your bloodline because of who you are, right? So in this program, if you're a fighter, if you fight them back, they definitely want you out. So I was lucky, you know, my circumstance was different. I was lucky to, you know, have, as it started, you know, and I believe my target started at the same time. I was at the same time as Neil, but I would say, like within a year or so, because you remember, me and Neil were twins. So when they start targeting them, it's like, who do they know who to target? You know what I'm saying? Because when we were together, I'm sure I was being conditioned as he was being conditioned, but I think their main focus was on him. Right? But then again, like I said, you know, there's going to be some perpetrators out there who can't tell the difference, and we are identical twins. So when I think back in things, and I look at things from a, you know, certain perspective, like I said, whatever they had conditioned in him during that time, this was in the mid-90s, they just started targeting him. They were also targeting me also, but I think they made him become aware of it because they were probably targeting him earlier than that. Earlier than before. Because you remember, too, before they go overt, like letting you know, they go covert. They go covert first, building a file on you, right? Building a profile. You know, what side of the street you like to walk on. You right-handed or left-handed. If somebody's approaching you, are you more likely to move to the left or move to the right? You know? I mean, they profile your behavior down to a T, to science. Because this is what they do. This is the U.S. government, the CIA, the NSA, or whatever, the Department of Defense, okay? Expert in psychological manipulation, expert in profiling people, expert in creating the type of personality that they want to create in individuals. So this is, so okay, this is nothing new, right? And so, like I said, so I was being targeted. I didn't realize. So when I think back at things, how I started to become absent-minded, how I started to have like these blank stares. Sometimes I'm on my computer and I feel like I'm in a trance. I'm just staring at the screen, not really thinking of anything, right? Just staring until I kind of like catch myself, And I remember that used to happen to me. It still does happen to me sometimes. Okay? But even today, even with the eyes, listen, where is your something that was right in front of me, bro? And I just looked down. And I couldn't see it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm asking her if she sees it. I don't think Ethan. I said, have you seen it? And he's like, it's right in front of you. I'm like, where? He's like, right in front of you. Like, where? And I had to, close my eyes, I just kind of focus, open my eyes back again, and then I saw it. So, the things that they do to us, affect us neurologically, psychologically, but they don't want to be held responsible for the damage. They try to blame you, okay, because of the damage that they did. Can you imagine this shit? These motherfuckers trying to blame you for the damage they've caused you, right? And let me tell you what they do, okay? There are times when there's so much pain that I have to literally cry out in pain. And every time I cry out in pain, they will use the police siren to try to quiet. So that the next time it happens, I won't cry out in pain. Okay? This is what they do. They try to get you to accept your pain and to deal with a nice crowd of pain, because what that does, and of course, the feel they're on the one. Okay, the architects, the operators of the technology that's affecting you, if they see that you're in pain, that means that they're torturing you and they will have to stop. Okay? So by them trying to silence you from crying out in pain, it means that they can continue on torturing you with the neural monitoring that causes headache. And they cause you to black out. They're very crafty in how they're trying to get away. Okay, by trying to silence you. Right? Like I have a video that I didn't know I'm going to do this because I got them pretty good. Okay? But I just haven't had time this weekend because it's the kids' birthday. And when I answered that was the kids. And then I was like, since it was a birthday weekend, I'm just relaxed, fairly relaxed. I'll say the kids and, keep them home and stuff like that, right? So, but this is what they do. And then recently, every morning I get up, every morning for the past 2 months, every morning that I get up to the sound of either police sirens or fire. Okay? And even this weekend, multiple times a day, right? And what they'll do, and again, there are times when they try to use sand against you, and there are times when they'll try to like for example, yesterday she had went out and she went with her friends to New Hampshire, right, for some. You can eat lobster crust and stuff like that. So she sent me a picture of a bag, and it was the army. It had the army camouflage on the bag, right? And I've noticed recently that I see a lot of people in army fatigue, like camouflage clothing, right? And again, this is subliminal when you know that they use third party, right? When you hear so for example, when you hear a person who's the diagnosis declared a paranoid, when they say that the U.S. Army is with them, and then the other here say, oh yeah, I see soldiers all the time, they wear army fatigue. Those are not soldiers, some civilians wear army fatigue, right? And so what they do, what I call the third person, targeting you through the third person, right? Because you look at who ultimately designed, develop great the program, psychological program, the technology, right? It's the Department of Defense, which is, supposed to be the CIA, which is again a security agency, and the law enforcement top branch, which is the Department of Justice, FBI. And each of these branches, okay, what they do is that they develop methods of letting you know who's doing it at a particular time. But I get using people to wear army camouflage army clothing, right? And for example, like I used to, when I was doing family work, I take Proper Park West to go to the job, and there's a bus there. The bus, it's Coney Island Avenue, right? Let me check this out, right? Coney Island Avenue, right? What are the first three letters of each of those? Okay. Coney Island Avenue. Can you tell me? What is the word? CIA. Right. So I said, what is the first letters of each of these words? Coney Island Avenue. Oh, okay, yeah, CIA. Right? So I've never really paid attention to that, right? Until one day when I was driving her to work, and instead of saying Coney Island Avenue, it says C-I Avenue. It says CIA. Well, yeah, they're teaching you how to read. You know what I'm saying? I took that in my own videos. I was talking about that. Right? Now check this out. Hold on, check this out. So when I thought, I can remember I did a video on it. The next day, I'm going how to work now. Now all of a sudden, it went back to C-I Avenue with the word avenue spelled out. Yeah. Okay? That particular morning, all it said, because I've never really noticed it because I usually see Coney Island Avenue, so I don't pay no mind. You know what I'm saying? But that day, that morning, it says CIA. Yeah, well, for years they've been doing that to me, man, and that's why I did that video, an older video when I was talking about how they teaching me how to read, right? It's like a code, right? Yeah. And as far as like the army fatigue, it's the same nonsense. They talk about that the mind is the and you know that it's the army and military, right? The mind is the final frontier, and you know that they've been experimenting on me for since I was a kid, and that they point now where the technology where I'm so subconscious, I'm almost subconsciously in tune with it, you know what I'm saying? So now I didn't get consciously in tune with it, right? Yeah. So like the reading thing is just part of it. It's like they were prepping me, man. Like when I think back, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. The fact is that everyone has been programmed. Okay? Everyone, right? Each of us, all of us is programmed in the exact same way. Then there are other ways that certain group of people are also given additional programming. That's what we have, right? So there's an overall programming for everyone, but then there's additional programming for certain types of whatever it is that they you know what I'm saying? Right. So let me finish with the army fatigue thing. So now they tell me that this is that I'm supposed. You watch the movie Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf, where he talks about how the military recruits civilians and all that kind of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the narrative they were feeding me, right? Mm-hmm. That I was being recruited and blah 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 and trained and all this kind of stuff, and even though I don't have any credentials to show, that they can send people, the artificial celebrity to let them know that I'm supposed to be an agent in training, that kind of shit, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's like the law enforcement and all that kind of. That was bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Which I know is all bullshit, but I'm just saying that's what they were transmitted to me. And because like they would have me go into a store, right? And I would like get certain items like in a grocery store. And like if I was like low on cash, like they would tell me to walk out the store with the groceries without going to the cash register, and no one would say anything. Right? Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So those are that's how I know the intrusiveness of this program is absolutely mind blowing. right?
Oh, yeah.
That they are violating your privacy. They know everything.
Well,
every penny in your bank account.
I call it mental rape. Mental rape and extreme surveillance. Mental rape.
Right, yeah. They know everything in your bank account. Mm-hmm. They know who you call, who you like to call, all this stuff, right? And they're affecting those people in the same way. Right? Like I was telling you, like with the movie theater, right? Like with the chick, and I was like I said, I was sucking on this chick titties in the middle of the day in the movie theater. The movie theater was packed. And no one in the movie theater said anything. No one even looked our way. Mm-hmm. Right? And I'm telling you, yo, she was full frontal from the top. I had her top up, right? Up. Yeah. Like shaking her titties. The woman next to us, it looked like she was looking from the side. I know from her peripheral, you cannot miss it. Yeah. Yeah. Right? From her peripheral, you cannot miss that. Yeah. Right?
And no one said anything.
No one said nothing. Mm-hmm. Nothing.
Yeah, because this is how what they do is that they try to show you how much their ability to control people in such a way that they can make them docile.
Right. Yeah,
make them,
I know that because that's what they were telling me. It was like trust us. Pull her titties out and start sucking on it, and no one will say anything.
Yeah.
And I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. So I did it, and no one said nothing.
Mm-hmm. Right? Oh, yeah, it's like when I'm walking down the street and these perpetrators, how they're targeting me, and I stick my middle finger up in their face. They just they walk with like a blank stare, and I'm there like, what?
Yeah, but then when we left the movie theater, they were telling me, you can take her home and smash it. Man, I walked into her car. I told her have a nice day. I said the date was great. I enjoyed your company, and I stopped calling her because I know what they're doing now.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be a part of that. I was like, nah, fuck that.
I'm not sure.
Beautiful.
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, and it took she's absolutely gorgeous. And she's the type of chick that, because we had hooked up like years before, right? Years before. Me, her, and her homegirl. They're bisexual, right? Mm. And I remember when I was walking away, I was like, man, you can have that like every day. She'll bring over her female friends and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. All this kind of shit, right? I was like, nah, I don't.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
I'm not in the habit of manipulating people. I know how we have a general likeness, and chemistry between us. But there's shit that's at play. But I'm like, nah, I am not going to be that person. You know what I'm saying? No. So I was like, no. So I was like, yo. So I stopped calling her on a regular, I stopped asking her to go out. Because I know, I was like, nah, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of this. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I was like, yo. But that's
this is what they do, because like whenever they want me to be quiet so much that they try to send me subliminal message saying, oh, you can be quiet, you control the kid's mom, she can be yours, you do whatever you want. I'm like, no, thank you. I'm like, if I'm going to be with somebody, I'll be with somebody who want to be with me for me, not the guys manipulated their mom. You can try to control me. It just goes to show you what kind of people are, right? Yeah. It goes to show you what kind of people that they're all about controlling people. Well, they don't care. They don't care what happens. They don't care who they hurt. They don't care who dies. We're all expendable. Like I said, these people, exactly, yeah. All these TIs that committed suicide, that act out of violence against other people who are targeting them, ultimately, the architects of this program, they're the ones that's responsible. So I don't hold them responsible. Yeah, but they don't. But they're not going to claim responsibility because the person that said, "Well, I didn't do nothing." You know what I'm saying? And it's like, as long as they keep it in the realm of psychology.
Yeah, like we could fuck with these younger dudes, these teenage dudes to kill their husbands and shit like that. Yeah. Even though they didn't pull the trigger, know what I'm saying? They still got convicted for murder, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They provided everything that, whatever. And it's the same way they provided shit. Like, for years they're telling me, you can get a gun, go get a permit and get your gun. And I'm like, look, I've been hospitalized. They're not going to give me no gun. I'm like, they'll give you a gun. They're like, trust us. They won't give you a gun. Right? You know what? I'm not even going to do that. I said, I'm not even going to do that. I'll get a permit. I may go to a gun range, but I'll never buy a gun. You know what I'm saying? I practice and stuff like that, but I will never own a gun again. You know what I'm saying? Like that, nah, not with this, not with these motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, because what it is, it's a script. So even on the website psychological they talk about the shooter script, right? So what they do is that they was to bully someone, okay? Then they bully someone, and then all of a sudden, right? That person gets a gun, and which the person can have easy access to, or they make it so that the person has easy access to. So I'll tell you, I've told you the story before. One night, after being heavily targeted during the day, and I was pissed off, man. I was like, I could say, if I had a gun, I would shoot these motherfuckers. And I get out of the train station, walking home, front of my block, and the old high school, the person I used to hang out in high school with, he called me over. All of a sudden, he just happened to be standing right next to his car, right? Standing, not in his car now, but standing outside his car. There's no other person on the block, on the entire block, just for him, standing in the back of his car, and then he called me over. He's like, yo, Chris, he's the call. Yo, Chris, let me show you something. I'm like, okay, what is it? He opens up his trunk, and he pulls out this box, opens the box. It was a brand new 9mm Glock, right? And when I saw that, I already knew what was happening. And I said, yo, it's nice, but I gotta go. And I walked off, right? I don't know what happened, but the next morning, I guess they must have, their plan didn't go as planned, because the perpetrator the next morning, they had this sad look on their face. Okay, they couldn't even look me in the eye. Okay? But yeah, what they do, and a lot of it has to do with these individuals, these law enforcement people who are within these religious organizations. Okay? And there's proof of that. If you watch The Family on Netflix, it talks about stuff like that, right? If you watch Leah Remini's series on Scientology and all this stuff, right? And then also that, but when you look at the right wing, the religious right, and what it is that they're doing, okay? How they are basically turning a blind eye to the corruption that's going on inside the White House, because this racist mother effer is president, and he's going to. They want him to push their agenda. Okay? So when they talk about the Constitution, they don't believe in the Constitution. They're trying to get rid of the Constitution. Because you know why they're trying to get rid of the Constitution? Because the Constitution has in it separation of church and state. The Constitution has in it anti-discrimination law. The Constitution has all these things. All these things that they are for, the Constitution is against. So they only like to They only like to want to bring up the Constitution when it suits them and when it suits their agenda. And as long as because they feel the Constitution only applies to them, not to anybody else. That's why they do what they're doing. And again, you have people of color who are very religious, who can't think for themselves, okay, who get caught into the trap of supporting these people because they believe that they're the same faith, right? But my thing is that you cannot be the same. You cannot be in the same faith as a person who's willing to subjugate you, who's willing to oppress you, right? You can't. How can you be in the same faith as that individual? You know what I'm saying? Because then that person is teaching you to accept what's being done to you, right? But would that person accept it for themselves if the roles were in reverse? No, they would not. So again, people have the indoctrination, and because of the, and also if you look at particularly the Catholic Church and what happened with these pedophile priests and stuff like that, right? People still send their children
okay, to become altar boys, knowing that 80% of these priests within the church are homosexual, and they're abusing, sexually assaulting, sexually abusing boys. Okay? Right? You know what? It's the same shit I'm talking about when you talk when you know religious people are talking about, oh, you know, we're trying to build a better world for our children. And they're not trying to build a better world. Right, but yes, they're trying to usher in their apocalypse because they believe that Jesus Christ is going to come back. Exactly, and that's what they want to prove. They want to prove it so. They want to prove it so bad, right? To all the doubters. Oh yeah, I got you. They want to prove it so bad to all the doubters that they're willing to destroy, the world, including themselves, right? Just to prove it. Well, I'll tell you what, they destroy the world, and then Jesus comes back, guess what? They're not going to see it. They're going to be good. Right? But again, they don't think like that. These people are all about it's that deep psychological manipulation that's affecting a lot of these things. And a lot of these people, particularly, like I said, you can believe whatever you want to, but from my experience, okay, and from what I've researched, that these people, especially in the search for this so-called Antichrist, in the Catholic Church, okay, that sometimes a lot of these technologies, especially microchip to read, that read your thoughts in your mind, a lot of it has religious implication from them, right? So if they're trying to find the Antichrist, how are they going to know who's the Antichrist, right? You know what I'm saying? Even though there's no such person, but in their belief system, there is. So they're going to develop these things, right? To try to find the so-called Antichrist, or whoever they think that Jesus is going to return, whoever it is, you know what I'm saying? Or, for example, to control or to stop the rise of a political or a civic leader, right, who is going to come and bring about change to the status quo. The status quo don't want to change because they want to remain the way they are. Okay? So imagine now eventually having the ability to, let's say, a person who is politically active, or a person who is an activist and is reaching millions and millions of people. Okay? And then they want to control. Right? Because they know they can't do it in a manner in which they tried to do in the past. It never worked. But if they can implant that person and change their mindset, change their thoughts, they can control that person. Classic example. Here's a good example. That's Kanye West cheers, right? Especially what happened after Katrina. And then he talks about George Bush doesn't care about black people, and he talks about the Republicans, this and that. Now, here he is supporting Trump. Okay? We know Trump don't care about anybody except for his damn self. And his bottom line. Okay? So when you have people like that, okay, who clearly see a person committing all the wrong, just like in the Catholic Church, what the Catholic Church do, they protect these priests. In Pennsylvania alone, 500 priests that have been accused of sexual molestation of young boys, the Catholic Church protected them. They hid their name. They protected them. They pay off the victims, some of them. They protected them up until this day. They tried to lobby Congress, members of Congress, into passing laws that will stop victims from suing the Catholic Church. Right? This is how the game is being played. Okay, we're on the ground level. We're feeling we're the ones that are being affected by it, right? In a manner in which that it's like, who do you think is going to affect? It's just in a manner, the people, all these kids growing up in sexually, you all know that the psychological damage that it caused out of them. You know what I'm saying? But then again, like I said, you have the Catholic priests. Okay? In Australia, you have Catholic priests who are using nuns as concubines, right? They were keeping sex slaves. The nuns were their sex slaves. Okay? But what people don't understand is that this has always been going on. This is nothing new. But because of their indoctrination, they don't want to see the truth. They don't want to see the truth. Like I said, all the time, I said, all you got to do is look at pictures of Rome, around the pictures of Rome. Look at the museums and stuff like that. Look at the Roman museums and all that stuff. Pictures of priests, little boys, looking at their skirts, looking at their not skirts, but their robes, naked little boys all around them. Naked little boys all over them. I mean, come on, the signs are all there. Okay? Queen Elizabeth I said it best. He said that the Pope is the Antichrist. Okay? People are following obediently these people who are in these positions, right? Who are all doing wrong. Okay? Right. For example, you can't go to a priest for marital advice. A priest is not married. They can't get married. So why would you want to go to a priest for marital advice? Right? Why you want to go to a priest for anything other than, whatever it is that they want to teach you of their faith? You know what I'm saying? They don't know shit about women because they supposedly, supposed to be celibate. We know that they're not because they're fucking each other left and right, and also young boys and gay men and all that stuff, right? So we know that they're not celibate. Okay? And you can Google this shit too. 80% of the priests in the Vatican, they're homosexual. Okay? Yeah, that is nothing new. King James Version of the Bible, if you were King James, he was a homosexual person who he commissioned to do his second version. Right? This is Rebecca. Okay, he was homosexual. Okay? And he got fired because he was having an affair with a young boy who he was being paid to teach. Okay? This is the person who he chose to write the second version of the Bible. When they had invented the letter J, that's where you finally see the name Jesus. Okay? After that, there was no J. After that, the name was in Latin, Jesus, Latin, because the Romans spoke Latin. Everything they written is in Latin. Okay? If you go in history, research the Bible, the so-called first translation of the Hebrew Bible, which is the one nobody can find. Right? Because the Torah came after. But the original version, that the Septuagint, was translated from, and the Septuagint is written in Greek. Right? No one can version that was translated, the Hebrew version that was translated from, because there was none. It was all Greek. It was written in Greek. And then came the Hebrew version. First original manuscript of the Old Testament, right? Even the Pentateuch, which is the 5 books of Moses. It's all the original, all Greek. Well, he just wrote it, but the Greek, they had to convert it to Greek, right? So again, when we look at these things, right, the truth is we hidden. These people are following. They're not following the part of the religion that is supposed. That's what it is. They tell the public one thing, right, but then they do something else because they really understand what they're reading. They read the entire Bible. They only teach us some of it. But if you read the entire Bible, you'll see a lot of stuff in there that you don't know. Because they don't teach you. And why you won't go look and read the entire Bible? Because again, it's psychological condition. You don't read it. When you get that breakthrough, you're like, you know what? Let me read this entire book. Let me sit down and read this entire book from back to front. Let me analyze it. Let me take notes. Let me see if there's any contradiction that comes up. Let me go back, and you highlight these contradictions. And you go to your pastor, you go to your priest, you're asking about it, and he's like, and they will tell you, don't question your faith. Okay? But Pastor, this says one thing, and then over here, it says something else. So who is right? That's what they tell people when they don't have the answer. Instead of saying, I don't have the answer, right? Instead of acknowledging the contradictions and the error, you know, they'll tell you don't punch in your face, and that to me, that's, you know, again, it's the ultimate cop out.
Right, but listen, like I said, they've been doing this shit for centuries. And this is why people are in the condition they are today, because nothing changed because of the mindset. Right? And they know this. The people at the top, they know they have the best scholars, the best researchers, the best, you know what I'm saying? The best of everything. They know it. They're holding on to technology that we don't even realize that exists yet. You know what I'm saying? Until they're ready to release it. Right? Why do you think there's such a push to try to get rid of a lot of stuff on the internet about direct energy weapons? Okay? Because they don't want the public to understand it, to realize what is happening. Because the more people wake up, the more they realize that people will become aware of what they do.
Okay, what you said before about setting a precedent.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, well, you know, it's what's even crazier, right? Is that these mother effers got the nerve to transmit to me, to tell me all the shit that they've done and how far with this is what we said with your help. That's what they tell me. With my help, I didn't help them, right? With your help, that we were able to advance this technology, right? To where we can just about make people do anything we want them to. Right? Mm-hmm. And to tell me that, and then try to, that we're going to send you money. We're trying to find.
Yeah, they always done
right?
Money.
Yeah,
they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is they're trying to silence people. You know, if you be quiet, we're not going to try to take away your disability. Oh, you know what I'm saying? It's be quiet. You know? But I'm like, no, that's why, they're accounting for my taking my disability. As a matter of fact, the next video I did, I got a very good example of how they sent me those type of subliminal messages. Like I said, I've been becoming so aware that I'm just like quick on the finger, right? In terms of, recording shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's certain things that I always want to show, right? Like, for example, when they start targeting me heavily, and there's some people who do they walk down the street, holding their hands in prayer, looking at them, because, I guess they want me to pray, they want me to follow their religion. I'm like, I'm not following your religion. I mean, you guys should, like I said, they do this shit over and over again, right? So who's the crazy? Who's the insane one? If you look at the definition of insanity, what is it, right? So who's doing, they keep doing what they're doing, but the results never change, right? I'm never going to follow your religion. You're never going to shut me up. You know what I'm saying? You're never going to get me to become silent. You can send me all the subliminal text messages about, prison or the Jordan, as much time as you want. I'm not going to remain silent. And the same shit, they keep my kids, I'm not going to remain silent. That's not going to happen. Yeah, they keep on sending people to me talking about sorry. I'm like, what are you saying, sorry? Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What did you do to me for you to be sorry? But once again, they're probably telling them that, that atheist made a video about Christian people messing with his car, poisoning his food and all that kind of stuff. And let's tell them that we're sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But let me tell you something. What's happening? They're sorry as politics, right? You cannot do something to somebody, tell them you're sorry, and then you come back the next day and do the same thing over again. Okay? Exactly. That's not sorry. Maybe in the moment they may think that you make them feel good. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's what a lot of people do, right? So a lot of people, when they do shit to somebody, right? They turn around and they say sorry because they feel bad and they can't live with that feeling. For the moment, but then as soon as you accept the apology,
they go back to being the exact same person who they were before, still doing the same shit to you. You know what I'm saying? Because what it is that, what it is that, again, because of religious indoctrination. So when you see a lot of people, particularly religious people, when they do shit, you know, they know they're wrong, right? What they'll say? They'll be like, oh, only you can't judge me, only God can judge me. As long as God forgives me, then that's it. Well, how do you know God forgives you? Does God say to you, hey, I forgive you? You know what I'm saying? So is it within their own mind that they develop concept, right, on their forgiveness? So they forgive themselves. They're not waiting for you to forgive them. They forgive themselves. That's why they have to walk around. And this isn't to me, though. I've mentioned this many times. You know, they'll turn around and cross in front of me and turn around to me and be like, sorry. I'm like, you know, but again, they try to hide the you know, the subliminal and their apology to make it seem like, oh, it's because they almost, you know, run into me that they say sorry. No, because it happens only at a specific time. And that's where you can understand and know that they try to tell you sorry because whatever, they don't feel bad. What it is that they got caught doing what they were doing and now they have to take a step back.
Right. And dude, I was on a bus the other day, straight up, and this woman looked me dead in the eye and tells me, and she said to me, I love you. Mm-hmm. Right? And I'm like, who the fuck is this? Dude, I didn't answer. I just turned my head. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Right?
This is all tricks. It's all psychological tricks.
I know. I mean, that's why cause I went to the grocery store the other day, and I asked the lady, the bus driver, if she could lower the ramp, right? And then she proceeded to tell me, oh, but you know, that's what people, only people in wheelchairs. I said, no, it's not. I've seen people, elderly people, who get on the bus, right, who have a cart, and they can't lift the cart up, right? That he asked for the ramp, and never, and I've asked for the ramp before. I said, and no other bus driver has ever said anything to me, right? Right, he's saying something, right? I showed him my disability card along with my bus pass, right? And I'm like, look, I wasn't going to explain to him. I'm like, look, I have a really bad back injury, right? My spine is messed up. I cannot pull the cart up to roll it onto the ramp. That's why I asked you to lower the ramp for me, right? Yeah, like she had an attitude and shit like that. I'm like, excuse my friends. I'm like, bitch.
You should take her how, because they have a badge number. They're in the badge number, file a complaint on her. That's what you got to do.
And for the most part, I usually do. But dude, it was like, I mean, whenever I call catch or anything like that, I'm usually screaming. And my back is killing me. And I'm like, if I call catch right now, my back is going to hurt. Because seriously, because I'm going to start screaming into the phone and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, fuck. I'm not even going to, you know. But, it's, you know, the simple fact that if someone asks you to lower the ramp, lower the fucking ramp, right? There's obviously a reason why I'm asking you to lower the ramp. If I could have lifted this shit, I would ask you to lower the ramp. But I couldn't pull it up. Because I couldn't bend. I mean, they're fucking ridiculous, yo. They're stupid as shit. I mean, that's the shit that I go through. Sometimes I'm standing at the bus stop. Motherfucking bus drivers see you standing at the bus stop. And they'll just drive right past.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Right? And I got to call catch. Like, look, I was standing at the bus stop, and the driver just drove past me. Or they'll get in the left lane, right? And act like they don't see me. And I raise my hand, and I start screaming like, yo, stop the bus. Right?
Yep.
I mean, these people are fucked up. They're really fucked up in the head.
Yeah, but again, that's the mentality of these people, right?
and you know, they go to church and they think that they're good Christians. And you know, that's the shit that really like. Not, it doesn't pop me, but I was thinking to myself, you know, these people consider themselves good Christians, but look at how they behave, right? So you look at these Ku Klux Klan members. These motherfuckers in church every Sunday, calling themselves good Christians. Oh, I'm a good Christian, right? But what do they used to do on a Sunday after church? They'll go and they'll have a picnic, which is the word picnic came from pick a nigger, to lynch. Okay? And they'll say they're friends, and they'll say the good Lord, and, you know, we're such good Christians, but yet they're lynching black people, or, you know, killing people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so the delusion in their mind of what good is, they have no idea. As long as it suits, like I said, as long as it suits, it's like it's a feel-good moment for them, right? So I feel good believing that I'm a good Christian, you know? But because I say it, I feel good. Not because I do good deeds, because I treat people with goodness and kindness, you know what I'm saying? Not because I respect people, okay? But because it makes me feel good to say that I'm a good Christian, right? It makes me feel good, okay, to stand around with my children, watching this black man get castrated, watching him get lynched, and then his body burned, yeah, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, and then they go home and have dinner. You know what I'm saying? So that's what a grand old time they had. Yeah, exactly. You know, and then right, and then America is great. Like, come on, you know. Like in my class, I'm a public speaking class, and we're watching a video on Teddy Roosevelt, his speech when his inaugural speech when he became president in 1933, right? And he's talking about the Depression, okay? He's talking about, you know, making sure that that putting people back to work and all this stuff. And I'm reading this speech, and you know, stuff like that don't connect with me because I know the history of that era. I know when he got on that. Exactly. I know he got on that phone and started speaking all this about because he wasn't talking about black people. Black people were the furthest thing from his mind. Okay. So I can't identify, and I meant, you know, I meant to tell the professor, like, listen, you know what? But I'm like, you know what? Let me not say that, and, you know, because I kind of like to, you know, I'm the realist. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, he's white, so he's gonna, you know, he's been taught, he's from the Midwest, you know, whatever. He's been taught that way and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, like he brought something about Abraham Lincoln, honest Abe. I said Abraham Lincoln was not honest to begin with. Okay, so I don't know where the fuck y'all get that calling him honest Abe. Okay. He is not honest in no way. And I, for one, don't celebrate Abraham Lincoln, you know, because the fact is that the only reason why, okay, he emancipated the slaves, right, wasn't because it was the goodness of his heart, wasn't because it was the right thing to do, okay? And this is what people don't understand. Especially people of color, black people, this is what they don't understand when they were talking about Abraham Lincoln, okay? Because if you read his biography, and if you read other inserts into his life, right, as the reason why he freed the slaves, because he said in his own words, he said, if I can have it to where I can not free the slaves, okay, and not have to go to war with the South, I would. So slavery wasn't his call, the end of the slavery wasn't his moral code or moral calling. It wasn't. It was because he knew that ending slavery was going to cripple the South economically, right? That's the only reason why he freed the slaves. Because once it was put to do cripple the economy, that means that they can't build an army and buy weapons from overseas. Okay, and not only that, they were North was losing the war, and they had to have Well, but that's not what I'm saying is that that's not the reason why. Yeah, they got to join in the army, right? Because they already knew, you know. I mean, come on, who you think is going to fight harder? Who is going to fight harder, you know, for their freedom? People think is harder. Already free. It's okay. During the American Revolution, right? They promised if they fought, they would be set free, and they played sport, right? The colonies won their independence, and they put those people right back into place. Yep. So you know, like I said, I'm that right there. That's what you call precedent. Precedent had already been set for the promise of freeing slaves after they, you know, while they were fighting, and then after the fighting was done, and they were victor, they put the slaves back into the black people back into slavery. But that's all you know. The precedent has already been set. You know, for their deception and their lies and promises. Right. Right. And even today, black people still always falling for that trap. Or falling for that trap. That's promise. That's why these white politicians, they come into the neighborhood. They promise you this and promise you that. And black people get all entranced and enthralled with what these people are saying, and then these people get elected, and guess what? They do nothing. They don't do shit. Okay? But because they know how how we've been psychologically conditioned and programmed. That's why, you know, whenever I'm walking, I see targeted by people of color, whether it be black, Hispanics, or I shouldn't say Hispanics, but Latin-speaking people, right? I try to tell them, wake up. Like, wake up. Y'all are being used, okay? That's what it is. Y'all be used. And the one thing they use because they know you're so deep in that space, what they'll use. And people have to understand it and recognize that. Like I said, common sense is something that is severely, severely lacking in human beings today. Okay, more so in this time than any other period. Okay, if you look at the French Revolution and how the people got so tired of these bourgeoisie, these elites, okay, they took up and they rebelled, right? Now you're not going to, there isn't going to be any rebellion from the people anymore. Because the people are being controlled, and they're being controlled with technology and weapons that are used to control the mind. I mean, in the U.S. anyway, because they sure as hell rebel in Spain and Greece. You know, in those countries, them motherfuckers, they rebel. I mean, the Spaniards, they went to the damn parliament and they ousted the president. They stormed that shit. Right? They stormed that. Yeah, but they got their breakfast probably too afraid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. America's here. Mm-hmm. That's why in the very beginning of your target, they'll try to they'll tell you, oh, if you be afraid, it's going to happen to you, and you know you can keep your job, or what have you, such. But the minute you start confronting stuff, they get you fired, they label you. You know what I'm saying? In order to discredit you, in order to get people not to follow you, not to like you. You know what I'm saying? They set you up. You know what I'm saying? They do all kind of shit. Psychologically manipulate you. They know what they're doing. Like I said, you know, in the black community, black and Hispanic community, they have been surveilling our communities for decades upon decades upon decades. Okay? Of course. And they get us to fight each other so we don't have to fight them. Yep. Mm-hmm. And I always do. I mean, the targeted individual community are the distractions that they have created, okay? To stop people from asking the real questions. To stop people from looking at another human being as a human being. To stop people from, you know, from basically empathizing with other people. Because if they've done it within white people. When they demonize a group of people, like they demonize black people, white people look at black people as a criminal, without even against the northern, subhuman. So now they've done that to us as TIs, And now they have even the people who they have demonized, attacking us and demonizing us. Right? So it's like, and because they understand about psychology and the Stockholm syndrome and all that stuff, they know that they can create whatever personality they want in whoever, and whatever group of people that they want at any given time. Okay? And the use of these technologies is a way to enhance, to speed up the process, okay, of doing just that. And outright control the people. You know what I'm saying? Outright control the people. You know what I'm saying? And so, one of the books that I have to find time to read, let me pull it up here. And RT is the one that gave me the top of this book. So I'm very grateful for that. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing. When we can teach each other things, man, I love it. I love it, the fact that, I'm able to help and you're able to help me. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of ways, and we can give recognition to each other. You know what I'm saying? That there is no ego thing, and that's what I see this happen in a lot of the communities. That there's all this ego, particularly among the female PIs. Okay, and that really, really kind of bothers me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we should be, instead of us coming together, we should be, communicating. You know what I'm saying? I can understand we're all on different levels in terms of understanding what's going on and happy to have disagreements and who's responsible for such. But the fact is that, we don't ever want to extinguish somebody's fire, okay? Because somebody may feel like, oh, well, that person gets getting more recognition. And I see that a lot in the female community of TIs. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And it's that. That's stuff. And I just got to call it out because, again, if you're a TI, you're listening to TI, you have to get rid of that ego thing and, work together and stop, particularly when you have, this is female TI, but male TI too, when you're at a level in which you're constantly calling other TIs first and something like that, you have to take a step back, analyze yourself, analyze your behavior, and say, okay, I know this is happening to me, right? But not everyone in the TI community is a person, okay? And so what I do, and which is important, where reading comes in, where researching comes in, okay, is I may have to, and this is my own experience, like I may have to change certain things about me, okay, in order to deal with something. You know what I'm saying? So like I was saying, so I was always accusing people of following and this or that. Yeah, we all went through that, right? But we've gotten to a point where we're like, okay, we understand the technology, we understand what it is, right? So it is good. Am I going to react to it or am I going to ask questions? And the best thing to do is that a lot of times, not all the time now, is to ask questions. Now, there are times when you have to react to it because, again, of how you're feeling at that particular moment and, the intensity of the target, which I totally understand. You know what I'm saying? But it's always good to ask questions first before making the assumption. You know what I'm saying? And so one of the books, again, Victor Stites, Mental Manipulation, it is the defense guide, right, against persuasion tactics, right? And this is like I said, this is a book that we all should be reading. This is we know we're being manipulated and attacked psychologically. So these are all books that we all should be reading. We all should be doing research on. Because it helps us to understand, recognize, and develop ways in which to combat a lot of the psychological attacks, right? So I'm going to give you the quote, the Victor Stites, Mental Manipulation, Defense Guide Against Persuasion Tactics, Covert Mind Games, and Emotional Control. And I'll keep putting up on that, so, thanks, brother. No doubt, bro. So again, we have to analyze ourselves. Like for me, I did a lot of analyzing of myself and just dealing with certain situations. And even now, even with the kid's mom, like I don't know how to treat her target me, but I still see the target. So Okay? Now I'm going to see, wow, but he look at my kids too. I know that's going to be microwave. So once I start to realize that, right? But then there are certain times because again she's an adult, so it's a little bit different, a little bit harder, as opposed to when you have children. Because children, especially if you're children, you're gonna, I know you're young, you're like, well, you say, how could it be that my children was perfectly good at it, right? But again, it's not that. It's because it's not strictly microwave, and being prevailed. Okay, so like I said, now every time I get up, I hear fire truck, I hear police sirens. This is happening every single day for the past month. Okay, or if I'm watching the kids and parents on her way home, there's a police car to talk about the noise campaign because I guess when she gets in the house, she's going to start talking. And I actually taped her Friday. You know what I'm saying? I taped her Friday because she was going to go back to her job, but she came straight to the house. And I just thought it was kind of odd. You know what I'm saying? Because she was like, oh, I'm so tired of that. But then when I was talking to her, she seemed very upbeat and got home. I said, okay, then she was going to come in and she was talking. So what happened? She come in, she started, so I had to pull the door. And in the other video, I actually hear her say, are you recording me? And I'm like, no, I was actually just recording her to show you guys exactly what it is that she do with the hands talking to you. Constantly using her hands, conversation drill, you see how the top of her hands always turn towards you as she's talking. Usually when you're talking to people, if you're using your hands, right? Your hands, the palm of your hands is facing towards you. Okay? But in this case, her hands were out to the side, and she's talking, listening, that's like a gift. I'm saying, so I was being able to recognize those things. It didn't bother me at the time, you know saying? I just recognized it. So I just said, it's a good example of what I'm talking about. So, I'm glad I recorded it so I can show exactly what it is. Because again, this is how they understand human behavior. We have to understand human behavior. Okay? So we have to understand, for example, I said, like when she's walking towards me, away from me, she twists her wrist, where again, you'll see the palm of her hands with the concentration drill, and she's been doing it a lot. So I said, okay, you know what? Yeah, we might be in microwave because even my kids will do that too. So I'm like, okay, that's when I'm like, okay, we'll all be in microwave now. Whatever they're using them to send me to put messages, what have you, and such, right? So being able to recognize it. So, I thought I was like, I thought targeting you, but it didn't make any difference. All it does is cause arguments and denial. So let me not, let me treat it as if, even though she's an adult, let me treat it as if how I would treat it when it comes to my own children. You know what I'm saying? The fact that me knowing that, yeah. But again, but that doesn't mean that you're going to excuse a person's true personality for the shit that they do, right? To you, that's wrong, right? So you have to learn that, you know what I'm saying? And RT again, kind of like, even I've been in this program for so long, a lot of studies, but still, I need, sometimes you still need some advice from someone who is not going to, it's not going to like kind of judge you in any way or feel, oh, you talk about this person is too much. But just listen and just give your own, give you some good feedback. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, we all got to vent. We all need to vent. We know what I ask TIs. We all need to vent. Venting is good. You keep the stuff inside of you. It bothers you. It eats away at you. We're always going to vent this stuff out, and that's what we're here for. As we TI, we have to support each other in that manner, right? As long as, I'm not, like I would never call them and say, oh man, I felt like I was like I was flying or something, or I saw some little demon running around and, he tried to, bite my toes off, my fingers off, kind of like you did this off the wall stuff. And I won't even say crazy because I hate to use the word crazy when it comes to speaking about this, when it comes to other TIs who talk about those other stuff, because I know that's how they're conditioned. Right? So I just say off the wall, right? So, because again, I know that these people are being targeted and made to believe a lot of things that is not true, right? So I just say off the wall because I like that term. Because, we as the NTI community, we're all been called crazy at one point. You know what I'm saying? Even though we're not, because again, it is a label that they use to discredit us, It was a label that they used to take away our rights and our freedom. Okay, and that's the reason why they use that. Okay, so understanding that is key. You know what I'm saying? And then another book that Archie put me up on is The Rape of the Mind. Okay, and I talked about this, like you feel like you're being raped over and over, except it's not in a sexual manner. So I'm up to page. I read a lot of this book. I didn't even realize that. Okay, well, I gotta go back and read this again. But anyway, let me just give you the full. So it's Dr. Joe A.M. Mallow. The psychology is called The Rape of the Mind: Psychology of Thought Control, Mental Side, and Brainwashing. Now, these are books that, if DTI is into the fall, these are books that you need to get, you need to read. Okay? Not just read it, but you need to study it. Okay? And then how you study is by read some of the things in there. If it brings familiarity to you and your target is, highlight it. Highlight the section. Go back, study, read it, and say, okay, when they do this to me, what can I do to counter that? And that's where the other books, besides the manipulation, developing defense mechanisms against psychological attacks and stuff like that. So you'll be able to develop ways to help you counter or deal with a lot of the targeted aspects, a lot of the psychological targeting and social aspects, right? So, I mean, that's all I wanted to say. But, wait, let me give, before I go, let me give some update on my target. So, like I said, I have a video I got to do with Bill want me to do. So they know it's coming. I kind of like to let them believe that what if they do has affected me to the point where they think that they can silence me. You know, so they have I give them their feel good moment, and then I hit them. Okay, it's like how they give me my feel good moment, and they hit me. I use the same tactics back at them, right? So the school situation, man. Let me tell you, I was in my calculus class. I believe it was Monday. Wednesday. Because Wednesday we had a Monday schedule. I have calculus on Monday and Wednesday. So the professor in the class, he keeps making all these mistakes, right? And I turned to the guy in front of me and I'm like, why is she making all these mistakes? She's teaching us, she keeps making all these mistakes and we keep correcting her. You know what I'm saying? How is it that she's doing it, right? And I talked about the tutor that I went to. I went to Math Lab and the tutor is, and he kept doing the same thing. So he kept, I would give him the problem for me to show him how he was solving. And he would do it, right? And then somebody else, other tutor would look at it and be like, no, that's wrong. Correct him, right? So at that point I realized, you know what? Going to tutoring is not going to help me because, obviously they're giving me the wrong thing. And somebody else is telling this individual, hey, that's wrong, and showing him the right way to do it, right? So, but that same day now, the professor keeps making that same mistake, and the student has to keep correcting him. I walked out of after the classroom was over, I walked out of the classroom. Here comes the same math tutor that was giving me the wrong answer. He comes in and, he's asking me how's it going. I said, it's okay. But I said, I'm taking my job in the class or whatever. So then he said to me, he's like, why don't you go take one of those 3-day classes that they have? So I was like, 3-day class? I was like, I don't know about that. He said, yeah. He said, go to the math department, right? So I went to the math department, asking for the 3-day class they give, and they were like, what 3-day class? They were like, the only 3-day class we give is before the semester begins, to just as a refresher course for whatever class that you're going to take, or the backup you're going to take. And I was like, okay, that's strange. So why did the tutor told me to come here and ask about the tutor as if it was something that was still ongoing? And she was like, nope. I was like, I don't know why he sent you here for that, but that's one year in the beginning before the semester begins. So I'm like, okay, So do you see the type of connection there, right? When I've talked about everything, I think I went to the lab twice, and you gave me the wrong thing, so you did it wrong. And all of a sudden, on that particular day, my math professor, right, my real math professor, didn't have a substitute teacher, she started making the same type of mistakes. And I walked out of the classroom and there he is. right? So when I talk about how they like to show you their ability, the things that they can do, that's one example. I mean, do you guys understand that? Do you guys get it?
I get it more or less. I think well, from the standpoint that you were describing how that particular professor told you why don't you go downstairs in the math lab and ask for that VCD class, it's almost like
It wasn't the professor, it wasn't the professor, it was the tutor. The same tutor.
okay.
That was giving me the wrong answer.
Right. He was purposely giving you that information, so that way when you go down there, you would hear, no, there's no such thing. But he knew in advance that was going to be
exactly
the response. Yeah. And the whole thing was supposed to instantly, at that moment, traumatize you psychologically in a sense where you'd be like, yo, why the fuck did he send me over here for? And it'll keep you in the constantly triggering the fight or flight response in your mind through the gaslighting technique that he transmits you. Shit. Yep. Motherfuckers are devious, man. Oh yeah. So at what point, Nige, do you find a way to circumvent all that shit? I mean, because I already know you told me about the YouTube joint, and I'm assuming the Khan Academy as well. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, does that help at all?
Yeah, it does. You know, but again, I have so much on my plate, and I'm not here to drop in the calculus class. But I went to November 5th, and I probably most likely will drop it because I have another class, my circuit analysis class, and that's heavy into math too. So, and then again, like I remember some stuff, but remember, my memory is not 100%. It's a lot better than what it used to be, but it's not 100%. And that's the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like even this weekend, like yesterday, I tried to study, but you know, like I do a bunch of the kids prepare to see her birthday weekend, and. You know, and you know, like Friday, you know, they're like, you know, they're tired. No, you know me already, right? Yeah, I'm getting talked because, you know, like I talk about the situation between me and Pam and stuff like that. You know, but look, a lot of, you know, again, there's a lot of this thing within her personality that, you know, that it's just, I just see that, like, okay, you know, I don't know, you're agree with. And, you know, a lot of my personality. But, you know, like I said, there are times when, you know, she has her big moments and there's times I have them, right? But then there are times when, you know, there's certain things that I understand about her. She has a thing out there with her. It's like, you know what, that's not good. That is not good. That's not, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that she's a bad person 100%. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has, you know, I'm not making excuses. But, you know, even though, like I said, it was her birthday or something like that, I got her a gift. I bought the kids gifts to give to her. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you know, how I like, you know, like my sister, like my son was like, Daddy, you have no money, so how you buy clothes? I said, because, you know, I said I have school cards, okay? My school cards, that's why I buy a little bit to buy or something like a tail, a little by little at the end of the month. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's how I've been surviving for the last couple of years. You know, sort of providing certain things for my kids to be on disability, right? Because disability is not much at all. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, I have my bills I have to update. So, you know, so he said that. I said, yeah. I said, so now you understand, right? I said, you know, Dad, you don't have to. I said, that's why I'm going back to school. I go back to school, you know, because definitely I'm not looking for anybody else. I'm not looking for nobody else, okay? And I just also just being a TI, but understanding that the mentality and how they was create within each of us, especially to the educational system, is one that, you know, don't push you into being an entrepreneur. That push you into being a owner of your own business, right? That's only for the elite, like the Harvards and the Yales and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? But for, you know, everybody else, it's like, oh, you know, you can work for JP Morgan, you work for such and such, and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? They never teach you into becoming an entrepreneur and developing, you know, business skills and business and having good business practice, right? Because the reason for being is because they don't want you to become self-sufficient due to the fact that you'll take out and subtract what they need from us the most, which is dependency. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know, and when you try to do something as an entrepreneur, you know, like me and, you know, my homegirls and I,
bringing a magazine into fruition, they do shady shit, like not having the like the distributor, taking money to distribute the magazine and just leaving, you know what I'm saying, and not distributing the magazine at all. You know what I'm saying? Fucking up your whole cash flow, fucking up your whole business. You know what I'm saying? So, they do shit like that too just to let you know that, no, we're not going to allow you to be successful. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to allow you to be in a position where, because we know what we're going to do to you, because everything they do is premeditated. You know what I'm saying? All of you is premeditated, right? But you're not going to have the money to fight us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You're not going to have the money to hire lawyers. You're not going to have the money to hire people to help you to get resources where you can research and get, like real help into writing, a few books or, about your story. I can write a book, right, about my story, but if my book, it's just my story. If my book isn't factual based, you know what I'm saying, where I can pull references, right, from actual facts to show, then my book might as well be considered a fictional book, right? Yeah. Because I don't have the money to pay people to say, okay, well, I need you to find out, what was happening back then. You know what I'm saying? I need names of people. I need blah 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 about all the time. People know how to put stuff into context. But that's the reason in terms of why they don't want us to be economically independent, or even have a certain set of money to where we can pay someone to do some of the investigation. So that's why they keep us financially either destitute. Let me hire this person to such and such. Let me do this with them. No, because we're busy surviving. Again, that's, I would say, 80% of the population. Okay, 80% of the, that's not, maybe 70% of the population is just surviving. Okay, surviving day to day, right? And like I said to you all the time, I said the same thing that you guys are participating, guys being done to us. It's the same shit that they do to you as civilian perpetrators. It's the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? Recently they started using these mentally ill homeless people, right? And then, I can excuse that because these people are mentally ill and stuff like that. The homeless people I can excuse it because they're homeless and they need money, so I guess they're gonna, take whatever money they can, right? You know what I'm saying? So I don't really fault them for that, right? But my thing is this: when you can get these types of individuals to come out and target you, especially those that are, mentally challenged and stuff like that, it shows you the disgusting and the vile and evil traits and personality that the architect of these programs have. Okay, because there's nothing good about it. Because when they develop these technologies, it's not really to help people out. It's all about ultimately about control. Okay, that idea of saying, okay, let's use the technology to help people out, that's just a facade. That's just a mask. Okay, yeah, you may help some people out, but what's the true intent? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the true intent? Right? Because when it comes to these people, the shit that they put on the surface is nothing compared to the shit that's underneath the surface. Yeah, I mean, the reason to help a few people at a time is just, it's like let's say you go to a place that's giving out, let's say, free clothes, right? And they tell you that, okay, let's say maybe like 500 people up here, and they only give like 10 people clothes, and they say, well, maybe if you come back tomorrow, it may be you, right? Mm-hmm. So it keeps people in that mentality where they keep thinking, I'm going to be the one, I'm going to be the one, I'm going to be the one, right? Mm-hmm. And then they're not.
and it is part of the manipulation, right? So then they'll start flipping the script on you, saying, well, you know what, the reason why you wasn't the one that was picked to get these clothes and such is because you're not going along with the program.
But it's all about foresight.
Right.
And again, the use of those types of tactics derive from religious belief systems, right? The idea of the idea of like for example, let's say you have a person who's religious who may have a good job, nice house, married. They'll say, I'm blessed, right? I'm blessed. God chose me, right? I'm blessed. I don't know about anybody else, but I know for me, God chose me, so I'm blessed. So they get into that selfish way of thinking, right?
The selfish thing.
Right, and then they start looking at other people who may not have been as fortunate as them as being lesser than, right? Because they may say, well, you're not smart enough or whatever. And it's a combination of many things that people don't quite understand. And like I was watching a video today, earlier. I started watching it yesterday. It was called the Black Tax, right? And you hear people, and I hear it all the time. I even hear from Pam, which I talked about this stuff. But she feels that because there are a few people that she has in her circle, some of who are successful, and quiet about it. And there's a few of them. I said, you can't compare the people in your circle to the overall majority of people in terms of population, right? So the guy on this video says that he was talking about the same thing. He's like, you hear people say, well, other black people come to this country, they pull themselves up by the bootstraps, whatever, they got jobs, or somebody start their own business rallies. And I said, you know what? Those people that come to this country, guess what? They get hired, right? But the thing is that a lot of them are living together with other members and they're saving, right? Which is something that, hasn't been taught to people who've been born here, go through their education from a very young age. They don't teach you to right? So they don't teach you that stuff, right? So what he was saying, and he makes a very good, valid point in this, and he was like, look, out of the population of black people in the United States, right? When you look at the past 200 years, when you look at all the federal programs that has happened, right? Few blacks that have gotten some of that federal program, he says that those blacks, right? Guess what? Half of those people within the next generation end up losing half their wealth, right? And so the number gets smaller and smaller. And he laid out some very interesting facts, and I say facts because they were documented facts. Okay, and what he talked about, he says that even today with the labor test, meaning that corporations not paying black people on an equal pay scale, he says that this costs black families, right? Black families over 12 or something $12 trillion. Okay? And he was like, think about that for a minute, right? So you have to contend with wage theft, and they may not see it as wage theft, but it is wage theft when they're paying a white person, $20,000 more than they're paying you a black person doing the same job. That's wage theft.
And not only that, but I've experienced that. I've experienced where my manager was stealing hours from me, right? He was stealing hours. I was working at this printing company, right? And I was working a lot of overtime. And the lady who was the head of human resources, she called me one day. She was like, Neil, I need to take a look at something. And she asked me, did you work these hours? I said, yes. She said, why is the manager slashing your hours in half? So if I work 20 hours, he would cut my hours to 10, right? So I told you, I said, man, why you cutting my hours? Why you stealing my, first of all, she wasn't going to let that shit happen. Straight up, you know what I'm saying? But she was like, her and the owners, they talked to him about it, and, he said it won't happen again, right? But yeah, but again, hold on. Well, that's a perfect example, right? So when I tell people this, right, just because they may work in a different industry, right, they think that
what happened in that industry happens in every other industry. And I know it doesn't, right? So let's, for example, a person who may work within the federal government where you have a mandated, law that says that everybody is getting hired to get paid this much. It's different from when you're working for a private corporation who's going to say, okay, only this people getting this much, that person going that. So what happens to you in terms of that manager stealing hours from you, right? May not happen in a person who's working in a government job, or a person who, let's say, a person who works for the train station, for the MTA. You know what I'm saying? That wouldn't happen because guess what? That manager will most likely probably be fired for that. Whereas you're working in a private business, where that manager who's buddy with the owners of that person may not get fired for that, for stealing your hours. So it happens to all. It happens not to happen to all of us, but it happens to me too. It happened to you. It happened to me. It happened to others. Remember Ernest? It happened to him a lot of times. It happened to a good guy that I know. His name was Jerry. This guy was working at night as a scanner operator, right? The day scanner operator was getting paid something like $55 an hour. They were paying this guy to work at night $10 an hour, right? And he was scanning better than the white guy that scanned the day. And he was making $55 an hour until I pulled him aside and I said, listen, you don't need to be working here, okay? I said, if this is how they treating you, you don't need to be working. I said, I don't care what your situation is, whether you have papers or not, okay? I said, these people that are doing this to you, it's ridiculous. And I told him, I said, look, go to such and such. I said, there are scanner operated positions open. Go over there, apply for it. Let them do, because they have the same. I said they have the same scanner machine. Go over there, show me how to take it. I said you're a damn good scanner operator. And for them to do this to you, it's ridiculous. And he left. And then check this out. The guy who was there today, this white German guy, and he's always a drunk. He comes drunk, and then makes every excuse for him until one day he sexually assaulted one of the. We had hired a temporary worker, right? He sexually assaulted her. He grabbed her butt. Okay? And that was when they decided to fire him. So all the time he's coming drunk as hell. And because she was white too, because she was white, even with a black woman doing that, they wouldn't fire him at all. But because she was white, that's how they fire him. Out of all the shit that he did. And then, I said to myself, I bet they're sorry that they did that to Jerry. Okay, because again, because they're like like I said, I was just so pissed off and angry when he told me how much they were paying him. Okay, because I thought it was ridiculous. I said, listen, man, I think because he didn't have his papers, but I said, still, your skills is far more superior than this dude idiot during the day. And everyone would be like, no, we're going to give this to Jerry. If you want it to be done right, we give it to Jerry. If you want it to be mediocre, which we don't really care about, we'll give it to, the guy during the day, right? I mean, this was the mentality of even other managers within the business. Okay? But it goes to show you that when it comes to certain people, right, like even white people, and the guy today watching the video, he talks about the black tax. He says we talk about implicit bias, and whether it be conscious or unconscious, right? And he talked about the implicit bias that happens when it comes to people of color, and it was astonishing because the University of California did a study, right? He did a study, and he said that 78% of white Americans have huge bias against black people. Not just a little bias. Even those that don't consider themselves to be racist have a huge bias. And they did all kinds of studies. They sent out a resume, same qualifications, just with one you had the black side of the name, the other one the white side of the name. They send out letters to law firms in terms of hiring potential lawyers. And the same mistakes was on the white sounding guy resume and the black sounding guy resume. And he said that on the white sounding resume, out of the 7 errors, 3 were circled, right? And that person got a very good recommendation as opposed to, they can be hired. But then with the black sounding name, he said 6 out of 7 errors were circled, okay? And the mentality of those partners within the firm was that this person was never going to be a good lawyer, okay? So again, but again, it's a lot of stuff that we do. I'm sorry to go off topic about this stuff, but I just want people to understand that, when it comes to psychological conditioning, not only does it affect not just other PIs and other people of color too, but white people have been conditioned. They have been conditioned in a way in which they will overlook. Okay, if your names don't sound right to them, they'll overlook. And yeah, listen, I can. You sounding low. I don't know what to tell you. Volume your phone. You sounding very, very low.
Now, I was saying the same thing happened in the TI community. When you look at newspaper articles, magazine articles, and documentaries about TI,
you always see it back. Yeah, no, you don't.
Right. Right. And they're the only ones being affected by this.
And also, what you never see, those of us who have a grasp of this program, and we can explain it in such a way that, that put things into context and provide the research and the evidence and the proof. But they ignore that. They ignore that. And they only put those PIs who, again, like I said, talk about off the wall shit. Right? Because that is the image they want to put out there for other people to see. But that's why when people go to, they go to RT videos, they go to my videos, they go to your videos, then they comment and they be like, hey, I understand what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I really understand what you're saying. And then that's when you see the hate comes out of some other people, because they'll start thinking that, because they know once you start speaking the truth, you'll get a lot of hate mail. You get a lot of hate emails, a lot of, such and such. And it's okay, because again, that's just part of the defense mechanism of what the product that they created.
Yeah, and
for those of us who speak the truth, we are attacked constantly, right? We are attacked constantly because they have to demonize, to put us down, and stuff like that, right? So what can you say? Like the woman on the bus I having an argument with, she was, preaching in my ears, and I'm like, listen, man. I said, you are a woman, okay? Ain't no damn creator, ain't no man. I said, it's a woman. I told her, I said, you need to worship your feminine energy, okay? Your feminine divine energy, okay? I said, if you believe that, a woman comes from a man and rips it, you're a fool, okay? Because as a woman, you should know where children come from, okay? As a woman, especially if you have kids, you know that women give birth children to us, and they don't give birth, but that belly button, that's the thing that sustains that life inside. Exactly, right? So I feel like how the fuck does a rib feed a baby? Yeah. So I said the only God I see, is you. I said the only God I see is you. You are the divine creative spirit. I said, me as a man, I'm the divine energy that stands to see. Okay? But you are the divine creator, because everything is created within your womb. Okay? That's why you are the divine creator. I'm not a creator. You know what I'm saying? I said, I just planted the seed. But you are the divine spirit, the divine God, goddess, whatever you want to say, that create life. Life is created within your womb. That's what I told her. Right time I left out off the bus, the woman was sitting next to me, and she was clapping. She was all over me. She was like, yes. I said, yeah. I said, you need to wake up. I said, we need to wake up. Okay? I said, that's the reason why a lot of black men treat black women the certain way, because we view black women in the eyes of European men. Okay? And that is where our mistake comes in. You know what I'm saying? So we need to look at our women in the eyes of that Afrocentric system. Okay? But first you have to know what that is. Okay? You have to know what it is. You look at the history, look at the history of African people as opposed to Europeans, right? The way how we treated women or women treated us, you know what I'm saying? Because we were all about equality, you know? They made laws, women owned businesses. Thousands of years ago, way before Europeans invaded, we the Caucasians invaded and changed shit around. Okay? So, you know, and listen, a lot of women, you know, a lot of black women, they can't get that concept because they themselves have been so indoctrinated. You know, my niece said something about, I woke up this morning thanking him for life. I'm like, thanking who? I said, no, I thank you for life because you're the creator. Okay? So, you know, she didn't give me a response. I told her, I said, if you read about the evolution of the human species, every form, every type of humanoid that came, there was always the woman first. Okay, those females were able to reproduce asexually, and we can see in certain groups of species of animals today, their ability that when the male rate goes down in their species, they're able to reproduce asexually to give birth, to increase the male population. Okay, humanoids were able to do that. Okay, millions of years ago. Up until, 250, 350 years ago, right? When they found the oldest fossil of today's modern Homo sapiens. Okay? And the reason why they call Homo sapiens sapiens and the Homo sapiens is white because there's two revisions. So the last one, the oldest is female. Okay, and they call her the mitochondria. We all share our direct descendants from her. You know what I'm saying? So again, when I try to tell, you know, because like I said, we've all been indoctrinated into this thing, and that's why when we look at women as being lesser than, as opposed to being, you know, equal, as opposed to being the part of us that is, you know, that holds us together, right? Because in our African tradition, it is the women that were a lot of times the advisors. Okay? It was the women that were the advisors. You know? When the king or the pharaoh would go on business, right? Everybody else will come to the matriarchal figure, which was his mother, his grandmother, for advice, his wife, if he was married, for advice. Right? He didn't have a second in command who was a man. Okay? He ruled together with his queen. He wasn't married, and he goes off to war, what have you. The person in charge was the matriarch, his mother. It wasn't his father, it was his mother. You know what I'm saying? So there's a clear distinction, a clear difference between our culture, our true history, our true culture, as opposed to the Europeans. And that's why when we as men, especially men of color, grow up in Western society, you know, we develop a lot of the male chauvinism of the Europeans because that's who they were. There's a very good book called The Iceman Coming by Michael, what happened to my bag? I have it in my bag. It's called The Iceman Coming, the modern history of European dominance, sexism, racism, and all that stuff. And it breaks down the history. We know that they have tried very hard to discredit this guy. This is a white Canadian archaeologist and researcher, historian. And they have tried so hard to discredit his work, right? You know, when he talks about how, black people migrated out of Africa and got trapped in the last ice age, and through environmental evolution, they changed the pigmentation through regeneration. The hair becomes straighter, the eyes, change, you know what I'm saying? The nose, the physical attribute change, right? And so they lost their history after thousands and thousands and thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. And they become a new, I should say new species, but a new type of people, physically. They're physically speaking. And then he talks about how, because they had to fight for everything, right? They become violent in nature because of the extreme condition that they were living in. And there were times they were trapped in their cave, couldn't leave for months because of the harsh weather. Sometimes they couldn't go hunt for food. So what they used to do, they used to kill the elderly woman, because the elderly woman could no longer reproduce, whereas the men, no matter how old they were able to get the female pregnant, right? But because of that, they turned and they started eating their older women, right? So they've always had this thing for the looking at women in a negative light, right? Because throughout their history, they have again used their women as food, cannibalism, right? And so all of that stuff plays a huge part in their persona and how they view women and how they treat women and how they view other people and not see them as being human beings and being able to empathize with them. Like I was saying, when they had these picnics with these, they would bring their children. So you see pictures of young girls, right, 6, 7, smiling with their parents, okay, smiling as they stand around a charred body of a black man who has been hung and castrated. Okay? Now, what kind of people would celebrate that type of behavior? You have to understand the mentality, right? So that's why it's important. When you understand the architecture of these programs, in terms of who are the ones that are creating these programs, okay? I understand their mentality, and they need to control. Yeah, they love for power, they love for control and for money, right? You truly understand who you're dealing with. And no matter how these folks are, they may target you or such and such, and they know that. Okay? And that's why they fight you so hard. Right? That's why they're attacking. They're attacking. Like I said, once they start see that you develop that, you as a TI, some of us we become in tune with our warrior spirit, right? So our team, you have that warrior spirit. You have that warrior spirit. I have that warrior spirit. Neither son have that warrior spirit, right? The NAPPY roots have that warrior spirit. Okay, that no matter what they do to us, we could still continue to fight day after day, right? And so that is what they try to eradicate out of people. That fighting spirit, that ability to look at things and question it, instead of just accepting it as the way it is. That is why they had us in the manner in which they fought us. Because, and again, they try to separate us and isolate us because they don't want us to have it. They don't want us to have anybody else because of the fact that we may influence. Right? So they're very keen and they're very smart in terms of, isolating, demonizing, villainizing. And so, you just gotta be aware of that. But anyway, that's all I gotta say. I gotta go because I'm trying to do my calculus homework. So let me just chime in. Just give a hour and a half now. So I gotta get back to finishing my work. But it's great being on the call. And like I said, you gotta read those books on psychology, especially the Victor Scott one that teaches you how to combat psychological manipulation. The benefit methods to help you. Very, very important book.
No problem. Much appreciated, guys, as usual. Definitely appreciate folks that choose to count information. I'm gonna definitely put them in the description. Yeah, definitely want to check out. As you guys already know, on this forum here,
I don't try to censor anybody because I want everybody to feel comfortable who they are, what they believe in. And I also like to always put out that the views that Nigel expressed are not necessarily everyone else's views. Those are his views, possibly Neil's, I'm not sure, but they're not mine 100%. Yeah, I have my own belief system, and that's pretty much it. I'm just going to leave that there. With that, I just want to clarify certain things. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, and I very much appreciate that. Very much. And it's not to attack anyone's stuff or releases, but just to give an understanding and a context of the history, and so to get people to really open and think about certain things as opposed to accepting every single thing that's being said because of the person who made. You know what I'm saying? And to bring awareness of how religions can be used or are being used instead of being allowed, right, for good and perpetuating types of behaviors like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely, totally. I mean, I'm aware through the stuff that Nigel written up. Ironically enough, it's prison through the gods of the earth. I don't know if y'all know what that is. I'm assuming Neil might know because he listens to hip hop. So yeah, 5%. Right, 5%. Right. So they would talk about knowledge, being man, wisdom, being woman. That's when Nigel was talking about, a woman being like an advisor back in those African times of the queens. They would go to the women for advice. So that makes total sense. It's written in the Egyptians, or going back to Kemet history. Right. That's there. So you're absolutely right. And that's where the gods of the earth came out with knowledge is man, the woman is wisdom, and the child is understanding. Because wisdom equals understanding. Right. I said this out. Where do you think they get the symbol for Lady Justice from? Right? That symbol of the feminine energy being one of justice. Again, it's because of the history that they know that we don't know, right? Well, it's not, everybody that's called, we know that, but other people who don't know, right? So when you look at these systems, right, and some, like you said, how, when the son was away, fighting, whatever, the person who he leaves in charge, the person everybody goes to fight, is going to be the matriarch, or his wife, or, or his mother, right? Right. Those, women had those high, now when you look at these advisors, they all basically all men, especially nowadays. But anyway, the Lady Justice, again, comes from that belief system, from that African belief system, because women were the advisor. They were the person he went to for wisdom and understanding. Okay, that's where you have Ma'at, right? The reason Ma'at, which is the principle, right? The 42 laws of Ma'at, right? And again, why did they give it a female characteristic, right? Because women have always been the wisest in terms of experience in life, as opposed to it being, they were women who are amazing military strength in African culture. You know what I'm saying? But we don't learn about these things. Because we live under a European, society, and where everything is a picture of, right? The man, right? It's all about the man. When they talk about the creator, they talk about a man. Man can never be a creator. We're not a creator in the sense of life, what I'm saying? But a creator in the sense of, when I say men as creator, yes, we create things. But a lot of things that men create are for war and for destruction. Women don't do that. Women is all about nurturing, giving guidance. You know what I'm saying? And so I will always look to women for guidance and for wisdom. I look at the men too, but I would, if personally speaking for me, I would rather look to a woman for guidance as opposed to men, because again, because of, I guess, being indoctrinated in a Western society, okay, for men, it's all about competition, right? And so, I'm not saying for everyone, you know what I'm saying, but for a lot of times, a lot of people that you meet who are male, they're all about competing with each other.
And so that's, that's it. But women have always, throughout African culture, women have always played a key role as opposed to, in European society. And that's the difference. Like I said, that's why we need to go back to understand and learn about our tradition, right? And when we do that, then we view women in a totally different light, in a more, in one of understanding that, we can't disrespect our black women. We can't, talk ill of our black women. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, somebody may do something to you, you may say, but we can't group everyone as a whole. And I see what black men do, black men as a whole, and they talk about stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. You see? And when we all start to do that stuff, we all have to understand that one particular person's behavior, their attitude, and we don't do everybody else. Because we're doing what white people have to do to us, right? Grouping us as a whole and viewing us in a negative light. And we internalize that and we group ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We look at, a lot of us men, we look at black women as a whole and say, okay, all black women are this and that. Black women do it too, all black men are this and that. And we're not. Instead of looking at the individuals, we tend to group everything together. And then particularly with the black and African country, we cannot ignore the exterior influence, right, which causes us to act and behave in negative ways or to think in certain, negative ways. You can't ignore that. So once you ignore that, then what you do, you're ignoring the root of the problem. How are you going to fix a problem if you don't know the root? How are you going to solve an equation if you don't know the root of the equation? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just, like, right now I'm trying to solve a problem because I can't do it. I'm saying, so even doing this, you need something, right? So if you don't understand the root and the cause of the issue, the problem, you can never fix it. All you going to do is put bandit on it. This is what America has been doing when it comes to dealing with the situation when it comes to us as black people are together as a whole. We've been putting bandits. But they refuse to deal with the root because you know what it is? If they deal with the root, that means that they have to throw money to fix the problem, and that they don't want to do that. Because again, to do that, that means that now you're trying to equalize the playing field, and they don't do that, right? So
yeah, I mean, it's like I try not to say anything is embedded in people's DNA in terms of behavioral, habits.
No, some things are. Some things are. You cannot ignore that. Some things are. We can all make generalization about certain people, right? And we're going to be correct, right? But that's just a few generalization. We cannot make every single generalization about other people and think it's going to be correct, because it's not. Okay? Like, look, okay, so like we all know, right? You're not going to see no black person wearing t-shirts or shorts running around in the park, in 20-something degree weather. That's not going to happen. And if you do see a black person doing that shit, something wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? But you see that all the time with white people, right? Because again, that's the general statement that you can say, okay, at least 95% of that shit is true. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So, like for example, like for black people now, we can say, okay, like for me, I remember when I was that you were a great adventure when we were teenagers. We were tall, me and my brother and I were tall, and I was going up to play the basketball thing, and all these white people gather around. All of them gather around, okay? So they swear I was going to get that big prize, right? And when I get that, they all like they were so disappointed. I turned around and said, why? You think because I'm black and tall that I know how to play basketball? That's what I said to them, right? And I said, not every black person you see that's big and tall plays basketball, right? But again, that's the indoctrination within their mind of what they do, because that's what they push. That's what those at the top push, for other white people to see black people as. Okay? So they said this. Then after even white people have been conditioned, right? But as long as the rules and the laws and benefits them, they're not going to do anything to you. And it's not to say if it benefits us, it's going to take away from that, because it's not. Right? It really isn't. It's not going to take anything away from that. But because they've been led to believe that, is the reason why they act a certain way. And the reason why they don't, For example, like I was telling Pam, I said, you know, there's a white woman, she married, the black woman is a white guy. He's a big Trump supporter, right? And the way how he speaks in front of her now, she's shocked by it. She's like, oh, I never knew he was like this. He's an average Trump supporter. I hate Trump. I don't know what I'm going to do. What can I say to this man? If you have to say that to yourself, knowing that, you know, this is how this person is an average Trump supporter, even though he hides his racism. Like I tell black women all the time, I say, you know, white men, when it comes to being with black women, they will hide their racism. Especially if they find you attractive and they want to speak to us, they will hide it. Okay? They will hide that shit, they hide it well. Right? But let a black man date his sister and see what happens. Let a black man date his mother and see what happens.
That's who's coming to dinner on some 78 shit.
Right. So you have a lot of black women who date white men, and they say, you know what, this is a woman, using her name is Michelle X. She was a pastor too. And she breaks it down. She was like, the white people date black people, this is what they do. And she breaks that shit down to the T. Right? And I would say, you know, black women need to really, and I say, you know, you can love what you want to do if you get serious, that's fine. But as she said it best, she's like, when the white men, right, when the black woman is young, attractive, they'll date her. But as she gets older, they're not going to be bothering her anymore. You see? And she was absolutely right. And when she broke it down, and she was like, hey, yeah, this is what happens. You know, when it comes to these, that's why you see a lot of these white men, they go after very young black women, you know? And you see a lot of them, you know, especially, you know, they feel like, you know, let me be a sugar daddy, stuff like that, you know, these young black women, right, who are very impressed by money status. But as they get older, then they don't bother with them anymore, right? And so now this woman now, she was like, you know, she's like, I don't know what to do, you know, how can I save my marriage? And like, if you have to say that, and if your husband is being racist right in front of you, and you still figure, you know what I'm saying, that you're trying to figure out how you save your marriage, something is wrong with you. That means that there's a deep level of self-hatred within you. That woman who, the other black lady who's the officer in New York, they basically sodomized this cab driver, calling him the N-word and that. And she was like, oh, I never knew he was like that. I'm like, come on, you know the history of white police officers when it comes to black people in America, especially in New York City? You shouldn't be surprised. You should just say, I never knew he was like this, and that's it, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? I move on. Don't make excuses, because obviously he's been like that. And to do that, you know what I'm saying? It just took that situation where he felt that he was so comfortable that probably that, you know, even if you found out about it, you probably would never leave him. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Matt, I just want to say this. I'm going to take the time to say this real quick and put it on the record, man, because I feel that, you know, everything you said, I heard you out, and I understand why you feel the way you do. You have every right to think and express yourself however you may feel to do so, as well as everybody else that's on this call, including Neil, Lord True 7, NAPPY Roots, Matt of Thunder, and Dianna, the ones that participate on the squad. Everyone is not always going to be on the same page. Case in point, example is this. I disagree with what you said in regards to, you know, the man not being able to be a creator. I believe in my God, Almighty God. And I believe through his son, Jesus Christ, the only way. And that is what I believe. Like, I'm sure there's a few others that believe that. But I'm speaking for myself, and I want that on the record. We could agree to disagree on that. Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing, because it's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be a true, genuine democracy in that aspect of it. Not the hypocrisy that we see on stage with these Republicans, Democrats, and supposed liberals and all this other garbage that they throw at us. You know, I'm trying to really point out the reality of, okay, Nigel feels this way, and this is why. Look at the historical facts of what he's saying, and then you'll understand he feels and thinks the way he does. Both of you, in regards to what you've been through as children, being kind of coerced and stuff like that, the stuff that you told me, Nigel, I understood it, and I put it down in my head, and I used to get pissed off my moms when they used to force me to go to church, and it was Catholic, and I was in Catholic school, and the principal had a right to smack you and hit you and all that shit, and there's nothing you can do about it. Right. Until one day I snapped and I punched that motherfucker in the face, and I needed to be evaluated because what I did was crazy, but it wasn't crazy when he grabbed up little kids like us and put us up against the wall and embarrassed us in front of the whole fucking school in the cafeteria. That was not crazy though. Yeah, see, that's the type of shit that I was raised up on. Yeah, and I don't believe in Catholicism, obviously, anymore. I stopped believing in that years ago, man. Years ago. But I still believe in God, and I still believe in Jesus Christ. And I understand why you're talking about the whole Jesus thing with the J and how he's doing ISIS and all that. You're right. Yeah. Because I looked all that up way before we even got into this conversation years ago. I got into a conversation with an investigative researcher in the occult. And he was telling me about that, the Sumerians, about the Phoenicians, and how the things was being retold over and over again. Yeah. Moses was Nesis. Nesis was Nebo. Right. And these were ancient Sumerian, Phoenician people. Right. So who am I to come out and be like, nah, that's not true? Because it's not. It is. It's there. It's written. If you know where to look, how to look, you'll find it. It's there. So I understand why. Yeah. But it is, which is why I respect you. I respect you like, totally good. Even though we're brothers from another mother, okay? And father. So let me just say this, right? I respect you in the terms of because like I said, you have the right to believe what you want. Right? Which is true. Yeah, I believe one thing, you believe one, right? But we don't look at each other as some type of enemy. We don't look at each other as some type of rival, or have you. Hell no. We still see each other as human beings. And the fact that we're in this predicament together, that is something that we our belief system is our belief system. But guess what? We can put that aside, come together, and we can say, hey, we have a chance to do something good, to help change and affect the lives of other people through the things that we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And that's a powerful thing. That's what makes us different, because those who are highly indoctrinated with this, not just the belief system, but the belief in the religious hierarchy, right? In the society in modern day, right? Like for example, like you said, the Pope and all stuff, the Catholicism and stuff like that. And even on the Muslim side, they have like the high Shiites, what have you, right? People put more faith in those institutions, right, as opposed to the good in what that religious belief system is supposed to be. And that's different. So when I talk about that, I'm talking about the people who put their faith in the goodness and want to do good, and want to be good, and want to help people, and want to protect people, something like that. I'm talking about those who use it as a tool to indoctrinate, murder, subjugate, enslave, control others, right, based on that. But yet turn around and try to teach you that to love them no matter what they've done to you, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's basically it. That's why I just want to just do it for that, because like I said, I thought, like you said, the names have been changed. Okay, same person, but now with the advancement of this mind control technology, religion is at its end, because they won't need religion to control people anymore once they can actually physically, psychologically control people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like religion is already on its way out. It's already been documented that more people in America, are leaving they're leaving religion. Yeah. Right. So it means like this targeting. What makes us even more targeted in terms of where they're so desperate is that we
we can't break these people, and if we can't break these people, we're going to have to kill these people. You know, those are the two options.
Yeah.
Right? You know, because we have common sense, and we make you know, logical and reasonable assessment, right? And also in our speech. You know, our speech is very cohesive, concise, right? People understand what we're talking about when we speak about our experiences. A lot of times, and our experiences are backed up, right, by other experiences that were documented, you know, decades ago, years ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well you look at the survey, right? This is something that's documented, right? That we as Seattle going through. You look at you know, in North Korea, right? The brainwashing techniques and tactics used by the North Koreans, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You look at you look at China. Right, you look at China. You China now.
You look at Russia, right? Right, what they were doing with in terms of the field of psychiatry, and even in Russia, you know the Russians are the masters of subversion.
Yeah.
You know they are
the Russians, yeah.
Subversion, right?
Yeah.
Germans were the masters.
But you remember too, there's a saying that history is bound to repeat itself if history is not taught and learned. Okay, and we talk about the dark side of history. Yeah. Okay? And so what they try to do, they try to
Leave your message for
then you're able to, you know, commit atrocities, okay?
I was fooling up the call. Like I said, you know, Germans were the master spies, right? The only thing America was masters of, right, is manpower, right? You look at the technology in World War II. The Germans were far superior, you know, and far technologically advanced than all of the Europeans. And across the seas, including America, right? Including China, Japan, right? All the big world powers back then. Right? And if it hadn't been for people like Albert Einstein and other people who defected and took German technology to America, right? To America. You think about jet planes, right? Germans invented jet planes. All right? Americans were still using propellers and all that kind of stuff. Everyone else was still using propellers. Germany said, to end this war, we need jet planes. All right? So they invented jet planes. But not too long after that, German scientists defected, you know, to America, and America were able to use German technology to create their own jet plane, right? But also, you know, manpower. You know, Germans fighting Russia in the dead of winter, which was the worst mistake they could have made, right? Severely diminished their numbers, right? And that's why because the German army were far vastly superior. They had superior, I mean, in every way, superior tanks, superior infantry, you name it. I mean, everything about the German military was superior, including air and naval. Everything. When you look back at history, you're supposed to say, there's no way Germany should have lost that war. Right? And what really ended that was when Japan decided to attack the United States. right? It wasn't Germany that made that error. Okay, it was the Japanese greed, right? To make their mark on the world stage because they've always eyed, the Hawaiian Islands, right? So if Japan had not attacked Pearl Harbor, America would have been at peace because America had a non-aggression pact with Germany. Right? That Roosevelt was willing to honor. Right? Of course. Yeah, and a lot of people in America don't know about these things, right? Because they didn't. First of all, a lot of Americans, okay, didn't see anything wrong with what Hitler was doing to the Jews. As a matter of fact, right? And as a matter of fact, the idea of eugenics came from the American eugenics movement, right? Right. That then went to Germany. Those people within the movement went to Germany, and that's where Hitler developed his eugenics program from. Directly from America. Okay, and then even in Africa, they started in the late 1800s, in early 1900s. Namibia, right? In Africa. Yeah. So, again, a lot of people don't know this stuff, right? A lot of people don't know this stuff, and that's right. So there was an African Holocaust before there was a Jewish Holocaust. Right. But not only that, you look at think about it. When they didn't put German people, right, in internment camps, right? Because Hitler was coming across the Atlantic, believe it or not. If Hitler had won and defeated England, right, he was coming across the Atlantic, right? They didn't put German people in internment camps, they put Japanese people in internment camps. Right? I mean, and that's not like look, I say this all the time, right? A white woman would see a black man walking down the street and she would clutch her foot, right? And a white man would rob her, steal rape her, okay? And she would, the next time she see a black man, she would still fear that black man more than the white man. Okay? That's to show you the power of indoctrination, the power of brainwashing. It's a power people within society of value. How people within society, right, who have been taught to listen, only white women have been taught to fear the black man. The white man hasn't been taught to fear the black man. Okay, the white woman has, and there's a reason for it. You have to understand, right? So that when you see that happening, like I said, whereas a white man can rape a white woman, either to death, the next person, she will still fear black, even if a black man came to her help, she will still fear that same black man as opposed to the white man. She would walk on that same street again, not giving any mention to or any thought of what has happened to her by a white man. But if you see a black man, she'll get scared and shit. Okay? That is what, the psychological, I want to say, I can't find the word to say, but, this is psychological effect of how people have been conditioned to fear one people first. I remember, too, like I said, I remember white men, I mean, it's also like, really white women. I mean, it's really hard. Well, I mean, think about this stuff. Yeah, so like I was saying, man, when it comes to being API, and black and brown people do not get the same attention. We do not get the same priority. We do not get the same level of urgency, empathy, right, and care that you see, with white targeted individuals. And And they can say all what they want to say. They'll tell you it's not about race, it's about money and blah, blah, blah. No, it's about race, right? It's about race. Because one thing history has proven, right? It doesn't matter if you're rich and black, poor and black. In a community where poor black and poor whites live together, right? If the well-to-do white people told the poor white people that you, no matter in your poorness and you live among poor black people, you are still better and superior than, no matter what you're going through, know that a black person is going through something 100 times worse than when they, when I go into these chats and on these pages, and it's not about white or, I bring light to the attention, that we don't get interviews, we don't get documentaries made about us and all this kind of stuff. They say, oh, it's not about race. But if it's not about race, why aren't we represented? Right? Why aren't our stories? We leave it up to ourselves while knowing that, the power of the press and the credibility of the press is far more effective than just me making a video. Yeah, right? So don't give me that bullshit about this. It has nothing to do with race. I don't want to hear that. They get hurt. They feel hurt by that. You know what I'm saying? And they want to block you from the group. They kick you out from the group and block you from the chat. Because you're when you speak up for the voices that they're trying to extinguish. You know what I'm saying? Because the one thing I learned about this PR program is that one of the most important things is that they will make you follow in self-pity if they can, right? And once you wallow in self-pity, comes depression, right? Comes bad health, comes a bad and destructive mental state, right? And if you are not a person who don't have the support system around you, or learn to find a support system, learn how to build a support system, you get caught up in that self-pity, in that self-hatred, and this is my fault, and blah blah blah, and I must have did this. You know what? I threw a piece of trash in the street, so that's why they're attacking me. You blame yourself for everything. Yeah. Well, that's what they try to do to us. Yeah, we blame us to try to get them. And that's so guys blame themselves, I must have did this, and I must have did that. Right, because they understand the power of guilt, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. They understand the power of guilt. Guilt is a very powerful emotion. I was telling myself, so you're saying, blaming yourself, understand what was done to you, okay? Understand that this is something that they have done to you, and say to yourself, okay, now, how do I help myself to get rid of this negative condition that's within my mind? What steps do I need to take in order to not think negatively all the time? To not live in fear, because again, fear-based condition, right? To not do to say, just like how you talk about, with the girl in the movie theater, and you're like, okay, did you understand what they had done to her, right? So you're like, okay, you know what? You have a good night. I had a great time. And that's it. You stick it at that. And that is what you did. And so you made that decision at that point. See, you treated her more like a human being, and they treated her and they treated you. Because if they treated her like a human being, they wouldn't document and program her to be that way. And the fact is that, you know, you recognize that and you're like, you know what, let me not do it. Because I'm sure if that was the other, if she was on the other front, she would have taken it in. Probably. Yeah, probably. Right? So again, it just shows you that they, you know, the fact is that they strip away your level of humanity. They try to put you in situations where they can manipulate you, or they may feel that they know the outcome, right? Because of the manipulation that they do. Nigel. Yeah, we left the movie there, right? Yo, why the cops were giving me the thumbs up sign? And that was crazy. Is that, no, hold on, let me finish. What they do is that they create a false narrative of who you are. Based upon that false narrative is based upon their psychological conditioning within your mind. Okay? That's what you have to understand. That's you have to understand that. This false profile of you, or I, or any other CI out there, is one that they've created because of the manipulation that they have done to you and others. Right? So when they're standing there giving you the thumbs up, what it is that it is a means to try to entrap you into doing something, right? Because they try to say, well, if you did this, you know, nothing's going to happen to you. We give you permission, you know, okay? And so they use law enforcement, right? Because, you know, law enforcement is that comes to, you know what I'm saying? So they're very smart what they're thinking, but guess what? Like I said, you know, you're seeing the fact that you know about this, you understand what's going on. You made a decision that, you know, not also would be beneficial to you, but beneficial to her. Whereas, had you not know about this program, I just told them that the psychological condition of it, you would have done something that would have been detrimental to you and her, or possibly you or her. Okay? So this is what you have to understand. Okay? And again, this is all based off from the, not based off, but this is all explained in Mark Rich's book, and also the Hidden Evil PDF, which is a shortened version. That was just for TIs, you know, that dealt specifically with TIs. But, you know, it's something that they understand and they know what is being done. And so, again, you know, they're moving into this term where we do this show, the RTD is taking up the mantle and carrying on, doing this show and explore and stuff like that. They're going to attack it even more. The more we come on and the more we shed light after what's being done, the more they're gonna attack it and they're gonna do all that sort of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's gonna be frustrating at times. I tell my brother, yo, you gotta hold when you're hanging. You should say, you should the thing that he did last time was really bad. Okay? And you know, it's enough to get you, you know, angry as crap. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta hang in there, keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? And they did a damn good job of exposing. And you know, when you start exposing the real stuff, you know they're going to be attacking heavily, so you have to keep it careful. Just try to remain calm, relax, take deep breaths, and you know what I'm saying, and just keep on exposing. If they're going to come home. They're going to come harder too. You know?
Absolutely right about that, brother. Because they've been coming at me hella hard, man. With the psyops, with the directed energy weapon attacks to my heart area. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had told you on the last call, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you got to hear that night, but I woke up and I was breathing as if I ran up 2 flights of stairs quickly. You know what I mean? You know that quick adrenaline rush that you get when you run past your and you're like breathing a little bit heavy. I woke up breathing a little heavy like that, man. This was last week, you know what I'm saying? And I know that they're doing something. I don't know from where exactly, because you already know how the technology is. It's remote, so it could be anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It might even be satellite-based, for all I know. You know what I mean? And what I do know, and that I have to show and proof for, is the 4 red dots that are in the middle of my chest, which I sent you, your brother, NAPPY, I believe Night of Thunder, and Dianna. And I'm not sure if I sent Roy True 7. I think I did, but maybe he didn't get it. And I sent it to y'all, so in case some word has it to it, I want y'all on the record
to know that I have no heart problems, no cardiac issues, none whatsoever, never have had any. And yes, I used to smoke cigarettes. Yes, I used to sniff cocaine. Yes, I used to drink alcohol. But notice how I said used to. This is past tense. I've been clean ever since. And I've been training in MMA twice a week. It's just 3-hour sessions of that. You can imagine how I come out of there physically. You know what I'm saying? It's a way of channeling the negative energy physically. And I get targeted in there too for now, while I'm training, while I'm going through, certain motions and shit, man. It's crazy, but I deal with it. I find my way to cope and deal with it. I also do my calisthenics 5 days out the week, and on the weekends I don't do anything. I have to give my body a rest. You know how that goes. You guys used to work out, so you know how that goes as well. So I know for a fact that if I come up with any sort of cardiac issues or some sort of heart attack in my sleep type shit, which is what I think they're trying to cause, and they're trying to make it look natural by little, hitting me with that microwave frequency in my heart, tearing out probably walls of the arteries within the heart valve or the sinus area or what have you. I don't know. I just know that if something does happen, y'all want it on record clearly now, that I have no cardiac issues. If I do have any, after the fact, it's that they caused it on me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then, there are different ways that they do that. One way is by poison the person. The other way is through, these acoustic and microwave weapons. And another way is basically it's stressing you out to the point where it weakens your immune system and it causes all types of havoc, towards the body. With me, like I said, I've always had a very healthy heart, very strong heart. I remember, like I said, doing a lot of aerobic classes, a lot of spin cycle classes. I used to run and jog and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not a heavy drinker. I don't smoke. I don't never did a recreational drugs. That kind of stuff. So it's kind of, and my eating habits have always been fantastic. It's always been great. Like I said, over time, I've noticed that when I was doing laundry, and I used to open up a brand new pack of the driest sheets. What do you call those?
The sheets.
Yeah, like I guess when I open up whatever stuff that was there, and my guess is probably arsenic. You can inhale arsenic also, airborne. And I would feel like, my eyes would get blurry, I would get pain in my joints, my heart would feel stiff, so I felt heavy, I could feel weight and feel it in my chest. And then I would start to flatulate a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like, and like my body would just feel like kind of strange, kind of warm and very, very, I guess, I don't want to say loose, but very, I don't even know how to explain it, but anyway, I guess loose is probably like the closest term I can express in words. But yeah, and it was just crazy to me, And this was happening to me, for a very, very long time. I know that, over the length of time, my heart was being damaged. And that's what caused, my heart failure.
Yeah, listen, before I go on, I really got to, I'm just saying that sometimes, it happens like that. So, let me just read this, right? It says here, right? This is from the Hidden Evil PDF, the elite covert war against the civilian population. And this comes from an activist, Brian Good, right? And he talks about exposing
domestic covert action on the undemocratic and a criminal terrorist. Because, and this is why it's important that we are doing what we're doing. It says, since such attacks depend on secrecy, it is also important that they be exposed to the widest possible audience. People will gain a deeper understanding of the function and impact of domestic covert action and be better able to resist it. If we also address the excuses that government officials offer to their clandestine operations or reveal. So it is important that we, expose this stuff, right? Now here's a quote from in 1968, right? This is if you ever read the book The Brave New World. This is from a Brave New World Revisited, okay, by Aldous Huxley in 1958. Nature of psychological compulsion is such that those who act under constraint remain under the impression that they are acting on their own initiative. The victim of mind manipulation does not know that he is a victim. To him, the walls of his prison are invisible, and he believes himself to be free. That he is not free is apparent only to other people. His servitude is strictly objective. Okay? So the reason why I read these two quotes is, for one, again, exposure is key. Exposure is key to expose what's being done so that others can know, so that others will be better equipped to fight back as soon as they realize what is happening. Not 10 years later, not 5 years later, not 3 years later, but immediate. Okay? Number two, when you're being manipulated, okay, other people know what's happening around you. They're not saying nothing. But you're the victim, okay, who are making these decisions, thinking that you're doing this of your own free will, have no idea or no clue that those decisions that you made have been predetermined within your psyche. They have already conditioned you, so they know that you're going to make those decisions. And that's the purpose of it. So if you do things that are going to be negative, detrimental to you, okay? Meanwhile, you're thinking that you are free, and not understanding that you are not. Because the only people that can see that you're not free is those around you. Anybody, you guys get that?
Yeah, I got it. That's that goes like, man. That's the people right there, man. That's for sure. You got more?
I gotta go.
All right, yeah, but before you go, Nigel, I gotta ask you something, man. If you can't do me the favor, man. What would be your advice for someone who's going through what we go through, but is homeless and can't find a way to cope with these things on a level that is conclusive to themselves in regards to what exactly can I do if I'm homeless and I'm like a sitting duck, and then these people, I get up and I move and they come again and they mob me, they crowd me, and what would be your advice? Because the advice you're giving psychologically to defend yourself with and to know what they're doing to you is awesome. It is fucking diamond information, but what can you do for a person that doesn't have a choice, doesn't have a time to decompress, doesn't have time to take a breather because they have to be out in the open like a sitting duck and dealing with these people on a constant level with a constant bombardment of psyops?
Oh man, that's tough. Okay. One, the first thing that I would do, okay, is to see what kind of resources they have, the people who are in that situation, okay, to see what kind of resources they have, to try and apply for some sort of resources or some sort of housing, and to see, and it's going to be difficult, but you got to try, right? You got to try. It's going to be times when you won't feel like trying, because again, that's a tough situation. Okay, but you gotta try. If you need money in some way, I wouldn't recommend you do it the illegal way, but I would recommend that maybe just whatever. Just let's say if you need some money so you can travel to go to the office of public assistance or something like that. You can try just ask. You can try asking people nicely. So you get the money that you need, and then go down to that department or that place, and take it in a situation, okay, and see what they can do. And, listen, they're gonna target you. They're gonna target you, okay, but you have to try everything and focus, okay. Try to see, like I said, try to see what kind of assistance that they can get. Also, before you leave, right? If you go there before you leave, ask to speak to a manager. Write down the name of the person that you spoke with. Okay? Write down, ask for a manager, get the manager name, say, hey, I spoke to such and such about, get some assistance because of my situation. And I just want to inform you because I am a targeted individual, okay, and I'm dealing with a destructive cult who have embedded themselves in a lot of agencies in America. And I just want to let you know that this person I spoke to, so in case I don't hear back from that individual, can I call you, right, to ask if you can check on the status of my application. Okay? It is important that you do that, right? Two, again, the situation that you're in is no fault of your own. Understand that. Realize that. Okay? Don't wallow in self-doubt and pity. Do what you can to defend yourself. And when I say do what you can to defend yourself, I don't mean, unless you're attacked physically, then just defend yourself. But understanding that you're gonna have to defend yourself in a psychological manner. You still need to be attacked psychologically, but what tactics your attackers, your enemies are attacking you. Okay? So, so that's what I would do, And I was also, if you're applying for disability, trying to apply for that. If you're a veteran, you can apply for disability for veterans, so you'll probably get. But again, a lot of the targeting is to keep you away from these things, not make you think like that, right? To not make you want to go to get help, okay? Because the minute you go to get help, they will try to provide you with negative subliminal about being killed or being arrested or such and such, and you just have to, fight through it, fight through the negative condition, and get those things. And as far as the situations of the room and where to live, what have you, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what immediately. Okay, if you have family or relatives, maybe you can how they see you, how they view you, right? Because again, they will, if they're in conditions to see you in a negative light, they may be hesitant. But you may have to just say, look, I just need to stay for maybe a week or two. I'm trying to get some help from the city, from the government, and I just need a place to stay so that I can think, and not be in a situation where I'm deeply agitated, right? So you can try that way. It's a shame. Because like I said, just remember this is no fault of your own. Perfectly just you, right? And
You know, you have a right to be angry, yeah, you know, and frustrated, but you got to remain focused. You got to be diligent in terms of going to try and get the help that you need, and you got to double your effort in doing so. Because they're going to double their effort in trying to prevent you from doing so, right? And just remember, right, that even though you've been conditioned, right, you still have control. You know, it may not be 100% of your mind, but you still have a lot of control of your mind. And so you may have to just tap into that and to just try to remain calm under pressure. And like I said, and focus. But if anything immediately, I mean, the only thing I can say, like I said, is contact a family member or a friend, explain to them your situation, and be honest about it. You know, be honest about it. Say, hey, look, I'm a victim of mind control experiment, and you know, this is what's been happening to me, and so I'm homeless because of it, and so you know, I need a place to stay for a couple of days while I, you know, apply for housing or something. Okay. Because as long as you're showing them that, you know, you're applying for help to try to help alleviate some of your situation, not going to alleviate all of it, but some of it, then I think they're more inclined to help you, right? As opposed to, you know, you just want to stay there and not do anything. That's what they may feel, they may think. And I think that's what you're going to do. That's what their interpretation might be. You have to show them that, look, I'm not going to be here. You know, I'm trying to find help, trying to find housing or whatever, and do a safe community. Right? I'm sure.
Nigel,
yeah.
What if that is not an option for this particular GI that's homeless? That, you know, they would wish that that would be a possibility, but he knows that they're all involved and that they're all participating on some level or another within his targeting protocols. And, you know, it's like he barely has anyone he can turn to other than this group right here, which is us, our squad. So if that's one aspect of it, right? That's one part of my question. That's partial a question there. The other part, let me quickly talk about it. The other part is, what can this TI do to combat or counteract the psychological operations that he's bombarded with? And I'm talking about, when I say bombarded, I don't mean it in a light sense. I mean it in a full throttle type of sense. We know what a blitz is. So this is how he's constantly being mobbed on the street wherever he goes. Doesn't matter if it's a grocery store, a bathroom area, a restaurant, you know, a sports bar. Doesn't matter. They're all there and they're all constantly mobbed, doing all types of shit. You know how they do. So my question is partial to the other question that I asked you, that he doesn't have an option to go to any family members. Other than that, this is the second half of that question. What books that he could possibly look on online? Because, you know, he doesn't have enough money to go and properly, you know, get that. So what books can you offer? Maybe a PDF like The Hidden Evil with Mark Rich or something like that, that he can read online that could get him at least somewhat situated on a mental level where he can get more of a grasp on how to deal with what's happening to him from a perspective that is psychological and how he can counter it.
So, I mean, he can get the document to mind control language pattern. You can read it online for free. Subscribe, so yeah, you just Google document and mind control language pattern, and look for the site website scribe, and he'll be able to read the entire book online for free. Okay. Second, another book is the Hidden Evil, the Suburb Markers, the Covert, the Elite Covert Plan to the Elite Covert War Against the Population. Get that PDF online. Okay. Let me see. I think I have a few of the PDFs there.
You know what book is good too? There's a book called
But no, free. You got to be free. You have to be free. Yeah, I think you can free online too. I'm pretty sure. It's called the People of the Lie. That's what teaches you all about manipulation on one of the most deepest levels that I've read in any book, right? Where you have people who will tell you that they're good people and all of this kind of stuff, right? The particular instances, right? They do the most heinous of things, to other individuals, right? Even their own children. That's what he said. Society still uses them as being good people. And this book, People of the Lie, exposes, right, that manipulative behavior and the way, how certain society agencies try to make and cover up for, like I said, crime and the treatment of other individuals by those people, right? And it's a very powerful book to me. And that book has taught me that even as a child, and like I said, a lot of times I feel like I'm being pressed, right? Or, for some of the most hurtful things that happen that's supposed to be exposed to me by people in my own family. And this book kind of taught me how to deal with those particular people, right? And I'll go as far as to say even, my mother and father, right? I don't know what role they have played in me being experimented on, right? But this book specifically has examples, right, of how to deal with mothers and parents, right? We think about parents who raise children, right? Provided for their children, all this kind of stuff. And behind the scenes, they are involved in things that are potentially, not just potentially, but has had detrimental effects on one or two of their children, not all their children, right? Just a few, one or two, of their children in total, right? So people say, well, this person has 10 children. Look how they sit there and raise 10 children and blah, 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 whatever. And so, one bad thing happened to one kid, right? They participated in one bad thing to one kid. That doesn't make them that doesn't make them bad parents. It doesn't make them bad people. You understand where I'm coming from, right? You understand the how they try to mask the evil intention, right? And the damage and the hurt that they caused to that one child by saying, look at all these other kids, right? But that's like saying, you know what? I'm a father. I have 4 daughters, right? Speaking hypothetically. Let's say, or let's say you read about a parent who has, 5 daughters, right? But yet a male parent and sexually molested one, right? And never even touched the other, right? The question is that person a good person? And most importantly, is that person a good parent? So when you look at that, how do you weigh that, right? And it's very easy. The book makes it very easy. If those parents were good, right? Anything that was done to hurt that child did not come from the parent, right? Did not come from the parent. If it comes from the parent, that means the parent are not good. Like I said, sometimes you have good people who think they're good, right? They think they're good. And they exhibit good parental traits or good personal characteristics, right? But then, it's like the weekend warrior, you know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, they may murder somebody, right? And to the rest of the people, they say, oh, this was a good person, and, such a good person. I don't understand why, this and this happened. No, these people are bad people. The fact that they may have exhibit good traits to other people, right, or a few people, right, that doesn't make them good people. Right? Good people should not have the ability to harm other people in any capacity.
That was very well said. Neil, thank you for that, man. What's the name of that book?
It's called The People of the Lie.
The People of the Lie.
Yeah. The author's name is Scott Peck.
Thanks for that, Neil. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
I mean, we can only do so much. We're human. I would wish that I could come out with a perfect solution, man, but ain't nobody perfect, man. So that's how to throw out the window and out of mind, because there's no such thing as perfect.
Right, and everyone is different. Everyone grows up in a different environment. Everyone studies differently. Everyone's mental patterns and thought patterns are different. And, but the one thing that we have to hold in common as a common denominator, right, is empathy. When you lose empathy, you are capable of doing any and every despicable, cruel, and vile act that you can imagine or maybe not even imagine happening.
I would have to agree with you on that.
Right. So empathy is the foundation, right, for that I'd say empathy is the foundation for a development of good characteristics of goodness. In the context, because if you lose empathy, you ignore evil and wickedness, you participate in it, you create hurt, evil, and wickedness that affects people in a bad and detrimental way, all right? So, so that it doesn't matter, like I said, environment, geography, distance, all this kind of stuff, upbringing, all this. If you have empathy as your foundation, as your common denominator, then, most likely you will grow up being, or if you are, continue to be a good person.
Yeah. No doubt. I most definitely agree with that, man. And the interesting thing about what you said about empathy and how we use that empathy, you could equip to almost become one of these people. Because I say one of these people for this. I've noticed through my own connections and experiences with genuine empowered individuals / targeted individuals as yourselves, I've been able to pinpoint that most, if not all, of you guys are empathetic. And it's almost like they want to get rid of people like us also because of that empathy that we have naturally. You know what I'm saying? Because they know when shit pop off, we will be defended, right? We will not allow them, right, to take people's lives, indiscriminately or discriminately, right? We know that we will form that wall of resistance, right? We will be the people that will fight hard. They say like in 300, one of you, just one of you, will kill 100 of them, right?
So 300, you figure 100 times 300 is how much?
3,000.
Huh?
3,000.
Exactly. So 300 men, right? And of course, it's 300. The movie 300, they kill well over 3,000, right? And it's not just the skill of the warrior. It is the fact that their belief in the sovereignty of life, in the democracy of their society, right?
Yeah.
It is that ideology that propels them to fight.
Yeah.
Right? Like
I gotta go. I gotta go. All right?
No doubt, brother. Yo, Nigel, man, thank you for partaking, man, and participating. Much appreciated as always, brother.
Okay.
Have a good night. Neil, let me ask you something, Neil. In regards to what you were just saying, man, right? Do you believe the Spartans already had that in them in regards to what we were talking about? Empathy, right? Like,
of course,
they were raw motherfuckers. These motherfuckers were one of the rawest soldiers that ever lived at that time frame. You know what I'm saying?
listen, every person in their society, right? When you from birth, growing up, going to school, learning, right? Participating in the affairs of their society in good ways, right? In ways that ensure that everyone is well respected, honest, cherished, protected, is not ill treated, where justice and equal rights, right, goes for every person living in that society. And you gotta remember back then, there were a lot of wars, a lot of conquerors, right? A lot of nations conquering other nations, right? Subjecting them, right, to the will of other people. These people, they had their own will to themselves. They governed themselves, right? They didn't have a dictator, right? They didn't have someone who says, you know what, if I feel you're more wealthy than me, I'm taking most of your wealth and keeping it for myself, right? So when you have a society of people like that, right, who understand that their way of life, right, contributes to the betterment of everyone in that society, people in that society will fight harder to keep that, right? Rather than people who are in a society where a dictator has most of the power. Because you know how many rebellions fail before one becomes successful? Right? A lot. But when you have a society that's already the pinnacle of what society should be, in that time in a world where, like I said, many wars and dictators and kings and pharaohs or whatever, right? So they from their early learning stages, it is embedded, ingrained in them that you are a person like the next person, like the next person. You deserve, or the right you have, not deserve, you have, from the time you were born, you have all the rights and protection, right, that the society has created for everyone in it to thrive. And that's what's important, is to thrive, right? People have to be brought up in an environment where they are able, right, and allowed to thrive, to grow into their own. right, without being discouraged or stifled, you know, their talents and their, you know, their individuality, their expression, you know, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff is being, you know, stifled. Nah. But yeah, so the Spartans, yeah, they knew what they were fighting for. You know what I'm saying? They knew what they were fighting for. And that, you know, that's one of my favorite movies because it illustrates the point, like I said, that, you know, when you look at even after the Civil War, right? For a very brief period of time, Black people were able to live in a society where not all, but a lot were able to thrive, right? And if that had remained, then more Black people would have been able to thrive. But it wasn't to be, right? Because the KKK came in and they stifled everything and they took everything away. You know, just like how I feel as a CI, as you know, being a Black CI, you know, when I you know, when I heard a report, there was a lady in Charlotte who went to a bar, and I guess somebody put drugs in her drink, right? And she had posted a YouTube post about it, right? And the cops contacted her. She didn't call the cops. The cops contacted her, right? Now, I've posted many videos on YouTube and Facebook, and many posts on YouTube and on Facebook, on Twitter about my drink. You know, when I go out, if I take a girl out, whatever, that my drink was being spiked. You know, where after I took a drink of you know, whatever I ordered, that like I felt like I was chemically castrated. You know what I'm saying? Right? Where I couldn't get any coochie that night. You know what I'm saying? Because my dick wouldn't get up. Right? And so I posted that stuff. Right? And the cops didn't reach out to me. You gotta understand, I posted many. She posted like one, right? One post. I posted many posts, right? The cops didn't call me. They didn't search for me. They searched for her, right? They went out of their way to search for her. And then they called the television station, right? So they can do an interview about her story. And I've been saying this shit been happening for years. For years, bro. So how am I supposed to feel? She's a white woman, I'm a Black man.
That shit's fucked up, yo.
Fucked up ain't the word, bro.
Well, short, like, you know, quick answer. All I can come up with right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling you. I know.
It came from a sincere place, dude.
I know it did. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah, no, you're saying that, I know where you're coming from, dude. You're saying, like, yo, it's a lot deeper than just fucked up. You know, it is, though. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, for years. I have videos, right? Videos showing shit.
And yet,
and nobody even looks to say, you know what, let me go and check this guy, man. And this is too strange. Let's go talk to him about his experience, right? And this thing happened to this chick one time. And like I said, she didn't call the cops. They went searching for her, right?
it's like you were automatically guilty and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they trolling, you know, Facebook, and they ran across her. Like, she don't wife stick first of all, right? I know the cops.
It was like they already knew beforehand who you were, too, you know?
Right.
That's what they already suspected. I've had that happen to me before, too.
Yeah, they ain't going, they ain't surveilling her. You know, she's a white woman. They ain't surveilling her page. You know, I know they're surveilling my page, you know what I'm saying?
427 in the motherfucking building. What's going on, brother?
Well, good, you know, got to sleep, so better, but you know what? And I woke up and I was like, why am my head still ringing? You know what I mean? I started looking for answers, you know, looking up, digging deep for CI videos and all that. There was someone I ran across, his name was NAPPY. I don't know if you guys NAPPY Choi. He's Chinese, but he's from Great Britain. You know, he's like mixed. I think he's mixed, but more blood with Chinese. You know, and he does work in South Africa. He's been working for the last, I don't know. I mean, few years. I don't know how long he's been targeting now, but since his videos, he says he's been targeted over for 3 years. And he said the technology that they have is so powerful. Especially if you're living, doesn't matter if you're living in poverty-stricken areas or, you know, places where they're developing, you know, and especially if you're a person who is living in a military society or a city, everyone's a target. It doesn't matter, but there's levels to it, you know. And if you're in the members-only thing, your target is very minimal, and that's actually probably not true. Hispanic, Marines, whatever, so on and so forth. And he actually was working in South Africa, and what he was like, he was a software developer, and he's head of his class, and he said this technology that they have is so far beyond where it's almost, you know, I've heard this in the talk show over and over again, and at first I was always skeptical, like the AI, you know, but like I've heard about the AI, but I didn't know they can actually really take over who you are, your well-being. And one thing it stuck out, and I can relate yesterday when I was going down, remember when I was breaking down and I couldn't sleep, it was the AI. You know, they can pinpoint a part of your brain that gets sensitized so that it feels like it's so overly sensitive that it triggers an auditory and visual trigger that it makes it seem like you thought of it yourself, but there's a part of your brain that it's something else doing it. You know what I mean? Let's say, how do you say it? If you can watch the video, it's only 10 minutes long. Pretty much it's like it's not you doing it, it's someone else doing it, for sure. It's like someone took over that part of it. The front of the reactive part, you know. But what I was just coming to conclusion was like, why would I break it down? I'm not. I felt like overly paranoid, sensitive. It was the technology, because my fanaticism has stopped since yesterday. You know, and the only time I can think of when it's overflaring is when I'm overeating. I haven't been overeating. I'm overeating like, you know, 1 meal a day right now, you know, and just stuff and everything just goes through and eating little itty bitty snacks. Like very minimal. You know, and it had to be the AI, because the AI, you know, because I'm right now, I'm trying to like, and what he said too is like, if you can catch it, you know, is this you? Is this part of my characteristics that I've become, you know? If you can catch it and get your mind to think a certain way where you're above that, and you already know ahead of time, and you know that's not you, and that's what I've been doing all day, and I'm like, oh, man, it's like, it blew my mind, like, that's not my thinking. And I've been able to just, like, hear from that thought, like, my ears are ringing, like, it's like external, but but it's internally more though. It feels like, well, I feel like I've been cooking all day. My body temperature feels really hot, you know, and I'm not sick. I don't have a fever, you know. Something's wrong, you know. And when I went to work that night, there was a group of people in there in the lobby waiting for their food. It was a big family, mobsters and family. And they just kept messing with me and messing with me. And they kept fiddling with their phone and swiping it up. They weren't looking at Facebook. I don't know what they had. It was almost like a computer-generated screen with HTML stuff on it. And they kept swiping up. And I would catch it in the peripheral of my eye, you know. And so I would just walk away and hide behind some, like a ferret, but it's still going. But I didn't want to be in view of these people, and I think they had a part of it. There was a lot of military people at my hotel last night too, trying to describe themselves as civilians. And this place is utter madness. Everyone is a target now, right?
And the funny thing is, I don't understand why people in the military, especially knowing you know, military history, right? How dictators and mass murderers and, you know, all this kind of stuff, right? Machines and all that. Why in the hell would they even participate in this shit?
Right? Temporary housing and free food, you know? Yeah, I can really think that.
But you have to understand what's at stake. That's the thing. You have to have a clear understanding, being in the military and knowing, like I said, knowing history, wartime history, right? And dictatorships and how coups and rebellion and all this shit happened, right? I mean, to even allow yourself to be a participant.
I could give a big example of this. Actually relates to Babylonian times when, you know, like Saudi, not even Saudi centric, but it's way beyond that. This is the time Islamic religion was being reformed during, you know, them being reformed from worshiping moon gods and owls and stuff like that. They started they would have a king, right? And every time there was a potential suitor, you know, like a military general or whatever, and they wanted to form armies from other nations, you know, what they would do is they'd sit them down with a big feast, you know, and give them wine and the best hatch. They had the best hatch. They had the best hatch in the Middle East, you know, at that time. You know, and what they would do is smoke them out, and then they start doing all their trickery stuff on them, getting them comfortable, giving them women and all that, and like, now, this is the best thing I can give you all. It's almost like this saying, I can give you all. Now today, in the movies, what they do is like, okay, you're part of this clan now, you know. They take them up and say, oh, I'm gonna buy you all the drinks, and it's always this one guy that seems like, you know, he has it all together, he takes them out, you know, and he's part of it. It's a secret society, and there's a secret society. You get what I'm saying? He's making them feel so comfortable, like, oh, I'm part of something now. You know, and they take them out drinking and buy them all the food. They're like, no, I got it, you know. I mean, you see it in the movies with the mobsters and all that. Oh, when they wanted to get someone that was part of an Italian guy, you know, that was, you know, he came from the bottom, but he had a real sharp way of doing things, and he was always undercover, you know, because he was a nobody. They wanted to use those people. They get comfortable, pass up a big storm with him, and make him feel like he's the king of the world. You know, but not knowing, you know, they're just using him just like a pawn, or even maybe just a slightly better chess piece. You know, that's all it is making them feel comfortable and getting them to oblige with their programming. You know, this is all ancient stuff too. You know, it's just like I said, the kings that wanted those generals, and you know, they would give them food, drink, women, and smoke them out too, to the point where they felt comfortable and like, man, this is the best lifestyle. We don't even have any of this. So yeah, I'm in. You know, and then they just use them, and they don't care. That's how they bring them in. And they know that they're going to. I mean,
some of them know that there's a possibility that my army will be taken over and I'll be scattered and I won't be able to have my own dignity, you know. They don't, it's not like the Greeks did, you know. The Greeks didn't want, like the Xerxes was like the Persian Empire, you know, right? And the Persians, the modern day Persian is part of Iran, you know. And Iran, that's what they did, you know, that thing. They got them all comfortable, and then after that, it was smooth sailing for them, and then they used them. They didn't care about it. He lost his life, and Lieutenant General and all his lieutenants and whoever in his executive branch, you know, was done with, he took over that army. And then now he's got a bunch of people who don't have knowledge, don't have the information, and then they're just like, well, we're going to follow the new leader, and we're getting, you know, we're getting bread and chicken, you know, for the time being, you know, and this is kind of good. And there's a woman or two every now and then. You know, it's kind of like how they do in society now. You got the handlers and you got the jobs, you know. They're like, well, I'm going to go with this society, you know, because I'm getting my drugs, you know, it's enough to suffice me for the time being. And, you know, this is on the street level, too. But then later on, once that's cracked down, whatever, with the government agencies come in, and they were, and the CIA was already working with these big time handlers, they're swooped up, then they incarcerate them with $100,000 a year after every mob and every gang has been broken up. Now the prison system is holding for $100,000 a year, and there's 20 people there, and the crooked lawyers too, on top of that too. And they take the plea, it doesn't matter, they're still taking time. Now the state just made millions and millions and millions of dollars per year. And on top of that, they just took all their drugs and their weapons. You know? So think about that. How I said that. So who's on the top now? And they didn't even have to do anything. It's already just laws. And they made the laws. And they act like we made the laws and voted on it. You know? I know that sounded like some heavy stuff, but that's the reality of it is. It's the illusion of freedom. And you said it earlier, and I was listening to how you said it. They want you to have an illusion of freedom and comfort. You know, you got your radio, you got your Netflix, you got your DVR, just your video games, but at the end of the day, those are just minimal things you could have been doing for a bigger purpose instead of, you know, bowing down to the crown. I ain't bowing down to the crown. That ain't my thing. You know? And that's what the ultimate comes down to. They want you to get comfortable, and then you bow down to them. That's how it really is. So I know that's every day. People getting arrested. You know, these people are already trapped in jail. I'm just, it's so big. Check this out, guys. They just built a new jail here in downtown, and there's one next to it. And nothing's almost maximum capacity. There's people getting out every day. You know, they're making $10,000 every day. Someone with what's that? When they keep doing offenses over and over again, you know the term, guys? They keep committing crimes over and over again, and the system keeps making money off of them. And then on top of that, they found people making a habitual criminal. You know, they exactly. Yeah, and they conviction themselves to be comfortable with it. Not only that, they create the environment for them to be habitual. Exactly. And these are the people in the jail system, you know, these secret societies already created a way of doing it inside there and say it was the streets, and it wasn't the entire county. This is old stuff with African, you know, power structures, you know. This is old. I mean, all it is just duplicated from other armies and governments taking over with the knowledge they had to control over society. And then they put it in the prison, in the prison system, in the justice system, saying, oh, we got this from the streets. It's like, no, it's been like this. Now they're using you. They're blanketing it over you to make it
think that you got it from someone higher up and they were just fine go along. That's how these people go along with it. That's exactly how they go along with it. I mean, I have family and my great grandpa was in World War One. My grandpa was two, I believe. And we have a relative, Andrew Jackson, he was in, one of those presidents or whatever. And we heard about him and our family were related to him through my dad's side, I believe, dad's side. And, I mean, this has been going on for decades, hundreds of years. I mean, it goes way back. And this is just knowledge that was taken from like North African ideology. Even that, some people know about it. Just remember what's called. Like, actually, let's put the person in a second. Once when, the 2012, old man died. Embedded in there. I think they didn't know anything, but which had nothing themselves. And hey, we were in there. And now we thought for that, saying that there's a lot of things.
You there? Hello? You there? Hello? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got on a touchy subject with the powers that be. I'm getting swarmed right now too. Justin, start talking about this. Like I was saying, man, until it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit because there is still the mentality of white supremacy that has been passed down from generations that still is in existence, right? If it wasn't in existence, right, I could say, you know what, you're right, right? Because the mentality, when the mentality is in existence, it affects everything. It affects our ability to rise to equal status, right? Economically, right? It affects our ability to get equal and fair treatment under the law, right? It affects our ability, right, to control the flow of information, right, in our own community to our people, right? You see in textbooks, right? There's so much that they don't put about black people in school books. That it's incredible. So I don't care what they talk about. To me, it's bullshit, and I will call them out. I will call out any person who even try to talk that shit in my head. Yeah, it was just a trip and observant, like when I was watching, like these campaigns on it, that 2012 thing, that stuff was already going on, but it's like, why do we have to take their oil? Why do we have to, and there's already these privatized corporations coming from, like, I think it was Germany. Like there's a bunch of companies that are having heavy investments in petroleum because that's a lot of German people invest in petroleum. There was a guy actually that I worked with, a company he owned. He was like the vice president of it, and there's someone way above him, and they already had their hand already in it, and the company is called Sasco, which is I think it's a country out in Africa. So their hands were already in it, and at that time, that was when I was working at that company, and I was just leaving, and because there was just so much corruption too in it, and I I didn't really speak on it, but they knew I was already thinking of it, you know. Because I talked at home about some of it, and I know some of them had to catch wind of it. But anyways, like what I was saying is there's no reason for any other country, finally, when they can find minerals that can sustain a country that's been poverty-stricken for years, decades, you know, to come over and steal the minerals that can purify water, and expand a trade, even the North African trade, because that's where a lot of the trade would have happened too. With Libya, because you already know about Libya, you know.
Yeah.
But they were already, I mean, the reason why we went over there, I mean, because the Golden Nile was about to take off. The gold trade from Africa was already taken off, and the Golden Nile was about to be in place. And it was 3.5 times worth more than the federal petrodollar, you know?
Right.
And then that was going to hurt America. It wouldn't have hurt America because we were already in relations with Africa. And it would have made a better place, but they didn't want to take that chance, you know?
Right. Yeah, and that's what people don't understand about American politics, American white military supremacy. Even though most of the people in the military, right, not in the positions of power, right, you know, all black and brown people, but the upper echelon of the military, the people who they handpick for positions of leadership.
Right. Like I was saying earlier, they get you comfortable.
Right, exactly. So, you know, those people will never, ever, because there is that hatred for black people, right? And I know where it comes from. It comes from jealousy, right? It comes from a lack of understanding their humanity or humanity, period. It comes from a hatred for knowing that the cradle of civilization, right, was started by black people, that we were the first to populate this planet, right? That we were the first to bring, and it's just that ingrown, embedded hatred for black people. They always want to keep us down, for them to feel superior, right? I don't care if you feel superior or think you're superior, as long as you don't, right? As long as you don't create or create a system to keep me down, you can think whatever the fuck you want to think you are. So Libya is the perfect example. Right? Libya is the perfect example of just how much America hates Africa, hates black in Africa.
And they had a mixed everything there too at that point. And now they remember they said they were trying to fight slavery or whatever back there?
Right.
Yeah. And it was actually more human trafficking and sex trafficking than anything. Well, that wasn't even going on at that time. Now it's happening. Now, and you don't hear about that in Libya anymore on the news.
Yeah. The fact that, you know, people, for example, they want to say Jordan is the crown jewel of the Middle East, right? Or that region, right? Because no country in the Middle East is a democracy. None. Right? None. They are all theocracies, right? Some may have tweaked their theocracy to exhibit, right, or to practice certain
democratic ideal, right? But make no mistake, there is no country in the Middle East that is 100%, I'll say 100% democratic. None. They're all theocracy, right? Because most of the laws that they go by are based on religious belief.
And now, over in that region now, they're making it more of you bow down to the king type deal now, you know? And
It's not a business theocracy.
yeah, and it's like, it puts people who want an intellectual with an empathetic mind in power. It puts people, non-intellectuals that want to control people because they have ego problems. All it is, I mean, to a certain extent, when you look at it, and the family lineage, they want to keep that in power, so their nephews, their second cousins, whatever, can be safe and sound and have the gold and printed money and all that kind of shit, because we got this Federal Reserve system, while they work deals with, throwing out, the Arabic people throwing out their own people for money, for oil. So they're going to keep getting money.
Right, yeah.
It's super sad.
It's horrible.
And that's why in America, as we are, we get thrown into the category like, oh, we don't like America. It's politics what it stands for. And man, I agree. I just want my own way of living. I don't want anyone coming in my house knowing what I got. It don't matter if I have, guns or gold, or if I'm stacking up. I shouldn't have to report that to the IRS or a banking system, anything. I shouldn't have to do any of that, And societies now, they're just going through, even in those regions as we speak, they're going in there and just taking it. They're even doing it in America now.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. It's like, that's why I don't understand that law. If you can't deposit more than $10,000 in your bank account without having it being reported to the IRS.
Especially if it's a luxury inheritance tax or whatever, and a luxury tax. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't understand. I understand that a government needs money to run, right? But come on, now, that right there, that's like, that's what you have. When you work, you have taxes, work, buy stuff, right?
Right.
It's just as crazy. That's like micromanagement on a whole new level.
But they do, and they get money out of it.
Yeah, they're micromanaging individual lives, and every aspect of that individual life. That's crazy. The government should not be able to. It's not what government was created in the first place.
We're the government, as the people, we should be able to have a rule of law that's based on humanitarian standards, apart from pseudo-religious standards. It should be you already know it's wrong to lie. You already know it's wrong to kill your mom. Stuff like that. And even on a more lowered level, we have common sense. These things. It's like, you mention my property, I have a right to defend that. You know what I mean? But now that we're in the bureaucracy, they're allowed to come in here and take whatever they want. Like, you don't pay your taxes, we come in without a warrant and just take your shit.
Yeah, it's like the British all over again.
Exactly. And it's the same people, just different regions.
Right.
Same entity, different regions.
Yeah.
It all started with more the Europeans integrating with Eastern societies and then infiltrating and colonizing Africa too, and making them, getting them comfortable again, and then putting in this ideology that, oh, we're not bad people, it's because your sins, or it's because of God punishing you. It's not that. It's just evil people in general. I mean, it's just in general. People just want money, and a lot of them have to do with just point out the psychopaths that just want to have same standard of living, but at the same time, they'll cut the people that help them. You guys there?
Yeah.
All right. It's just crazy, man. Like, coming back to what I was saying about how, like, the military, how could they put up with this stuff? It's bottom line, they, for the time being, they think it's not going to affect them in their backyard, but when it does, then they start, creating things that benefit them and their own family and whatnot, and they hold back, and want to protect their own stuff. But for the time being, they realize, well, I'm getting something out of it. I'm having vouchers for military vouchers for housing. They're getting discounts on food. On the military, I dated someone that was in the military, and we went to cigarettes and food. Everything was damn near discounted. It's like, gosh, I'm coming over here and getting stuff. I mean, as opposed to, like, I was paying $6 for cigarettes anywhere else at the time, $6-7, and then when I was over there, it was like $4 something. I mean, still expensive. I mean, now since they, put a taxation on California, they put $1 tax on cigarettes. My cigarettes now are like $7, $10. But I smoked. I know it's smoking the other ones. They're putting new stuff in it. These people are sick. They'll do anything with just mind control and get the condition to think, oh, it's okay. Or, it's your habit of the way you're living, that's why you're not making it. No, there was a guy during the recession, he had I think a major in some kind of, he was a scientist, and he had a minor in physics. And they said, oh, you're just overqualified. We can't hire you. And he's been hired, he's been homeless for like about 4 years, since I saw that video. So that was in 2008 or so. So it was right. They make and they already put a bad rap on him saying he was a drug addict and the drink. I thought, yeah, he probably did like to drink or smoke cigarettes, but he wasn't a druggie, he wasn't a drunk. His teeth, he had a full set of teeth, the skin was good, he had his way of surviving out there was way more par than your usual homeless person. Even better than mine. He was African American too, which probably played a part so too during the racial bigotry at that time too. It's sad. That's sad. It shouldn't have to come like that. We should be able to find, equal common ground, which we already have, but people want to keep it in, and say, oh, the bad guy's over here. The media does all the time. It's like, I don't buy that. I'm mixed. I'm a mixed race kid when I was growing up. And my parents were, white. My mom's quite Indian. And
like, I got treated differently than the other kids, because they were more of that suburban white, and I'm more of a, the Hispanic people. I'm not black and Filipino, and I always wondered, why am I being treated differently, and then my mom said, oh, no, don't worry about that, you're okay, but I was a lot slower, too, I was like a former rocker, too. It actually strengthened in other areas in my life, and they just overshadow it and blanket it, don't care. I understand, but I don't understand from where you live, But like, I get the racial oppression. It's different for other particular races though too. I mean, I was treated fairly by some of the white people, but for the most part, majority of them are just straight up racist. Let's put it that way. I mean, I don't have any more white friends. It's very few and far between. I don't even have any friends in general. And Western society has been conditioned that way to keep it common ground and just make money and do it all possible, all scenarios possible. All right, guys. I gotta head to work.
That's too. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct in that.
Check out that 2012 dilemma that happened back then. You'll see, that was that whole thing back then. They wanted to put, put a lot of troops. I mean, this was during even the Obama administration, but we already know how that is with the police. For trafficking, people and drugs. And that's the reason we wanted there on there. But we can't fix it at home. And then instead, I started putting pieces together and started finding little videos here and there and trying to get all the away from the other crap that doesn't make sense, aliens or whatever. And started reading some literature on it, and it's just like, whoa, they were going after there because of the minerals and the gold and the oil. We're finding a lot of that in that, and a lot of it came from these Peace Corps, these humanitarian relief. They weren't there to help. They didn't help at all. They were there to collect data and sell that piece of information for a top dollar price whoever wanted it. And the military interests and the elite interests that are there and the U.S. wanted it, and they got it. And you won't hear about that on the news. Remember, you won't hear anything about 2012. That thing was just done in a year. It was gone.
Yeah. Look, it was just another. Coney wasn't the worst thing that has ever happened to Africa or in Africa, right?
Right.
I mean, Coney was. Coney was. It was Coney to me was peanuts compared to F.W. Bolton. You know what I'm saying? And what he was doing, and a lot of other people, during his reign and before his reign, during his reign, and after. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's plenty of Europeans, Americans. They go to Africa and they do the worst shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at how many women that they're sterilizing, against their will. You know what I'm saying? Look how many other diseases that they've planted in Africa to decimate the people, the population. So Coney is not, that whole Coney thing is just another way of trying to scare the world off the big bad black man. You know what I'm saying? So it's just nonsense. You got all these rich white people doing crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Raping and kidnapping little girls. You know what I'm saying? And they don't make them out to be, such demonic looking people.
mean, look at now, even after what's the guy's name? Who hung himself? What's his name? Who hung himself in the federal jail?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Epstein, right. Right. Why they don't go after his friends? You know what I'm saying? They say birds of a feather flock together, right?
You already know. Guys, been an awesome call.
Yeah,
It's about to be 2 a.m. my time, which is going to be 11 p.m. Pacific West Coast time. That's Road Trip 7 time. He's about to clock into work right now. And just wanted to tell Road Trip 7, man, keep your focus. You know, keep getting educated. Keep educating yourself as much as you can. Nigel Nicholson, thank you, brother, for your input as always, man. And try to get as much rest as you can for your back, man. Everything natural that you can absorb and use, do that. And if you gotta get to the chemicals, I understand. But if you can and avoid the chemicals, be natural as possible, do that instead, brother.
Hey, that's what I do, man. Because, like I said, I've been going through this for so many years, and the pain is just, it's just, I know it's just hard to territory what's happening to my back, you know. So it's like whatever, man. You know. Yeah. But anyway, you guys have a good night, man. Great week.
Likewise to you, brother. Good night.
All right,
Good night, man. We'll do it again next weekend. Have a good one. All right, sure. This is RT, in New York City. It was a great call, a long call, but a necessary one. Like KRS-One, in terms of specific term for it, he combined education with entertainment and created his own word, edutainment. That's what the truth of the song. You know what I mean? I hope everyone that hears this on the playback gets something out of it. You know what I'm saying? Someone who's recently awoken, EI/TI, trying to put things together, trying to make sense out of things, trying to find hope. Something you always got to hold on to with that hope, no matter what, no matter how dark it can get. You always got to look at that silver lining around the dark cloud. You know what I mean? In any case, we're about to shut it down with a great call. Come back at y'all with another one next weekend. RT, EIN, New York City. Signing out.
What y'all say your style is?
It's our secret. Never teach the Wu-Tang.